comedy, music and tricky clues.
Because Spicks and Specs is back. More music than a comedy night, more comedy than a concert, and enough trivia to impress your co-workers for weeks.
New Spicks and Specs. Back Wednesday, July 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Big boy, Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running for 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The 12-3 Sydney Swans out to shore up their spot inside the top two. They've got the all-conquering Dockers next tonight. It's the Western Bulldogs who are in their neck of the woods, and they have been the road dogs so far in 2026. They're 3-1 away from Victoria, and they boast a pretty impressive record in the Harbour City, having won their last two at this ground against the Swans. And for the Swans, it will be nice to look good doing it as well if they can get back in the winners list tonight. The Sydney Swans and the Western Bulldogs. It is Isaac Heaney versus Marcus Bontempelli, a juicy Friday night fixture. It has been a clear day, top of 18 degrees. It's going to get down to about 13 during playing time, but no sign of rain, which is great for the Dogs and the Swans as round 17 of the AFL Premiership season continues. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass with you from the SCG. First of the footy, last to leave on ABC Sport, so teams still another 10 minutes away. We'll bring you those when they drop. Brett Sprigg, who's long now been the voice of footy here in the Harbour City, is alongside me for the call. Hello, Spriggy.
Welcome back to Sydney, Corbin. Nice to see you. Tell you what, they call July Big Boy Month in this caper, don't they? The Bulldogs have that form across their past 5 or 6 weeks, 4 wins in their 5 starts prior to their bye last week. So, as you say, also have form in this part of the world as well. The Swans this week, their theme or message from Dean Cox was be aware So is that be aware of the chasing pack, maybe Brisbane or the Crows will also play tonight against the West Coast Eagles. I think there's certainly awareness from the Sydney Swans now that they aren't as invincible as they were in the first half of the season.
Dual best and fairest winner, man who played over 200 games for the Brisbane Lions and the GWS Giants. He was also listed at Port Adelaide. He's a familiar voice for those of you listening to the AFL coverage, of course, here in New South Wales. Joel Patfull's along for the ride. G'day, Joel.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Good to be here tonight. Big game of footy, like you said. They're very much aware, aren't they? The pack's coming for the Swans after a big start.
Were you big on the themes, Joel, in your playing career when the coach would get up there and give you some kind of storytelling attached to the overall message?
It always helps a little bit. I think when you're having a tough week and there's something to go along with it, it gives you another 5 or 10% if you can get yourself up for a big game. But I mean, after you've had a bad loss and you're looking to come back, most of the time you don't need too much motivation. So I'm sure the Swans won't need too much of a pep talk from Big Dean Cox, but they'll be looking for a big game tonight.
You would have had some tough weeks at the Brisbane Lions especially, right?
Too many tough weeks. too many tough weeks. I think that's why sometimes the themes run out. If you get a theme week after week, sometimes they wear a little bit thin. So I don't think the Swans boys will need too much motivation. But yes, over my years, I've heard a few themes.
Swans are a fascinating conversation. So they're 0-3 against the top 5 teams. And that was reinforced again with their loss to Brisbane. So lost by 7 goals there. But they're in this unenviable position where they can't do anything about that tonight. Like they're not playing another top 5 team in the competition. They can't do anything about their recent poor record, obviously on grand final day, until they go deep in another season and get the chance to make up for that. But I guess all they can do tonight, Joel, is knock over the team that sits in front of them, and it is a team that has had a pretty good record here on this ground recently in the Western Bulldogs.
Yeah, you're right. It's a good test for them, and like you say, they haven't beaten those top 5 or 6 teams, have they? For the season. So, I mean, all they can do is play what's ahead of them. But, looking forward to the season to see those big games and what they're actually capable of. So, and they'll know that as well. They probably would have talked about that and been aware that, they haven't played those top teams and performed when they needed to. So they'll be looking at that this weekend for sure.
The other thing is in recent games here. So they had recent 6 and 2-point wins here, either side of their 19-goal thrashing of Richmond. So they've sort of scraped home against the likes of St Kilda, Collingwood as well as part of that conversation, is not putting teams away in that sort of fashion.
Joel Patfull's running mate is a fellow dual best and fairest winner tonight in Mark Murphy, 300 gamer, of course, from the Carlton Football Club. But we've had a day.
Is he running?
Man, coming from Melbourne to Sydney today, his flight's cancelled and delayed and all sorts of things. We were originally on the same flight and we got split up. I travelled earlier in the day. Would you believe it? Mark's full-time role is not just to be a professional expert for us, would you believe, on ABC Sports. So he had another job today that he was taking care of. And look, last time I spoke to him, he was circling. So hopefully he's landed and he's on the way in, Murph. But he'll be with us shortly here at the SCG.
He'll have a nice view of the ground, though, as well.
He will, from up there. He's not too far away. So we'll hear from Murph. Plus, inside the Western Bulldogs camp with Brendan Lade. He's a fascinating figure. He's one of those 6 reported names that Mitch Cleary reported were going to get an interview for the Carlton job. So we'll hear from him with Declan Byrne as part of our pre-game, and Andrew Pridham, the chairman of the Sydney Swans, is going to join us right here in the box. So all of that to work through as we edge a little closer to the bounce.
I want to hear from Brendan Lade, because in these situations, Joel, where coaches are publicly declared to be in the running for those jobs, how do they balance out this second half of the year where you're sort of, you're in that process to potentially be a senior coach next year? You still have a team that you are employed by to get them to potentially the finals or a flag. So I'd love to sort of, go inside his mind and find out what that's looked like for him, because it would be awkward in a sense, I think, at Clubland for those to see a senior assistant coach that is potentially going somewhere next year.
Yeah, I think there's always awareness around what's happening at the footy club, and I think, footy clubs are so professional these days, they probably wouldn't think about it too much, but obviously there'd be a few chats being had behind closed doors, and they're all aware of what's happening. But Brendan Lade's very much on theme with what's happening in the AFL. He's a ruckman, and they're looking at those guys. They're performing well as senior coaches, so you never know. I think I'm not across it as much as you guys probably down in Melbourne, but the 5 or 6, I think there's probably a couple ahead of him, but he's every chance.
Absolutely. We'll see how he goes this time around. Brendan Lade is in the mix, as we love to say when these things are on the line. Now, the game last night, I was down in Geelong. It was cold last night and wet for large periods, but the good news is the rain cleared and we got 4 pretty enthralling quarters of footy. The Brisbane Lions started like they've been shot out of a cannon, kicked the first 8 goals to lead by 43 points, and then Geelong pegged them back. They got within 1 early in the third quarter. And right as those objects in the rearview mirror appeared a little closer, foot on the gas again, and the Lions were able to burn them off, kicked 8 goals to 3 to end the third quarter and run out victorious by 22 points. So they've now met 7 times, would you believe, in less than 2 years. So from preliminary final night 2024 till now. And out of those 7 games, Brisbane have won 5 of them. So 5-2. They've had Geelong's measure. They've obviously beat them on grand final day last year and reinforced that again last night with an impressive win down at Kardinia Park. Chris Scott was answering questions post-game, and one of them centred on his Coleman medal winning forward in Jeremy Cameron, who didn't have a kick up till three-quarter time. He ended up with 2 for the night and went goalless. This is what Chris Scott had to say.
Yeah, I mean, he's going through a bit of a flat spot at the moment. There's no doubt about that. But I do remember getting these questions the week before he kicked 11. So if he doesn't kick at least 10 next week, I'll be flat.
Do you think it's something, I mean, I know we're harbouring the point you've asked about his arm or his hip or anything to do with that?
Well, I don't think anyone other than him knows that for sure, but the feedback we're getting is that he's well and truly good enough to play. And I think you can take it as read that we do not play players that we don't think can perform. I'm sort of making a habit of saying this because I feel more strongly about it than, say, I did even 4 or 5 years ago. Right, the fact that a player can get out there to play doesn't mean that he should. So, in that context, we are quizzing the medical staff and Jeremy, and he's saying, "Look, you know, I'm not perfect, but I'm well and truly good enough to perform." So, we tend to give our champions a little bit more room than maybe some others, and we're really confident that he'll find his way through it. And look, if he can't in the short term, then we'll think about sort of how we help him through it even more. But yeah, it's a strange situation for us to be talking about, given how good he's been for us.
So it was Chris Scott last night on Jeremy Cameron. Gee, it was noticeable, Jolie. It really had no impact on the game whatsoever, unfortunately, the reigning Coleman medalist.
It was the last couple of games against Brisbane. Obviously, in the grand final, he was injured, but he has struggled against that Lions defence, and they put a lot of pressure on him. I found he was up the ground and just struggles to get involved in the games for long periods of time, and that's what happens to him when you know he's stifled and not given a lot of space. So they obviously make that a huge emphasis on Jeremy Cameron when they play him. Darcy Gardner last night did a great job of him, as he did in the grand final last year. So, you know, obviously that's a huge role that they put into that, and as you would in such a good player as Jeremy Cameron. So, I mean, but he did look like there was a bit of an issue there. The arm obviously hasn't healed well. They're talking about whether he needs surgery again in the end of the year. So they're going to have to address it because he didn't look right, did he?
No, not at all. And unfortunately, Darcy Gardner, who, as you said, did a great job on him, looks like your garden variety hammy. So he ended the night injured and actually didn't complete the game out of the two of them. So Gardner's going to miss 21 days, and Zach Bailey, they're going to scan that hamstring. He finished on the bench with hamstring tightness. What do you put it down to, that these two teams, when they come up against each other? It's amazing now that Brisbane have had this run against such a good team in the competition in the Cats, and yet it feels like, put your finger in the wind, that Brisbane's got their measure.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say, but the defensive structure of Brisbane seems to match up really well against Geelong. I mean, you saw it against when Brisbane played the Swans last week as well. They pushed really high up the ground and they're able to turn the ball over. And Geelong just couldn't exit their back 50, and they kept trying to, you know, pin holes through the Lions' defence. They kept turning over through the middle of the ground, and the Lions were able to capitalise off that. 8 goals straight in the first quarter definitely helps as well.
Oh, big time. I've been lucky enough to do a lot of these games over the last 2 years, but it feels like in every different situation, at every different ground, it feels like Brisbane's had their measure. And so that the 2 wins that the Cats have had, one of them was a qualifying final, which Geelong were excellent that night, but it wasn't an elimination final. So sure enough, Brisbane come a long way around the mountain, get them on grand final day. And the only other game they beat them in during that stretch was earlier this season, where the Lions had 3 consecutive 6-day breaks. And even Chris Fagan said afterwards, look, we're not too panicked about it. They clearly got us in a good spot at the start of the season, but they've now beaten them twice in that run at Kardinia Park, which is obviously such a difficult place to go and win. Last year, they did the same kind of thing, blitzed them from the start, powered away from them. They beat them at the Gabba early last year in that rescheduled Cyclone game where it poured and they came from behind to win. They beat them at the MCG in a pulsating prelim. They overpowered them on grand final day in the second half. So they beat them at the Gabba, beat them in Geelong, beat them at the MCG. It feels like in every which way, whether it's playing from in front, coming from behind, dominating the midfield, winning the transition battle, 3 different locations. Feels like in any way, anyhow, that the Brisbane Lions have been able to beat them all different ways at all different places. It's a phenomenal matchup that we keep getting and keep repeating, and it feels like that the Lions have their measure.
Well, they do, and sometimes the best teams like playing the best teams, and there's so much experience in that Brisbane Lions team, and when you test it against the best, it brings out your best as well. So over the last 3 or 5 years, they've obviously had that rivalry, and for whatever reason, they just bring out the best in them. Their senior players stand up and they play really good footy.
I mentioned big months. So they've won 4 in a row now, the Brisbane Lions. How does that form line alone, and even a win like last night, just in isolation, realign your expectations around Brisbane as far as going for a three-peat this year?
I mean, I'm a little bit biased, but I've been pretty strong on Brisbane, even for, when they were struggling a month or two ago. I thought the core of that team is so good. Like if they can get their best team together and have a bit of a run of it, like they look like they're doing now, they can beat anyone in the comp. And like I said before, the experience that they have, played in those big games, repeated grand finals, they can beat anyone. The big thing's just going to be injuries and keeping their best team. You see Darcy Gardner going down and miss a few weeks. Little guys like that, when their depth gets tested, they might fall off, and whether they can keep this momentum going now. So they've started their run, still 8 weeks to go left in the season, a long finals campaign. You just got to peak at the right time.
Next 3, Essendon, West Coast, Port Adelaide. So I dare say momentum will probably be in their favour.
And they took their place in the top 4 last night, so it was another thing that they took from Geelong. The Cats have now lost 4 of their last 5 games, and incredibly, if results go against them this weekend, Cats could be 8th by the time we sit here on Sunday night and look at the ladder. It's a phenomenal position for them to be in. They've lost all these close games, and yet if results go against them, they could be in free fall, the Cats, at 9 and 7. Now, just jumping back to our broadcast from last night, there's been so much talk about Lachie Neale and what he's going to do next year. He's 33 years of age. He's a free agent. So it feels like that he's not going to be at the Brisbane Lions next year, and he's on his way to Victoria to play for a third club. Ben Cameron was on the boundary on ABC Sport last night and put a few questions to Danny Daly, the footy boss at the Brisbane Lions, who may have just let slip a little more than what he should have about the scenario.
Oh, look, it's the way of the world, so I don't spend too much time worrying about it, to be honest, because we do the same thing, so can't be critical of other teams if we're doing that, but it's the way it is. Lockie's got a couple of meetings this weekend that he's told us about. I think he's expecting Ross to bring a nice bottle of red for him as well, so if Ross is listening, he'll make sure you turn up with a red. But yeah, he's got to do his due diligence and get around the teams, and hopefully Lockie ends up staying with us. But we understand the situation that Lockie's in with his family, etc. So whatever will be. But that's the landscape of the AFL at the minute.
So what are the other meetings that Lockie's got?
I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Oh, that was very handy. We appreciate that. Thanks, Danny. You let that slip out. Are you comfortable around friends?
I think Essendon's been mentioned, hasn't it? So we'll stick with Essendon.
Okay, we'll stick with Essendon.
How good's that? So it was reported during the week he was going to meet with St Kilda and Ross Lyon on Friday night, which is tonight, so I hope they're having a great time at dinner. And then Danny Daly just said he's got a couple of meetings this weekend, so a couple obviously means more than one. Chris Fagan was asked about the scenario post-game as well about Lachie Neale, and this is what Chris had to say.
No, look, I'm okay with that, because Lachie Neale's he's a free agent, and he's had a fair few things going on in his life, and he's got to be able to deal with those going forward. It's not just from a domestic perspective, but I guess financially as well. So he's got to explore his options. Old-fashioned me I wouldn't like it, but I've come to accept that that's the modern game. And the thing about it is, the only thing I really care about is that he's okay himself and that he plays well for the team, and he's doing that. So what he does in terms of his career going forward is really the ball's in his court. He knows that we want him to stay and be a player at our footy club, but he's free to explore his options, and I'm cool with that.
So there's clearly a financial component that's attached to this for Lachie Neale. It's probably going to be as big a contract that he's had in his career at the back end. That's obviously not on offer for him to stay at the Brisbane Lions, given the cap squeeze that's going on there. There were early thoughts that he could go to Western Australia and play there, or in his native South Australia, given he's from there. But Victoria looks like the likely landing spot. Is there a team, Joel, that you think he'd fit best, whether it's, I think, the Saints, the Pies and the Bombers are the three clubs linked to him the most closely?
Well, it's a pretty unique circumstance, isn't it? I mean, probably haven't been, in the past, players haven't been as open as they are talking to other teams. And, I mean, Danny Daly said it himself that obviously clubs do it and they meet with players. So, I mean, I'm all for it. I think there should be more transparency around that, and the players have got to look after themselves and get the best deal. So I think he's well within his rights to do that. In terms of teams, I mean, there's so many things that he'd be thinking about now. Obviously, like you said, family, location, contracts, price, how much, what he's going to get paid and where that club's currently at. Like most of these guys, I'm pretty sure Lachie Neale doesn't want to go to an Essendon and lose for the next 3 years. So I think that's going to be a big part as well. Even if they could get a bigger contract, I don't think that stacks up for him. I think these guys want to finish their career and be successful. Obviously, money has a little bit to do with that, but I'd say he's erring more towards a Collingwood or someone like that and finish his career in a good situation.
How would it play in the dressing room, do you think? If someone comes out and says, hey, by the way, guys, I'm 100% all in, you can see that in the way the guys like Neale and Butters are playing, but at season's end, I'm off to another state.
I think if you perform, as Chris Fagan said, if you perform, it's okay. I think it shows the maturity and the confidence that Lachie Neale has in his game that he can still perform and put out those really good performances week in, week out. If he was struggling, we saw a few guys over the last few years that struggled with these big contracts hanging over their head and how they perform. But, at the end of the day, if you can back it up, I think you can walk the walk, you can talk the talk.
Could you see it becoming less taboo? The idea, we know about Lachie Neale's personal circumstances and why I guess it works in this scenario and what he's achieved so far in his career as well. But could you see it becoming a less taboo thing, a more common thing that players might make their... obviously it has to change the entire process, the way clubs deal with players as well, as far as who they're chasing. But could you see it becoming a different thing in the future?
I think it will. I mean, most other, sporting organisations and codes, it's pretty open and transparent. I mean, they're signing contracts 2 years down the track for other clubs.
Well, but rugby league fans would say, for example, that knowing a year and a half in advance isn't a good thing either. So there's probably a balancing act to get right. Back half of the year, we know that there's a couple of big names that may change clubs next year, and I suppose that's just part of what we have now.
No late change here at the SCG tonight. Joel Patfull alongside Brett Sprigg. My name's Corbin Middlemass and Mark Murphy to join us throughout the night. No late change ahead of the Swans and the Bulldogs. Sydney did enough of that on Thursday night. They made 6 changes, would you believe, to their lineup. A Sydney side has not made that many changes for 15 years from one week to the next. 4 of them were forced. And then 2 guys lost their place in the team in Roses and Boss. We'll tell you more about that as we work our way through. But for now, let's kick it down to the Western Bulldogs camp and Declan Burns downstairs. Declan.
Thanks, Corb. Yeah, I'm down here with Brendan Lade, the midfield coach for the Bulldogs. Brendan, let's start with Tim English. There's a few reports that he had a sore back. We know how important he is to your team and how your winning percentage skyrockets. How close was he this week?
I know, he got through training on Wednesday back in Melbourne and got through yesterday here in the little captain's run we had. So he's ready to go at the moment and hopefully it's all good.
We've seen some funny second ruck options this year. Who's going to help him out tonight in that department?
We have a fair few options. We've got Lobby in the side, obviously. We've got Jordan Croft that plays on a wing that can do a bit. And you saw a couple of weeks ago, he used our midfielders for periods. So, look, we'll keep mixing it up and keep trying to find a mix that works for us.
Speaking of sore players, Bontempelli at times this year has looked super brave. He's been hobbling through. You see more than most of him. Give us an idea of the extent of just how banged up he is in 2026.
Look, he's a lot better now. He's nearly back to full health now, and at that period, probably 4 or 5 weeks where he was pretty sore and maybe should have taken 1 or 2 weeks off, but we weren't winning games. He's the captain of the club and wants to lead, so he put himself out there and put the team first, and he got through, and we're seeing some good fruits of that now because he's playing quite well.
What's that conversation like? Are you having to convince him to have a rest and he's saying, no, I want to play?
We've had a few situations like that this year with Norton, Richards, Bond as well. Just pushing the envelope really with their bodies and just trying to do everything they can for the team to help us win.
One of the keys tonight to help you win will be Charlie Curnow, who kicked 7 earlier on in the year. What's the plan tonight? You had a few outs last time. I think it was O'Donnell and Lobb didn't play. What's the go tonight at trying to curb not only him but the other tools in the Swans team?
Yeah, we have a similar method down back like we always do. Even that game, that wasn't really on Buka. That was on the midfield and the forwards, not putting enough pressure on up the field. So it's on us to make sure the pressure's good. There's no clean ball. Sydney going to try and come through the corridor as much as they can, as we know, and it's a small ground, so he can get out the back fast. He can. Hopefully get enough pressure so Buku can do his job well.
You've been really good away from home this year. I think 3-1 outside Victoria. What is it about this group and what you've got going on that once you get on the plane, things seem to hum?
I think every side says it. It's good to get away as a group and be together for longer periods. We come up yesterday morning, and trained here at lunchtime. So they've had over a day by themselves, with themselves. So it's just, I don't know, we play well on the road and we know exactly what we've got to do.
Let's talk big picture. You're a senior assistant coach. You've been in the game for a few years. There's 3 coaching slots up for grabs, and you were talked about this week in the Carlton circles up for that job. Did you have your interview this week?
I've had a chat with a couple of senior guys there, and look, out of the respect of the process, I won't go any further. They'll make some calls in the coming days and weeks of what happens in the next phase, and we'll go from there.
How do you see the 3 jobs? Is there one that, looking from the outside, you sort of think that one appeals to me or that one doesn't?
They've all got their positives and negatives, obviously. But mostly when people are looking for a new coach, there's problems there. So you're normally walking in here trying to fix an environment or a culture or the way they play even. So that's exciting for a new coach, whoever gets it, and hopefully I'm one of them.
I've heard from a lot of assistant coaches about just how busy it is day to day. If you add on doing a job interview, how do you juggle that in terms of doing all that prep for what could be a life-changing role, but also the day-to-day of your job at the Bulldogs?
Yeah, I've been in a few processes lately, so I've got my presentations all up to scratch and ready to go. So just got to change a few things with logos and whatever else. But no, it's mostly ready to go, and you prepare as best you can and find out as much about that club as you can and use that.
Yeah, what's the biggest lesson you've learned out of being in other processes?
You just got to be yourself. If you try and be someone you're not, you'll never get picked. And if they're looking for someone like me, well, that's great. If they're not, move on to the next opportunity.
You work with a guy called Luke Beveridge very closely, who's had an amazing run here at the Bulldogs. Is he someone you can lean on, or is that a bit of an awkward situation? Can you ask him questions for advice about seeking that head coach role?
No, I did last year with the Melbourne thing. He gave me some really good advice, and I used most of it, and probably a couple I didn't, which were probably points why I didn't go any further. So he definitely knows what he's talking about, Bevo, and I'm happy to listen to whatever he tells me.
Can you give us one little morsel he told you about that process and what you can offer?
Look, his big one was just around stories and experiences you've had along your journey, and sharing that with the people that are interviewing you. So they get a bit of a heads up of who you are and what you've done, and then they can make a call.
Last one here at the SCG, the Bulldogs have been pretty good. I think it's 5-3 over the last decade or so. What is it about this ground and coming to Sydney that you think your team suits?
We're a really strong contest side, and you have to be good in the contest here. If you're not, you get beaten quite easily. Sydney have been like that for years. The corridor movement's a big one. We think we've got some good threats in our attack as well. So ability for us to get the ball inside 50 fast is, we can score as well. The flip side is we've got to stop them, but we play well here because we're good in the contest and we're generally a high-pressure side.
Well, good luck tonight and going forward for yourself as well. We appreciate your time on ABC Sport.
Thanks for having me.
So there is Brendan Lade speaking downstairs with Declan Byrne a short time ago. One of many assistant coaches who have a busy period. Joel, we know he's one. There's been 5 other reported names so far in the mix for the Carlton job alone, and then 2 other teams in Essendon and Tasmania are also needing to find senior coaches. So busy time for our top coaches in the game.
There is, and there's a few handy candidates out there, isn't there? We're just talking offline about who that could be and what that could look like, but a few processes going on behind closed doors.
It'd be interesting to see how they go. And I mean, the clubs always say, hey, they can walk and chew gum at the same time and everything else. But when you got this process going on, understandably, it would be a big distraction. There's only 18 jobs in the country. You get the opportunity to fulfil your coaching dream and become a senior coach, while trying to keep one eye on what is a pretty busy weekly task, being an assistant coach and coding film and taking care of all the weekly responsibilities.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're huge jobs and huge roles that they take on. So the amount of work they'd be doing, and Brendan Lade talked about having his presentation up to scratch, and they'd be doing that off time as well, behind the scenes, and making sure they're all ready to go and presenting well to these footy clubs. So there's a heap going on, and like you talked about, that Essendon role as well. It's such a big club and so much speculation about who that could be. So there's so much pressure behind the scenes as well.
Joel Papfel, the dual best and fairest winner, with us all night long here on ABC Sport. It is Friday night footy, the Swans and the Bulldogs. It's also, by the way, the first leg of a dual-site double-header. So over in Perth tonight, the West Coast Eagles are hosting Adelaide. So there is coverage of that game. You can find it through ABC Listen. So both the AFL and AFL Extra buttons in action tonight, and you can toggle between the two. We'll keep you updated updated with the score, but if you want to listen to the play-by-play descriptions in its entirety, you can find it streamed through ABC Listen for the Eagles and the Crows. A couple of other headlines out of the day. Harry Dean, one of the Rising Star favourites, he's got a cut to his hand and he won't play in Carlton's fixture up against Richmond. Meanwhile, for Hawthorn, their All-Australian defender Josh Battle had his appendix out during the week and he is out of Hawthorn's game up against Melbourne, which is tomorrow at York Park in Launceston. There's no late change here. The Swans and the Bulldogs. The preview continues next. The chairman of the Sydney Swans, Andrew Pridham's going to join us 5 minutes away from that. But for now, it's news time.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. Embattled Victorian Liberal MP Moira Deeming will remain an election candidate for at least another 2 weeks until there's an outcome from her legal challenge. Here's Natasha McFarlane.
The state executive of the Victorian Liberal Party was set to meet this evening and decide whether it would retain its candidate for the Western Metropolitan region. It follows an allegation by Moira Deeming that has been dismissed by police that she was assaulted by colleague Matthew Guy. She later refused to apologise. The MP was today seeking an injunction to prevent the meeting from going ahead. During a hearing in the Supreme Court, the Liberal Party agreed to wait for an outcome of Mrs Deeming's legal challenge before potentially disendorsing her. The one-day trial will be held on July 17th.
The WA government has announced the statue outside Perth Stadium of former WA footballer Nicky Winmar will be removed after he was found guilty of assaulting a woman in northern Victoria last year. Winmar, who's Indigenous, spent more than a decade playing for St Kilda in the VFL and AFL. A photo of Winmar raising his Guernsey and pointing to his skin in response to racial abuse from fans in 1993 was immortalised by the statue, unveiled in 2019. WA Premier Roger Cook says violence against women is never acceptable, and he believes it's no longer acceptable for the statue to stand. A long-awaited anti-corruption report into the Firefighters Union and the Victorian Labor government could be released within weeks after the union suffered a defeat in court. Richard Willingham reports.
The union and its secretary, Peter Marshall, had attempted to block the release of IBAC's Operation Richmond in the Supreme Court, arguing the Anti-Corruption Commission's investigation was conducted outside its powers. The court disagreed, but IBAC has given an undertaking to not publish its findings for at least 2 weeks, while the union considers an appeal. The investigation examined allegations of corrupt conduct involving the UFU and the then Andrews government during an EBA dispute in 2016. The report was finalised in 2022, but has been delayed by multiple secret legal challenges.
An invasive species expert is predicting a deadly bird flu strain will have substantial impacts on Australian wildlife. 5 confirmed cases of H5 avian influenza have been detected across Western Australia and South Australia, and testing is also underway for 2 more suspected cases in WA and New South Wales. The CEO of the Invasive Species Council, Jack Goff, says the strain has already dealt serious damage to animal populations overseas.
We don't yet have any evidence of mass mortalities in wildlife or any transmission away from some of these individual seabirds, but I expect that that's not going to be too far away, and that's where it's good that governments are prepared, but it is going to be a numbers game for our wildlife in terms of impacts. It's been pretty devastating overseas.
Police in New York say a man has died after setting himself on fire near the United Nations headquarters. Activists have identified him as Tibetan Logbarangzin, who had launched a live appeal for Tibetan independence and unity. It follows China's introduction of a new ethnic unity law, which gives Beijing the legal basis to take action against people outside its borders. Former West Coast Eagles star Adam Hunter's grieving best mate has penned an open letter to AFL leaders calling on them to act on the degenerative brain disease CTE. Maya Navarra reports.
You have failed him, is Dave Andrews' stark warning to the AFL Commission, which he's pleading to better inform its players of the risk of CTE. The disease is linked to repetitive hits to the head, and a recent Four Corners investigation has revealed 33 Australian rules players have now been diagnosed with it. Hunter was suffering from CTE when he died last year, aged just 43. And Mr Andrews says more must be done to protect current and future footballers. The AFL maintains that player health and safety is the code's highest priority.
Socceroos legend Robbie Slater expects head coach Tony Popovic to stick to his tactics so far in Australia's crucial World Cup round of 32 match against Egypt. Kick-off in Dallas is at 4 a.m. tomorrow Eastern Standard Time, with all eyes on the fitness of Egypt's captain and Liverpool legend Mo Salah, who's had a hamstring injury. Robbie Slater says he expects the Socceroos to play more of a passive game.
We will sit back, which means we will allow the opposition, as we always do, more possession than we have, and we like to hit them on the counter-attack. So for the listeners, please remember the Turkey game. That's the way we want to play.
A few isolated showers in Victoria tomorrow, with some more snow showers above 1,300 metres. And in Melbourne tomorrow, a shower or two with a top of 14. On Sunday, cloudy 14, and then sunny conditions on Monday. Right now, it's 11 degrees.
The crowd ready to witness some history.
The Wallaby Gold is back.
He's got 50 to run. Max Jorgensen is going to score for Australia.
ABC Sport is your home of the Wallabies this month.
And Australia wins the Test match.
Tune in for every home test on ABC Listen. Just look for the ABC Sport Extra button.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
The well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can.
It's from 45 on the run.
And they've made it 6 in a row.
What a goal. Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie. Want it down. Socket off the ground by Will Ashcroft. He's a freak. That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The high-flying Isaac Heaney and his Sydney Swans up against the top dog Marcus Bontempelli and his Western Bulldogs. It is a treat on a Friday night. The two highest-rated players, according to Champion Data, in the game as it stands currently. Heaney, Bontempelli on imposing teams. Friday night footy, round 17 from the SCG. There is no late change. The whole gang's here. Mark Murphy's going to join us in just a moment. Corbin Middlemass alongside Brett Sprigg for the call. Joel Papful, the dual best and fairest winner from the Brisbane Lions and the GWS Giants. And Declan Byrne on the boundary for the full call tonight on what is a clear evening in Sydney. Got to 19 today. It's going to drop to 13 during game time. But 0% chance of rain, so that's good news for the Swans and the Bulldogs. I'm pleased to say the chairman of the Sydney Swans, Andrew Pridham, has been good enough to join us right here off the top on the back of the news. Andrew, appreciate your time.
Well, great being here.
Thank you for stopping by. It's a big night for the club. It is your annual Pride game. It must be said this is a rescheduled game. You were originally meant to play against the Saints, and you've moved it to a Friday night fixture against the Bulldogs. Why was that the right call?
I think it was the circumstances. The Pride game's been really successful, important to us. We started it back in 2015, I think, against Freo, and it's been with St Kilda ever since. And I think a few well publicised circumstances to do with St Kilda, and we ran out of time to get the game to do it to the standard that we need to do it to really celebrate the Pride community. And the Bulldogs have been fantastic, and they were happy to participate. So here we are.
Were they disappointed, the Saints, that they were moved off the date?
I think it was a very mutual thing. I just don't think they were ready to make the decision about what needed to be done to actually activate these games. You can't just have a game and say it's going to be a Pride game if you actually don't do the work and activate it. And I just don't think they were in a position to do it. And the Rainbow Swans, who are our fanatical Pride supporter group, I think they were also pretty keen to see the Western Bulldogs as our opponent.
While the partnership has been going on with the Rainbow Swans and the Pride game, and the credit to the Swans for the work that you've done in this space, particularly at AFL level. We know in the AFLW there's a whole pride round and every club gets involved and participates in that. Not quite the same way in the men's competition. But the thing that's always come back at the Swans and been levelled at you is the criticism and the partnership with Qatar and the fact that, state-owned airline where, clearly the country's views on same-sex marriage, on queer issues has been well documented. I notice you're no longer partnered together. Your chief executive has obviously changed since last year as well. Are the two things connected? Am I reading too much into that since Matthew Pavlich has taken over and he's been a strong advocate for this, that the relationship with Qatar has ended?
You're reading way too much into it. Qatar was a fantastic partnership. We had it for a long time. I think they're regularly ranked as the number one airline in the world. They're a fantastic airline. They were the sponsor of the Soccer World Cup, so they're a pretty big deal in world business as an airline, and we had a great partnership with them, which just came to an end for a number of reasons. I think they had other focuses, particularly given what's been going on in the Middle East. So that was something that they decided that they didn't want to continue at the same level of partnership. And fortunately, we have fantastic corporate support, and we had really a number of corporate partners lining up to take the assets, and one of them being Iron, who have taken over most, but not all, of the Qatar assets. So it was an easy transition. And yes, there was criticism about our partnership with Qatar and given our support of the Pride community. But our view has always been that football is for everyone, and it would be hypocritical not to support, for us to decide that one group is more important than another. So we try and work with people as long as they're decent people and support what they want to do, and we'll equally support Qatar when they were a sponsor as we would the Pride community.
Yep, there wasn't a conflict between the two. It wasn't a moral thing as to.
I think some people probably thought that it's easy to level claims of hypocrisy, but the reality is there are a lot of people who aren't happy that we have a Pride game, and we're not going to listen to that, because we believe football's for everyone, and we want to support the fans who love our club, and welcome people to the game. So we're not in the business of choosing winners and losers. An airline is a legitimate business. So we were happy to have them as a corporate partner. They're no longer a corporate partner.
How are your mates across town going, the Giants? Are you on good enough terms with them at the moment?
Very good terms. I haven't seen them for a while, so I think we're playing them in a few weeks. Yes. No, we have a great relationship with the Giants, and we're really looking forward to playing them in a few weeks, and I'm sure it'll be a pretty aggressive game.
It's pretty unusual, isn't it, that the AFL are going to sit in on the CEO search at GWS? Do you have a lens on that as the president of the other team, or the chairman of the other team in town, to think that's interesting that the AFL are going to be there at the pointy end of their interviews in their CEO search?
Yeah, looks like that was obviously something that the Giants board wanted to happen. I can only assume that they're happy for it happened to benefit from the expertise of the AFL. The president of the Giants is relatively new to the role as well, and I think the AFL can bring a lot of expertise in terms of identifying what's needed, because obviously the Giants have a big role in terms of game development in Western Sydney, which they do a power of work, and I think the AFL have very aligned interests with them.
So what do you think is needed? Like, is Sydney? We look at it. I mean, I'm a West Australian who now lives in Victoria, but it's a big place. I lived in Sydney for 2 years. There's lots of people obviously live here. Home to over 6 million people. And yet it feels like at times we sort of hear some of this narrative that, it's not a big enough place for two teams, for example. Can the two of you coexist? And for it to work, what do you need from them? What do you think would make the Giants a great team in the city to co-tenant this place with you?
Co-tenant?
Sorry, bad terminology.
Very bad.
Share the city, sorry, is what I mean, not the SCG.
Well, we're not here to share the city with anyone. But Sydney is ours. We are the Sydney Swans. We've been here a long time. Look, the Giants have got a really important role in Western Sydney, and I think it's a very, I've said this many times, it's a very difficult market, and at the end of the day, and Joel will know this, their real focus is winning football matches, and they've been very successful on field, very consistent, and that's a credit to them. The game development aspect is very difficult. Western Sydney is a very complex market. They've done a great job in Canberra, and I think that's something that I've always said. I think that's a real win for the AFL because Canberra with Canberra Raiders had very much moved to rugby league, and I think the Giants have helped pull that back. We work with the Giants, despite often the narrative that we're arch enemies. We're arch enemies when we play them. I never wear anything orange, I can tell you that. But other than that, we get on pretty well with them, and I hope they don't win another game this year.
Just on that competitive sports market you occupy, Peter V'landys believes he has the most valuable product in Australian sport, and technically he's right with the TV rights deal. Ours are still 4 or 5 years away in the AFL. How important is that, or otherwise, that the code has bragging rights as far as the most valuable, richest sport in the land?
Look, I think Peter V'landys, he's never to be underestimated. Rugby league is a very, very strong game, and I think many people in Melbourne in particular, certainly the southern states, they underestimate the strength of rugby league. They've got a great product. They've got, obviously, the state of origin. Their women's game's going really well. They've been very innovative with things such as Las Vegas. It is a television sport. Obviously, their attendance numbers pale into insignificance compared to the AFL. The bragging rights aspect, that's clearly a big focus for the NRL, and they have sort of a Trump-esque approach to publicity and media management. They do a great job at it, and I think in many ways they do a better job than we do. We think we can learn something from them, perhaps inject a bit more colour into the media in terms of what the clubs do and the AFL do. But, we, as a club, the Sydney Swans, we coexist with the NRL. We have a great relationship with the Roosters in particular. And I think we can coexist, so it doesn't bother me what the headline numbers are.
Andrew Pridham with us, the chairman of the Sydney Swans pre-game. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. No late change ahead of the Swans and the Bulldogs. John Longmire, of course, the premiership coach of the Sydney Swans, only recently departs as your senior coach. He's still on the books, though, isn't he, at the Sydney Swans in some capacity. There are 3 clubs clearly looking for a senior coach. His name, understandably, is linked with all of them. If he came to you and said, hey, I want to be a senior coach again, would he have your blessing to walk out overnight and go and do that?
Well, I'm not sure if this is public, but he's actually about to publish a book, so he's not just on our books, he's writing books, he's an author. John, I'm very good friends with John. We spend a lot of time together. He has done a fantastic job with a new business venture we have called the Sydney Swans Institute, which is a leadership program which we have corporate clients, government clients, schools, partnerships with local footy clubs, coaching junior coaches. So he's really invested in that, and he's really excited about it. Ultimately, John's a grown-up. He's been at the club for 25 years. If he wanted to do something else, he would have our absolute blessing. But I think all I can say to you is I know he's very, very happy with what he's doing right now.
Do you have any idea when Tassie are going to be given their permanent licence?
I don't, other than it's going to require that the stadium is locked in, and that's sort of the next threshold issue that's got to be resolved.
Yep. What's your understanding on where that's at?
What's in Hobart? I don't know where it's at. I don't know.
Do you have any concerns about how it's all going?
My views have always been, I've been very happy to give them over the past. I think having a team in Tasmania is fantastic. It's a football state. I think it will be fantastic. My concern has always been over the finances. Hobart in particular, has a relatively small population, small corporate sector. So that I'm being a business person, I always worry about the numbers. Are they going to stack up? The infrastructure required is very substantial. I think it will. When the infrastructure is in place, it'll be a great thing for Tasmania, I must say. But my concern is always that as a game we don't stretch everything too thinly. There's obviously a number of clubs that can only operate with the AFL's financial support. We have the AFLW game, which is requiring financial assistance as it grows. So we just don't want to stretch ourselves too thinly and find that we have to start cutting back in places. That's always my fear.
Yep. But your understanding is 2028 will be the start point. You're not...
I have heard nothing other than it's on track to commence, yep.
The fixture was discussed recently at the CEO's meeting, all these big picture ideas about what the fixture is going to look like when Tassie enter the competition and different amount of games and a lot of fun ideas as part of that. The short term, though, so opening round next year, what is it going to look like for the Swans after, obviously, the Northern States have had a hold over that for the last 3 seasons?
Yeah, well, you wouldn't want the Northern States to have the hold over too many things. So it's too much of an advantage, apparently, playing in the first week of the season. And who'd want to travel week 1? Hello to all the Victorian clubs that don't travel again this year, by the way, if they're listening. Look, the opening round, my understanding is it will be broadened so that most, if not all, clubs will play. I'm hopeful that we'll play the first game. It's really important to us to launch the season in Sydney. The reality is that the headquarters of all the major media organisations is in Sydney. It really awakens the northern markets where 52% of the population live, where all of the growth is going to be in the game. It's a really important initiative for us. Ever since we've done it, our membership has grown, our attendances have grown. So it's very important to the northern clubs. I've never had a problem if it's tinkered with over time.
Yep.
But if it's diluted to the point where it's nothing more than it's called opening round and everyone plays in it, then I think we'd be looking for some other opportunities to showcase New South Wales and Queensland, a la the gather round and those sorts of things.
So if it's opening round and everyone plays, but the Northern States get the marquee slots on the Thursday, Friday night, would that work?
Look, I think one of the important things is actually the season launch, where the media, it's really a media event. I think having that in Sydney is really, really important because otherwise it's very difficult for us, the northern clubs, to get coverage, particularly in the Telegraph, for example, Courier Mail. It's dominated by rugby league at that time of the year when their season's already underway. So we need to have something that awakens the market. I think if that's where it ends up, I reserve judgment. I hope it works. But we need as much help as we can get.
Andrew Pridham, the chairman of the Sydney Swans. Andrew, appreciate you being so generous with your time. Just one last one, back where we started. So, Pride game tonight, you've got a custom banner with the Guard of Honour, which the teams are going to make their way through, and the Western Bulldogs participating as part of that. We've got a joint banner tonight, which is great to see. So, it's got the Pride flag on it and both the logos for the Sydney Swans and the Western Bulldogs, with everyone is welcome is the key message on the banner. Andrew Dillon, it's clearly been one of his things since he's come over as the CEO, as he wants to try and stamp out homophobia in the game, and particularly on field in the men's competition. We've seen this almost broken windows theory to punishments for players that use homophobic language and multiple game suspension, which has obviously played out over the last couple of years. You work very closely with the Rainbow Swans and with the queer community in and around footy. Is it the right approach? Is it easier, do you think, for people that are part of that community to attend the footy today than it was 3 years ago before this system came in?
I think so. I mean, I think when you spend time, which I spend quite a bit of time with members of the Rainbow Swans and the Pride community, the gay community in Sydney, it is a large community, particularly in the immediate surrounds of the SCG. I know so many people in that community who are rusted on football fans who you'd think that they wouldn't be. But once they get to experience the game and they do feel welcome at the game, and I know that they do, and we make every effort that they feel safe and welcome. I just think it's a fantastic addition to our national sport, that they don't feel isolated. They feel they can come to the game and they can express themselves. I was even thinking of putting some glitter on my face, which was happening back at the Sellers and Collar Centre, Sydney Swans HQ earlier, but I decided against it because it obviously would clash with my suit. But they're a fantastic group of people, and we love working with them.
Andrew, your time's always appreciated. Thanks for dropping by and spending a period of time with us and chatting on ABC Sport. Good luck tonight and the rest of the way for your Sydney Swans. We might see you down in Melbourne during the spring.
Pleasure.
Andrew Pridham with us, the chair of the Sydney Swans. Great to have him with us pre-game ahead of their clash with the Western Bulldogs tonight. Corbin Middlemass alongside Brett Sprigg for the call. Joel Pampful and Mark Murphy, our experts tonight. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
There's one thing about the Sydney Swans call. When you mentioned that there with Andrew Pridham and the fact that this is a big sort of 6 weeks coming up and they seem, entrenched in that top two. So you're talking home quali, home prelim on that path to the grand final potentially, which of course they've lost 3 of those in 10 years. Hello, Murph. Nice to see you. That will be, and that was, one of those was only a year and a half ago, 2024. They lost the grand final, of course. Last year, Dean Cox's first year, they missed the finals only just with a winning record. As we get closer and each game means more and more, we're going to ask ourselves, well, what have the Swans learnt from those opportunities in winning big games? Will they be confident or will they, should I say, choke on the big stage as we edge closer to September? So they'll be there, no question. 12 wins already, of course. They'll be a part of that September action one way or the other. But we'll ask ourselves a question in these coming weeks, Joel Patfull, is have the Swans learned anything? Are they now ready to be a big game, a team that can win big games?
Well, I don't think we still know. Like we talked about earlier, they haven't beaten those top teams this year, so they haven't been tested and been able to produce when they need to. So the questions are going to come towards the back end of this season when they have those big games, when they can stand up. There's been the questions this week about their handball style of footy through the corridor. Brisbane shut that down last week, so they might have a few answers tonight, and we'll see how they go for the rest of the year.
So if you look at their, as we love to say, modern footy, if you look at their profile, as what their profile looks like, the Swans, so last 9 weeks, they are 15th in the competition for points against. So it's incredible that they have leaked as much as any team in the competition, and certainly for a side that's sitting top 2, they're not the numbers that we're used to seeing from them. They were the best defensive team in the competition through the first 8 weeks of the season, so clearly it's fallen off somewhat. And you look at their clearance numbers in particular, so clearance differential, top 6, first 8 weeks of the season, they're now bottom 4 in that particular category. So they've got a bit of work to do. And the pressure numbers are interesting. I mean, this tells a story when we get to big games. High pressure games, they've conceded almost 61 points off turnover in their 5 highest pressure games. In their 5 lowest pressure games, they concede only 35 points off turnover. So it basically makes them a 5-goal different team if they find themselves in low pressure games compared to high pressure games. And unfortunately for the Swans, the bigger games you play in, the higher the pressure. So that's something they're going to have to address. And let's see if the Dogs can bring that to them tonight as they make their way out onto the ground. Marcus Bontempelli leads them up the race. The Western Bulldogs all in the royal blue with their home jumper on tonight, the red and white hoop. They got the royal blue shorts on, and the Sydney Swans are at the bottom of the Paul Kelly race as they're going to make their way up those iconic steps here at the SCG, and they'll make their way through a joint banner. So everyone is welcome, celebrating 10 years of the Pride game between the Sydney Swans and their now rotating opponent. It was St Kilda for a period of time. It was Fremantle way back at the start. And now it is the Western Bulldogs tonight. The Saints will be part of that rotation for the next few years ahead as the two skippers are about to make contact with one another. A few of the mascots trailing in behind Callum Mills, and he's going to trot over now and reach Marcus Bontempelli as the two teams will shake hands.
I don't mind this. That meeting point that's in the middle.
Right in the middle of the ground in front of the interchange gates, and the two teams lined up alongside one another. They've got the Guard of Honour and the joint banner, which we've seen on a number of occasions in the past, ordinarily reserved for things like Anzac Day and Dreamtime, and here it is for the Pride fixture, and the Pride colours on the banner. And Marcus Bontempelli, they're going to walk through the banner, the two teams alongside one another, the Dogs and the Swans, ahead of Friday night footy. The pyrotechnics off in the background and the Pride colours. And we're ready to go for the Swans and the Dogs. We'll hit the Sydney theme song first in the background, an opportunity for us to welcome in a 300-gamer, dual best and fairest winner, All-Australian, the man who the coaches voted as the premier player in the game back in 2011. Planes, trains, automobiles, he's taken them all, but he's here. Mark Murphy in Sydney for Friday night footy. Hello, Murph.
I'm here. It's been a big build-up. Thanks, Corbin. So it's been a big day to get from Melbourne to Sydney, who would have thought, but...
Cancelled flights. Delayed flights.
And then circling around the Sydney skyline for quite some time. Just one runway to get in.
Tonight. It's a nice view, though, Murph, up there, isn't it? See the SCG, you can see the harbour.
Don't worry, I could see the SCG for a good 20 minutes up there. But
in the middle seat on the rescheduled flight?
So 28B.
Okay.
So second last, so it was nice to get off last off that plane. But anyway, good to be here.
Listen to these travelling Victorians. Seriously, they all complain. The players, the coaches, the commentators.
Unfortunately, the bloke next to me was trying to get a transfer to Wellington. And he was boarding at 6:15 and we landed at 6:10. So hopefully he got his flight. But anyway, I got into the SCG. Great atmosphere out there, out the front. It's great weather. Obviously, walked in the T-shirt, took the jacket straight off, and looking forward to tonight's game. The Bulldogs are a sneaky chance tonight against the Sydney Swans. They saw the template that Brisbane acquired last week to get the job done against the Swans. So it'll be interesting to see how the Swans can counteract that. I mean, you talked about the pressure rating and the pressure games where Sydney tend to be susceptible. So the Bulldogs know what that takes, and they've been on a roller coaster themselves, the Western Bulldogs. So I'm looking forward to seeing both sides hopefully tonight at the top of their game and get a really good view at who's going to challenge later on in September this year.
I think you and I missed the memo too. It's a pride game, and you and I are both
all black
on black. So just no colour, not in the spirit at all. But we'll try and pick that up. And as we work our way through here, the 10th annual Pride game, the Sydney Swans up against the Western Bulldogs for Friday night footy. It pits the two best players in the competition. According to Champion Data's rankings, just a little asterisk on that. Of course, we've had this debate all year long. But Isaac Heaney and Marcus Bontempelli against one another. We'll get Joel Pamphil and Mark Murphy's thoughts on that matchup. Of course, not expected to go true head-to-head throughout the night, but they are the two-star players for their respective teams. The full preview with Joel and Murph is coming up next. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Bulldogs and the Swans on deck.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
AFL.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio,
Sport Digital
and ABC Listen.
The Sydney Swans out to shore up their top two spot tonight. They play the Western Bulldogs. They've got the Dockers around the corner. And it'd be nice to look good doing it too for the Swans up against Marcus Bontempelli and his Bulldogs. The Dogs have got a good record here. They've won their last two games at the SCG. They're the only team in the competition to currently have a winning streak at the SCG. So there's something for them. The Bulldogs up against the Swans here tonight. They did meet earlier in the season. Sydney won that game by 11 goals. It was an incredible game of footy where the Dogs kicked 3 straight out of the gates. Then there was a 14-goal turnaround, and Sydney had 36 of the next 48 scoring shots. They dominated the last quarter with 25 inside 50s to 5. Charlie Curnow kicked 7. His running mates up front in McDonald and Amadi both kicked 3 each. Neither of them are there tonight, so Curnow, a little more focus on him in that forward 50 tonight. The changes, none of them, no late changes, I can tell you that. The news from the SCG on what is a clear night for footy. But 6 changes at selection for the Swans. They haven't done that in 15 years. 4 of them forced. Wicks, Amadi, Laddams, McDonald all injured. Bison, Roses lose their place in the team. In comes Roberts, Hanley, McLean, Kyle, Rampy and Corey Warner. While for the Western Bulldogs, Waitman is in. And Riley West, somewhat surprisingly, losing his place in the Dogs 23. So Mark Murphy and Joel Patfull along for the ride. The dual best and fairest winners. Corbin Middlemass and Brett Sprigg for the call. Declan Byrne on the boundary. We'll get to him in just a moment. Bont versus Heaney. It's a pretty good sell, Mark Murphy, when you've got 2 stars of the competition, 2 top 5 players head-to-head on a Friday night.
Do you think we're going to see them go head-to-head like a Fife and Dangerfield from back in the day? I doubt we'll see that. I think that both teams have the players on opposition sides to try and play a run with role. We saw a couple of weeks ago when the Bulldogs played against Adelaide and Matthew Kennedy went to Jordan Dawson. We saw how that worked out well for them, which it didn't on that night. Does Luke Beveridge go back to the well and go back to Matthew Kennedy? I think he's probably a good matchup for Isaac Heaney. Does he go down that path? Or does he go back down the path of going, well, you know what, we're just going to back in our structure and our midfield to do that job? And then I'm not sure what you think, Joel, with the matchup against the Bontempelli. Do Sydney tag? They usually do like to tag the opposition best midfielder, and would have to be probably James Jordan, wouldn't it? Or have you got someone else that you think that could play that role?
I think you're spot on. I mean, they normally do have one run with at least through that midfield, so I wouldn't be surprised if someone like Jordan does go with him and just at least have that pressure around stoppage and body work and push him in there. Heaney's the big one for the Dogs. I mean, they've got to have someone to go with him, and especially when he goes forward as well, he'll try and get that mismatch and drag someone deep. And as we've seen the last few weeks, he's been kicking the score as well when he gets up forward. So it's a big call. What that looks like, I'm not sure. Like you said, Kennedy has had that chance in the past. I think they might go with him to at least start off and give him first crack, but a big choice.
Well, the reason why they're superstars, Bontempelli and Heaney, is because they're midfielders who kick goals, and that's why they're so dangerous. And we've seen Heaney on numerous occasions this year kicking goals and being having the best on ground honours by the pure fact of his influence around the contest, but then the ability just to spread hard forward and get on the end of him. And Bontempelli at his best is very similar, and that's why they're so difficult to match up on. So I think both teams will start with a run with roll and see how that plays out. I mean, they've got different modes to try and go to, both teams, and they're both stacked through the midfield with
there's so many options in there. We saw the game Chad Warner played last week, and he went forward as well and kicked 4 goals. So there's so many. Which one do you choose? I think they go Heaney first and see how that plays out.
Do you feel, Murph, as though Sydney's game has been found out, the forward handball game? Do they have a plan B, do you reckon?
I think they do. I think sometimes you can read too much into things, and sometimes you can have a bad week. I know that Brisbane really broke them down last week and didn't make them look second-rate, but exposed them quite heavily. But we've seen Brisbane do that to a lot of sides over the last couple of years. They've won the last 2 flags, obviously. We saw the job they did on Geelong last night, so they're in pretty good form. The Brisbane Lions. So the Sydney Swans just have to get back to going, well, you know what, we're great at the contest. That makes us a great side. And on turnover, when it's in our D50, let's keep on still playing that run activity game where it's handball forward, run at all costs, handball to one another. But then the understanding that sometimes the game doesn't dictate that and you have to actually kick your way through at various times. I think they're a good enough team with a lot of experience to counteract that tonight. So it will be an interesting watch to see how the Bulldogs do approach that on the defensive end, whether they can stop them up or whether it's going to be Sydney get through the middle of the ground again.
There's one thing, identifying what you need to do and come forward and put that pressure on, but to execute's another thing as well. So obviously, you can't underestimate how good Brisbane were when they came forward and put that pressure on. But if the Dogs do the same thing and they can't slow them down, Sydney will get them out the back, and they're so dangerous when they get that ball movement going. So it's a fine line. You feel exposed when you leave that space out the back, but if they want to slow that ball movement down, they've got to press forward and try and shut down the corridor.
Off the SMS, Brett from Canberra. Get a great interview with Andrew Pridham. Very articulate and impressive speaker and supportive of his views. Thanks, Brett. Appreciate that. He's really represented the Swans publicly for a long period of time, hasn't he? He's the outspoken voice and contributes to a lot of the broader footy debate and footy conversation, representing the views of the team from the Harbour City. So thanks to the Swans. Great to have his insights with us pre-game. Your thoughts throughout the night, 0437 774 774, the SMS number. For our loyal listeners, you remember the corresponding fixture earlier in the year was the night of the Dogs premiership reunion, where Joel Hamling was in the team, actually got omitted from the Swans for that game. He wasn't even an emergency, so he was able to go and attend the reunion and have a few beers with the boys, so it was very timely for him. It was also controversial for another reason, Murph. I don't know if you recall this night.
No.
The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Oh, yes.
Marcus Bontempelli was put on top by our own Mark Murphy, despite the fact Charlie Curnow kicked 7, your former teammate. It was a little bit of a controversial one.
A little bit controversial, yeah. So, look, I've certainly haven't lived that down since then. I've actually been reminded by his brother Ed too about the fact that I didn't give him maximum votes.
I think the quote was he'll get at least 9 from the coaches. I think he got 8.
So I wasn't far off.
The full 10 went to Charlie, which I don't think there was much doubt about that. But you did cop.
Maybe I do have a sneaky bias towards the midfielders though.
Yes. So they lost by 66.
Yes. Well, it's a new game here tonight. It's Friday night football up at the Harbour City.
We'll see what we get from Murph on that front tonight. First game at the SCG for 5 Western Bulldogs tonight. But the more incredible stat is Cody Waitman is the only Bulldogs player that has a losing record at this ground. You would think, given how strong Sydney have been for the last 2 decades, just about every player from every team you think would have a losing record at the SCG, and yet there are 13 guys out there that have a winning record. The Dogs have won their last 2 games here at the SCG, including Marcus Bontempelli. He's played here 8 times, 5 wins, 3 losses. He's been part of some famous victories here at the SCG. So, for whatever reason, they don't mind coming here. They play the ground well, the Western Bulldogs.
Yeah, they certainly come here with a fair bit of confidence when you look at it like that. And I'm not sure whether the fact they play a lot at Marvel Stadium, which isn't too dissimilar to what this size of ground is, that they can easily translate the way in which they like to move the football and operate in. So it's a good winning record that they've all got. So, for their sake, hopefully that continues tonight.
It's not often the top 2 team in the competition makes 6 changes, and that's what the Swans have done tonight. 4 of them forced. Callum Mills is there as he meets Marcus Bontempelli in the middle of the ground for the coin toss. We can kick it down to the boundary's edge, and Declan Burney's down there in the front row. Good evening, Declan.
G'day, team. Yeah, Callum Mills winning the toss there. So the Swans will head towards the Randwick end or the right of your radio dial. It is fresh tonight. There's a lot more scarves and beanies that we've seen here at the SCG. So I always go to the feels like on the weather app. Feels like 9 degrees down here. Might expect a bit of dew, but the crowd are coming in. Andrew Pittam reckons because of school holidays maybe a bit less. We've been averaging about 40,000. They are in pretty good numbers so far. We'll see if they come in late. But yeah, the teams are set to go. We are good to go. And shout out to Jake Lloyd as well tonight, who becomes the 6th most games holder for the Swans. Overtakes our own Ryan O'Keefe in game 2, 8-7.
Well done to him. Jake Lloyd, one of the 4 members from that 2016 grand final 10 years ago, still in Sydney's team tonight. Who are you tipping, Joel? What are we in for tonight?
I'm in for a tight one tonight. I think it's going to be a bit tighter than what most people expect. I think the Swans are heavy favourites, but the Dogs have had a good run of form. We've talked about that. I think the Swans by a couple, but in a tight one.
Murph?
I've got the Bulldogs in a tight one as well. I think sometimes when you've got 6 changes, it can be quite unsettling. So I think the Bulldogs are in a tight one.
The other game tonight, by the way, you can find it streamed through ABC Listen. The Eagles and the Crows will keep you updated throughout in that fixture. But our focus here at the SCG, it is the Swans and the Bulldogs, the high-flying Heaney and the top dog Marcus Bontempelli on ABC Sport. You're with Brett Sprigg.
Grundy v English, down it comes. Heaney first hands to it, wrapped up down there by Fraser. Ball up again inside the opening 5 seconds. Middle of the SCG. Grundy paddles it away here in the path of Rowbottom. Fell there for Jake Lloyd. Head over the top. Nice work down there from Caulfield at half back here for the Bulldogs. Swans go inside 50 in the contest. McLean, second, third bite, couldn't juggle it. Down it comes to Curnow. Squeeze it away here for Fraser. Free kick for a hold going Selwood's way. The Dogs out of the right back pocket. They come beyond defensive 50. Up goes Waitman. Their only change, of course, Waitman in for Riley West, who was omitted. And it's out of bounds for a throw in at left half forward for Sydney inside the opening 40 seconds.
James Jordan, expected role on Bontempelli so far. Seeing whether or not Fraser's got the role on Heaney.
And boundary throw in. Grundy and English share it down. So English with that bad back during the week. A-OK. Fraser, who was so big the last time they played here. Hurried kick down the wing. Waitman off his knees. Got a hand pass away to Lewis, and he's tackled. The ball up on the wing. So Dogs all in the royal blue with their home jumper with the red and white hoop. Sydney in their home jumper. They're in the red, of course, with the outline of the Opera House. And they've got the rainbow colours outlining that tonight in the red shorts from the restart. Comes Cleary's way. So Sydney win it from the stoppage. High kick inside 50. Buku and Charlie Curnow to 1-on-1. Gets out the back to McLean. Hits the volley through for the goal. And Hayden McLean on his return kicks the first of the night. It's taken less than 2 minutes. Sydney won straight. The Dogs yet to score. No late change coming in. The Swans and the Bulldogs. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Joel Patfull and Mark Murphy.
We talked about the vulnerability of the Bulldogs defenders. The first high ball in, they looked a bit vulnerable, didn't they? They looked undersized, and it was actually McLean who reacted first to the ground ball as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out during the game. The Carmus has gone to Curnow, so that's a big matchup as well after he kicked 7 last time they matched up. So that's a watch.
I think we're looking too for Bontempelli, just that last 2 stoppages where he's trying to make a 2v1 against Heaney. He's got the backpack in James Jordan following him around tonight. So let's look to see the Western Bulldogs skipper trying to force a few 2v1s.
fresh off 6 goals in the VFL last week. Hayden McLean from the restart. English paddles it away here for Liberatore. Unmarked. Hand pass off to Fraser. He gets loose. High ball inside 50. The Dogs' first entry. Held back down there was Lewis by Rampy. Got the hand pass away. The veteran defender off to Roberts. They come beyond defensive 50 here, the home side. Where he is marked on the wing by Jake Lloyd. He calls the play upfield and sends it long inside 50. Curnow and Karmas in the contest. Curnow gets separation. Couldn't finish off the grab as it goes out of bounds for a throw-in. 40 around from the Swans. Attacking goal. Randwick end inside the opening 3 minutes here. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Late change in Perth. Riley Thilthorpe out. So illness, not playing for the Crows. And Billy Dowling takes his place in the lineup. So Dowling in. Out goes Thilthorpe. A late change for the Crows. That's half an hour away from opening ball up there. DeAndre throw in here. Straight down into the lap of Bailey Dale, who's tackled immediately and a ball up. Half forward for the Swans. They've kicked the first through McLean. Grundy wins the hit out. Scrap on at ground level. And throw a blanket over half a dozen of them. And the umpire calls for it. Half forward for the Swans after the Randwick end in this opening term.
The crowd still building. They had 40,000 plus crowds in 5 of their 7 home games this year, Sydney. It's an event city, as you know. Corbin Middlemass, Rowbottom held out of the footy here. Bontempelli hand pass off to Richards. The Dogs bring it downfield here from half back through the hands of Roberts. Kept alive by Matt Kennedy. Now Norton tries to shove away Roberts. Wrapped up there. He kept trying Roberts for the Swans. Kennedy retrieves it now. His kick down the line for Richards, who marks on the wing members' side. Still the Swans 1-6. Dogs yet to score. Richards, a slight retreat here as he goes back to find English on this western side logo. And now again with Fraser. Middle of the ground he goes. Deep entry inside 50. Anna with 2-on-2. Big lead from the back down there with Croft. Ball comes to ground. Mopped up there by the Swans. Chad Warner works it wide back to Roberts. They're away off half back.
So Roberts has a bounce. And now the lefty sends it down to a 1-on-1 at half forward. McLean arriving late, forced to spoil. Caulfield just sees it trickle out of bounds. A throw-in. 60 out from the Swans goal.
They've only had the 2 entries so far, the Bulldogs, but just on the way out, the Sydney Swans have got easy outlets to already look to use the ball. So on the way in, the Bulldogs players have to really turn their head and cover those outlets.
Boundary throw-in. Grundy again outpoints English, wins the hit out and will trickle back out of play. And in the end, happy to see it out, Caulfield and Warner.
They're so dangerous here, the Swans, with Brodie Grundy. These forward half the ground stoppages. He looks to try and get the hits wide and long and outside the bubble for the running players like Warner and Heady to run onto.
Also Mark Murphy alongside Joel Patfull. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Back in it comes. Grundy in front. Down to Goulden. Hurried kick inside 50. Cleary watched it there with the contest with Selwood. Out the drop again. The Dogs have numbers. It comes here away to Cooper Hines. They bring it off half back. And it's with Bailey Dale who marks back with the flight and now gets some run going on that outer side of the SCG. Swings it infield here for Croft. Couldn't mark. Got some pressure from Blakey. Now Rampy off to Heaney, who's all by himself. Sends the hand pass wide. Back to the Lizard. Blakey goes inside 50 once more. Curnow gets better separation this time and marks in the left forward pocket. And a tight angle, 25 from goal.
Just a real difference in the way in which Sydney defend their inside 50s on the way out. So on the way out then, the Bulldogs had the opportunity to try and use the ball through the corridor, but every outlet was covered. So they just had to try and force something that wasn't probably there. And Sydney get the turnover as a result.
Kicked 7 goals last time they met and wasn't the ABC's best on ground. Here's Charlie Curnow from the angle. Opens it up here. Good start. He's got his first and the Swans second. 2 straight 12, the Dogs yet to score. 6.5 gone in the opening term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Joel Patfull and Mark Murphy.
Well, it's from turnover, wasn't it, Murph? Like you said, the Swans closed that outlet. And the ball went on the way back through. There's plenty of space inside 50. Those Swans forwards are doing well at isolating, creating that space. Look at Buku. I'd love to see his positioning and where he started here. He loves to play in front, which is what he did a lot the last time they played. Curnow got him out the back. Unfortunately, on a quick turnover, there's not much you can do, but he's going to have his hands full. If they keep turning the ball over in such a dangerous position like that, there's not much you can do.
It's hard to stop when you're going for that inside kick and you turn the ball over on the logo on the centre wing. It's hard for your defenders to try and get assertive positioning or change up the way in which they're going about it. But you're right, last time he played in front, got 7 kicked on him, so he's got to probably change that up.
Joel Patfull and Mark Murphy on ABC Sports. Swans by 12. Heaney overruns it. Sanders wins it. Handball away towards Bontempelli. Shoots goalward on the run. Puts it out on the full. No score.
Probably had a bit more time than the Bonnie. Needed to probably steady up. He just found himself in so much space, and very rarely when you're playing midfield, especially when you're Mark Spontebelli, you've got 10 metres of space when you're running out, looking to kick a goal inside 50.
7 minutes in, 12 points to zip. Swans the only team to have scored so far.
Tom McCartan drives it long beyond defensive 50. Karmas in front of Curnow, spotted away, still in the field of play for the time being before it's run out of bounds by Jai Sarong. That right half forward to the Bulldogs.
Many Dogs fans on the plane, Murph, from what you saw?
No, they were probably too late, I reckon, if I remember.
At a certain point when they say, your rescheduled flight's going to be 7:30, you go, well, what's the point? 8 minutes played here. Swans 2 straight. Dogs yet to score. Grundy's hand pass away here in the path of Richards, brought down by Jordan, who's closely guarding him. The ball goes out of bounds for a throw-in. You mentioned the lack of jumper clash, Corbin. There's a couple of correspondents loving that. Isaac and Phil off the SMS, both loving the colour rush with the red and the blue.
So all great sporting rivalries, red versus blue. And we got it on display tonight as the Rucks share it down and back out of play again. Boundary throw-in, 60 metres out for the Dogs' goal at the Paddington end. It's an iconic sporting venue, of course, at SCG. Turf looks tremendous tonight. It's in great nick for Friday night footy. Lobb and Grundy go at it, so Lobb giving English a chop out, palms it down. Bontempelli soccers it forward. Richards collects, low trajectory kick, and Roberts drops in front of Norton, takes the intercept mark, puts pace on the ball immediately. Handball to Cunningham, now to Mills. He kicks out wide, and in front of the green-roofed grandstands, Jake Lloyd jumps in and takes the mark right half back for Sydney.
Career game 287, as Declan Bird mentions. Overtakes Ryan O'Keefe on the all-time list into 6 with the Swans. Kicks down the line here. Made Hamling work in the forward half and now brings down Selwood for a ball up against the benches on the members' side of the SCG. Wait for the Rucks to arrive. Grundy and Lobb. Heaney waiting for it as well. Grundy keeps it alive here. Lobb goes with him. And he can't tunnel it away here. He's wrapped up down there by Luke Kennedy. Sorts the ball up again.
That's a big job. Luke Kennedy just with Heaney moments ago at the stoppage there. As Heaney ducks off the ground. Hurried kick forward from Sanders. Punched away by Blakey on the wing. Then forces it down. He's Jordan. Hand pass away to Chad Warner. High up and under down to half forward. They come from all directions. Selwood spills it. Regathers as it hits the deck. Gives it to Richards. Hand pass away to Sanders. Fumbles, lost it. Swans win it. Lloyd to Jordan. Hand pass out wide to Warner. Sydney going inside 50. Warner's kick ugly off the boot. Slides out of bounds on the full.
I was about to say, you can't fumble against the good teams like Sanders did then, and otherwise they hurt you. But unfortunately for Warner's case, then he just had a bit of a shank, didn't he, go inside 50, which is a pretty rare occurrence when he's got ball in hand.
2 goals to zip, no score. So Sydney, 2 goals to start the night. 1 to McLean, 1 to Curnow. 10 minutes in, the only score thus far.
O'Donnell's kick to the wing, spotted away by McCartan. Richards first hands to it, wrapped up down there. Great tackle it was down there by Sheldrick, and the tackler is rewarded. Swans ball at right half forward. They start to surge forward in red and white jumpers. The left footer sends it deep to the hot spot now. Cleary wants the run. Spoiled away down there by O'Donnell. Waiting for it again, Jai Sarong. Out the back, Selwood there for the Dogs. Lobb wrapped up in a 2-man tackle. Ball up, says the umpire. 40 out from the Swans attacking goal. Swans 12, Dogs 0 so far. Midway stage of the opening term. Richards from the stoppage. Hurried kick down the corridor. Is marked by the captain, Mills. Sweeps a hand pass wide off to Cunningham. One of the most experienced Swans out there. Puts them back inside 50. Caulfield in the contest with Cleary. Free kick going the Dogs' way.
Caulfield's going to get it. Contact front on in the marking contest against Caden Cleary. 12-point lead for the Swans. Cagey opening, both teams just feeling each other out. Almost a dozen minutes in. Long contest kick down the line. English and Mills in the scrap, and in the end the ball spills past them both and out of play.
Yes, it's got a bit of a weird feel about it, doesn't it? So far, not really a lot of intensity about it. You're right, just sort of both teams feeling each other out, so to speak, and no one really putting the foot on the throat so far, but Sydney have looked probably more organised around the contest.
Lobb palms it down. Here's Sanders in game 50. He's tackled, taken the ground. We'll do it all again. No late change coming in. Swans and the Bulldogs. Of course, a big night for the Swans, trying to shore up their top 2 spot. And for the Bulldogs, huge opportunity presents as one of 5 9-win teams coming into the round.
Head over at Sheldrick, locked in by Richards and Lobb. Umpire says give it to me for a ball up on the eastern wing.
Both teams just holding it in tight, aren't they? There's no one willing to knock it out, make some play, get the ball moving. It's very tight and in and under at the moment.
Swans with only 2 goals so far. Sarong, hand pass chopped off, tries again, back to Blakey. Run down by Artie Jones. He's got some kind of kick away. Squeezed toward the outer side. Cleary's been busy in the game so far, and it goes out of bounds for a throw-in on the Bondi wing. Not far from Joel Patfull's house out there. 2 straight 12, 13 gone to the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Must be nice. Good part of the world. Boundary throw-in. Lobb and Grundy go at it again. Grundy grabs it out of the ruck. Hurried kick forward, picked off by Dale. Slips out of the would-be tackle from Cleary. Kicks back to that boundary line eastern side. Sanders marks. Off he trots immediately. Not a heap up ahead. Buys himself some time and then long inside 50. That's a very good effort, and the mark to Will Lewis. That's a proper contested grab. Just held out his direct opponent. And the Sydney skipper in Callum Mills to clunk it right half forward.
Yeah, they did really well then, the Bulldogs, in terms of trying to isolate one another. And it looked like they all got a bit too high up the ground, but they were all still moving. So when you're still moving as a forward, your opponent has to go with you, and then the isolation happens. And it was actually really good forward craft just to back his backside out and protect the space.
Will Lewis to kick the Dogs first tonight. He misses 2. Way out to the right or behind. So Bonds had a look on the run, put it out on the full. Will Lewis sneaks in a behind the Dogs' first score. And Sydney 2 straight at the other end. So Sydney 2 straight 12. They lead the Bulldogs 1 behind. We're 14 minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Blakey finds Mills with a short kick from the kick out. Wide across to Sarong, who's playing defensively. He's missed just the one game so far for his new club. Cunningham brought down here. Great pressure locked in there by the Dogs. And that was Will Lewis. It comes back here for the Swans on the outer side. Here's Chad Warner. Room to bounce. Room to make a second bounce. Goes to the 50 here. Kicks to a vacant square. It might just skid through. Missing, though, near side for a minor score. So coast to coast with the Swans. 2-1-13. The Dogs are 1 behind. 15 gone to the opening term here on ABC Sport. Joel Patfull and Mark Murphy.
Yeah, there's a bit better ball movement. They're still cautious coming out of the back 50, aren't they? It's not that run and gun that we've seen from the last few weeks, so it might be a bit of a sign of what we should expect tonight.
Here's Connor Butterick, takes some ground, and then a long kick up to the wing. There's a free kick and a marking contest. It's going to Lewis. But his jumper tucked in all of that. The Dogs will continue the shift. In fact, they're going to get a fair advantage here. It's 50. And all of a sudden, Will Lewis is going to go from the defensive side of the wing all the way down to right half forward. All I can assume, Murph, is that's in the protected zone.
Must have been, yeah.
Man on the mark stands on the 50, which is as thick as I've seen it. It's got multiple stripes given the rainbow setup.
Very thick.
So you can probably get a few sets of feet on that rainbow 50 as a pass poked into the forward pocket. English can't grab it. Spills down to Luke Kennedy. Tumbles a kick goalward, misses out to the right or behind. 2-1 to 2 behinds, 15 minutes in, Swans by 11.
I'd love to see a pressure rating out there at the moment. There's not much going on, is there? It's a bit of a strange start.
Seems very open, and even then, just the kick in from Lewis, I thought it was quite a smart kick, but English was just too slow to react to try and jump onto it. There was plenty of space for him to lead into, but just a bit flat-footed.
2 teams that are strong pressure teams, the Swans and the Bulldogs. Here's Cunningham, short kick beyond defensive 50. To his skipper in Mills. That left half back. Slow build up here for the Swans. Sarong was the hero here. Last home game, Jai Sarong against the Saints. That winning goal.
This is what they've been practicing this week, the slow build up.
And they'll switch here across. Cunningham to find McCartan at fullback.
So this is plan B, Joel?
Yep.
I think so.
Instead of the rush forward handball game.
Edwards at right half back, called to play on. Kick just slides its way across here. Down to Hanley, forward of halfway. Little 1-2 punch there. Again with Corey Warner. Now it comes from Jordan. Off here back to Hanley. 50 from goal. Centering ball off the inside of the boot. 2-on-2. Strong defensive numbers there with the Bulldogs. Falls to Selwood. Head over it from Rowbottom. Held in there for a ball up. 20 up for the Swans attacking goal. It's they who lead by 11 points. 17 gone in the opening term.
Up it goes. Forward 50 stoppage for the Swans. McLean hooks it down behind. Bramble can't get a kick out of there. Selwood tried to draw a free. Tackled by Sheldrick. Not forthcoming and a ball up. McLean trying to clear the area. Straight down to Liberatore. Hand pass away to Sanders. Handball to Buku. Kicks out of defence. Up into the centre square. Through the hands of Matt Kennedy. Scooped up in all of that by McNeil. He got a hand pass out but turns it over. Mills comes up with it. Hand pass to Chad Warner. Handball away to Cunningham. Tucks it under his arm. Kicks Sydney inside 50. Lob jumps in front of Curnow. No mark. Falls down underneath. Bramble attracts a crowd. Tackled by Cleary. Pack forms and the ump says, I'll have it. Left half forward, 30 metres out from the Swans' goal.
Bramble scramble. Up it goes. Lob down to Liberatore. Sanders cuts on the inside there of Cleary. Hurried kick down the line. Matt Kennedy is there. Hand pass was a little wide there of its target, Croft. Gathered there by Shildrick for the Swans. Brought down the tackle. Sarong keeps it moving. Away here for the Swans again there with Harry Kyle. The Dogs going with it off half back. And Artie Jones in the contest with Rampy. It's off hands for a throw-in.
It's a good result there for the Bulldogs just to get that out. They had no one in their forward half of the ground, so they invested so many numbers up around the ball, trying to get the ball back going towards their goal, but just had no forwards ahead, so a good result getting a stoppage.
18 minutes played. Swans by 11 points here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. They work it forward of halfway the home side. Liberatore sees it out of bounds for a throw-in once more.
I did a Swans game in the pre-season up against the Giants, and everybody in Sydney wanted to tell me about Harry Cole, that pick 14, Swans Academy, rugby league convert, that, hey, the last goal we got that did this in Isaac Heaney turned out to be pretty good, and they got high hopes for him, Harry Cole. We get another look at him tonight as McLean palms it down, out towards Jordan. Hand pass to Sarong, surge kick forward, and here's Curnow, who stands in front and takes a towering mark, one-on-one with Karmas. And that is a real worry for Luke Beveridge and the Dogs.
It is. He's just too big. Charlie, we saw that earlier in the year when he did kick 7, but he's just too big and strong then for Karmas, and that's when you need your support of your other defenders coming across and intercepting and spoiling and making it hard for Charlie Curnow.
So Curnow to finish it off. He hooks it across the body. He's got 2. And he's kicked 9 in 5 quarters of footy this year against the Bulldogs. He is a problem for Luke Beveridge and his Dogs. The Sydney Swans 3-1-19. The Bulldogs 2 behinds. It's a 17-point buffer to the home side as we tick into time on in this opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I think you have to look at that matchup, don't you? I mean, he's clearly bigger, clearly stronger, and he's got the track record as well. So, I mean, I'd be looking at O'Donnell. I'm not sure why he didn't match up on him first. He was the one that missed last time they played, and I think he's the clear match. I mean, Rory Lobb spent time down there as well, but he's pinch hitting in the ruck as well. But if you're not going to get that support, like you said, you need a third in. If you're not going to get that, you need the strong matchup who can go toe-to-toe. And at this stage, I don't think Book is up for it.
It's already a worry, isn't it? They've had the 12 inside 50s, and Charlie's already had the 2 marks inside 50 and kicked 2 goals.
Just hit time on here in the first quarter at the SCG. The Swans with the first 3 goals of the night. They win the clearance here as well. McLean surging forward. Roberts first hands to it. Keeps it alive here. Sweeping hand pass forward. Curnow, tackled by Buku Karmas. Gets the hand pass away to Lloyd. Back to Cleary. He can snap from 30 out. Cleary just offline to the right-hand side. Quick entry. Quick score, but the wrong one for the Swans. 3-2-20. The Dogs are 2 behinds.
It was a good call out, Joel. Last time they met, just 12 of the Dogs backing up. So 13 changes from their meeting earlier this year in round 7. The Dogs work it up to the wing. There's Selwood's hand pass. Picked off. Kyle intercepts. Hand pass away towards Corey Warner. Puts it inside 50. Sheldrick to Chad Warner. There's another one coming up. Warner pumps his fist. And the Swans are in attack mode. They've kicked the first 4 of the night. Sydney 4-2-26. The Bulldogs flat-footed, 2 behinds. 4-goal buffer for the Swans, 21 minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they're just getting him outside the contest at the moment. So you look to the clearance numbers, and the Bulldogs are healthy. They're 9v7, but when the ball leaves the area, it's just Sydney's just got too many options outside the contest, and just wreaking a bit of havoc at the moment. So much space for them to work in ahead of the stoppage for the Swans. It's some real danger signs here for the Bulldogs. They're kicking away here. Sydney already had the 4 goals too, 26, with 14 inside 50, so pretty potent.
It's Warner as well on the outside. He's been pretty dangerous early as well, and him getting forward, he's so impactful on the scoreboard, so one to look out for as well. Way too much space.
28 touches, 4 goals, and a goal of the year contender against the Lions last week, Chad Warner. Another clearance here goes the Swans' way. Sheldrick's kick just sort of squibs towards half forward, picked off by Bailey Dale. His handball intercepted, though, by Gordon. Now off to Heaney. Wyatt comes here again, back here to Hanley. He goes toward the pocket and falls to Hamling. So somehow Hamling got some space on Karmas, deep at right full forward. And the former dog, of course, who won a flag with this mob 10 years ago, have a shot for goal in the right forward pocket.
You have to help me out there, Joel. I can't see a thing from here.
Yeah.
Deep right foot pocket.
There are some blind spots in this combox. He hits the post. Joel Hamlin. So a minor score here for the Swans. Look dominant early on. 4-3-27. The Bulldogs are 2 behind. 23 gone in the opening quarter.
These Brawongle stand older than you, Murph. It's been here a minute, and there's certainly, as you said, a couple of little blind spots in either corner for certain pockets for our analysts. As the Dogs work it up to half-back on the kick-out. Sanders off the back flank. Pokes his kick down the wing, eastern side, and Liberatore marks.
Pretty sure Victor Trumper used this lift as well at some stage.
25-point lead for Sydney. They've kicked the only 4 goals in the contest. Heads down the wing, Liberatore. Croft, handball in front of Waitman, doesn't take possession, knocks it away to Rampy. He's tackled dispossessed, ball comes out, trying to get a clearing kick away and all of that. He's Errol Gordon towards Sheldrick, hand pass to Corey Warner, spears a kick down the wing, McLean. Had his legs taken out from underneath him by his own teammate in Cleary. Didn't complete the mark. A pack formed underneath it, and Bramble's going to get a free kick. It certainly looked unorthodox and looks like McLean had been impeded in all of that. It was his own teammate in the contact. So right call by the umpire. Swans fans ain't happy. Sanders moves it down to half forward, and Aaron Norton, his Wimbledon headband on, takes the mark. Right time of the year for that, right half forward. Norton just tries to lay it up to English. It's over his head, and McCartan able to pick it off. Marks in the back pocket for Sydney. They lead by 25.
Quick work by Foot to find Rampy. And his swan song this year, you would think, no pun intended. Goulden goes off half-back here for the home side. Marked by Heaney. Strong grab in the company of Croft. Now called to play on Isaac Heaney. Swans lead by 25. Short kick down the line to find Grundy. Lays off the hand pass. Back to Heaney. He goes inside 50 in the McLean direction. He slides it and marks. This time he beats Karmas in the left forward pocket. 35 from goal.
That's a training drill.
Yeah, too much space, isn't there? I mean, we talked about the Dogs getting up and pressing and closing down that space, but Heaney's run through and had 2 or 3 possessions in that one chain, so they're going to lock that down.
It's a worry when you're getting hurt by what you know going into the game, and saw Warner kicking a goal, getting out the front of a stoppage. You've seen Heaney just get a 1-2 there from Grundy just by kicking it to him and running past and getting it again. So some concerning signs here for the Bulldogs.
The first goal of the night, Hayden McLean. He's got a tough one here from the boundary line, and he does miss near side, out of bounds on the full. So no score, you're on a 4-3-27. The Bulldogs are 2 behind. 25 gone the opening term. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Just keeping an eye on Charlie Curnow, who's been getting a fair bit of work done on his groin, his right leg. So he's running hot. That right leg's getting a workout. He's just getting it checked at the moment.
Thanks, Dick. As Dale goes darting away, Bailey Dale kicks in front of the boundary line on that eastern side. Pack forms and offhand spills out of play. So we'll have a throw in between wing and half forward for the Swans. Pretty cool customer had to move out of the way on that last set shot. And security guard who's got the shades on.
Looking very sharp there. Getting ready to go to the Socceroos game later.
In for a big night. Boundary throwing. Grundy palms it down. Richards trying to fight through the tackle. Took too long. Ball up. 4-3-2 behind. Swans by 25. They've kicked the first 4 goals of the game. Curnow's got 2 of them. The other game in Perth about 5 minutes away from the opening ball up there. We'll keep you updated throughout. Call available. Stream through ABC Listen. There is a late change there. The Crows in town to play the Eagles in Perth. Riley Philthorpe out. Billy Dowling takes his place in the lineup.
Up it goes here at the SCG. Croft's kick was smothered. Umpire might pay a free kick here for a hold going the way of Ed Richards. Right half back here, the Bulldogs won their last 2 games here at the SCG, including a close one around 16 last year by 9 points. He retreats back to Karmas at fullback, room to bounce, and now switch back to the members' side. Bailey Dale just clunks it in the contest with Lloyd as they try and go forward from that half-back area. Swooping through Sanders. He's paid the mark on the logo members' side. And he finds Artie Jones in some space, forward of halfway. The Dogs are surging forward now. They trail by 25 points early on. Going inside 50 with the Jones kick. Norton shoved Edwards out of the way and takes a 2-hand grab
in the left forward pocket, no more than 25 out.
Just bench pressed him out of the way then, didn't he? Just said, well, get out of the way. I'm too big and strong for you. But that's a ball movement that the Bulldogs need. They just sliced him open then, and it was the kick inside to Sanders which opened up the ground. Sydney had done a great job in covering off a lot of those outlets, but the one that they didn't, they found it.
Goals in all 15 games for him this year. 2 goals before the bye against the Saints. He misses this right across the face. He hits the behind post on the full. So no score. Still the Swans by 25. 28 gone here in the opening term. So 1 to Bont, 1 to Norton. The 2 out of bounds on the full. No score for either of those, of course. As Sydney hurriedly work it up the wing. Sarong got separation from Bramble. Bontempelli intercepts and then runs out of space. Carries the footy out of play. Throw in right on halfway.
It's a big miss, isn't it? He's going to have to be the man tonight as well. He's got a bit on him. He's got a good matchup on Edwards there. You back him in 1-on-1. Strong grab. Just need to go back and slot that one.
Will Edwards making his debut the last time these two sides met. Along with Billy Cootie that night. 2 of the 3 debutants for the Swans this season on the same night. The boundary throwing, we got a ball up at the feet of the ruckman. The other thing that happened that night was that scary Aaron Norton landing. That was that same game where he was stretching from the field and had grave concerns about his neck. Played the next week as Grundy grabs it out of the ruck. Hurried kick forward. Pumped back in the other direction by Dale. Luke Kennedy reaches for it. No mark. Ball spills down to Sanders. In the end, he coughs it up. Corey Warner has it for Sydney. Hand pass away to Heaney. Running out of room. Sweeping hand pass to Goulden. Tackled out of bounds by Bramble. And we'll have a throw in 60 out from the Swans goal. 25-point lead for Sydney. 29 minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Brett Sprigg. Declan Byrne on the boundary. Mark Murphy, Joel Patfull, our dual best and fairest winners with you tonight.
Umpire heaves it back in. Grundy spills it in the path of English. Hand pass off to Bramble. Run down by Goulden. Ball comes loose now for Heaney. He bursts inside 50. Dummies the hand pass. He might snap from 40 out. Heaney won't quite have the carry toward the square. Sport away by Donald. Comes to Roberts now for the Swans. Couldn't quite receive it there. Hanley was shoved out of the way, and now Matt Kennedy. In fact, it's Hines lays the tackle on Roberts for a ball up. 40 out from the Swans attacking goal at the Randwick end. Home side leads by 25 here at the SCG as we approach quarter time. Up it goes. English uncontested in the ruck, and now Richards just hurries the kick forward. Edwards, a one-hand grab, thought of halfway for Sydney.
They can reload. Another inside 50. 25-point lead for the Swans. Kicks it deep to full forward. McLean in the back. Curnow out the back marks. Plays on. Charlie's got 3. Oh, he loves playing these Bulldogs. On the back of 7 last start, he's got 3 opening quarter goals. And Charlie Curnow is in session here at the SCG. 5-3 to 2 behind. 31-point lead for the Swans. Half-hour mark in the opening term. Mark Murphy and Joel Patfull on ABC Sport.
Well, he's got to take the back space, doesn't he? That's 3 times they've been beaten out the back again, and it's a common theme what happened last time as well. So at some point you're going to have to reassess and think about how you're playing him, because 3 goals in a quarter is too many. And what happens when the ball movement's so free, and what's been happening tonight, your front positioning makes it a vulnerability. It's not actually a strength when the ball's moving so freely like this. So you got to reassess, and someone's got to take that back space.
It's almost like it was too close to Charlie too. So when you're not big enough as a defender, you can talk this more through. But he's just allowing himself to get locked down and pushed out of the way too easily at the moment. Carmus against Charlie.
They extend their game high lead. 31 points to the Swans. Goulden the clearance. High ball inside 50. Almost spilled in the lap of Curnow there, uncontested. And now scrapping 4 on ground level. Emerging with the football is Jordan. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Isaac Heaney hobbling after that last missed shot on goal. He's gone to full forward.
Swans with the first 5 goals tonight. Hand pass Matt Kennedy off to O'Donnell. Throws it beyond the defensive area. Middle of the ground here as Edwards puts the spoil there on Norton. Bursting by though Hines. Quick hands. Back off here for Will Lewis. Back to Cooper Hines. Unguarded square from 50 out. He's offline. And he kicks it out of bounds on the full. It hit the base of the behind post. I think they're going to confer here
got the arc here, I think.
Goal and field umpires on this Cooper Hines kick. So we'll wait on that. The Swans lead by 31 points. 32 minutes gone here in the opening term. So it's just a question of, I didn't say what the soft call was, whether it was going to be
throw in, I think.
Half volley, there we go. They've made their decision. So it will be a boundary throw in. Grundy and English in the ruck. English gets some follow-up hands to it. Shares it with Norton. Scrapping for it down there in defence, and now getting up is that man in Will Edwards. Umpire says we'll ball it up in the right forward pocket for the Bulldogs.
A crooked boundary throw-in.
Went to the other side of the goal square.
It's almost in the opposite pocket on the behind line by the time he threw it in. A boundary throw-in. From the ball up on this occasion as the pack forms at the feet of the ruck, and we'll do it all again. Repeat stoppages inside 50 for the Bulldogs. And racing the clock here too. They need a quick stoppage goal, otherwise it's a goalless opening term. Sydney got 5. The Bont to provide it. One down to him, hooks it over his head. Bounces through for a behind. And it is Sydney by 5 goals at quarter time. 5-3-33 over the Western Bulldogs. 3 behinds. So a 30-point advantage for the Sydney Swans. Curno's kicked 3. 1 for Chad Warner, and Hayden McLean kicked the first of the night. And for the Bulldogs, they've had their opportunities. Aaron Norton put one out on the full. Marcus Bontempelli now has one out on the full on the run and now a behind to add to that. And the Sydney Swans with a dominant start here in that opening term, the inside 50 count. 19-9. So that's a heavy number in favour of the Sydney Swans through that opening term. Declan, I might just kick it down to you. You mentioned Isaac Heaney on the run after that last shot at goal. He had the awkward landing. I don't know if you've got eyes on him. How's he been going?
Yeah, so he's had the trainer come out to him twice, hobbling on the right side, but he sort of shooed her away a couple of times. As I said, he went to full forward, was standing with Karmas, and then just let Karmas run away from him. So he looks like he'll get a bit of attention. He's pointing to the inside of the knee. So I'll keep an eye on it over quarter time and see how he comes out.
Thanks, Deck. We'll be back with you shortly. It is quarter time here at the SCG. The thoughts of Joel Patfull and Mark Murphy in just a moment. The Swans with the only 5 goals in the game. They lead by that margin. Sydney by 30. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Comedy, music and tricky clues.
Because Spicks and Specs is back. More music than a comedy night, more comedy than a concert, and enough trivia to impress your co-workers for weeks.
New Spicks and Specs. Back Wednesday, July 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
From the restart, comes Cleary's way, so Sydney win it from the stoppage. High kick inside 50, Buku and Charlie Curnow on a one-on-one. Gets out the back to McLean, hits the volley through for the goal. And Hayden McLean on his return kicks the first of the night.
Now Rampy off the Heaney, who's all by himself. Sends the hand pass wide. Back to the Lizard. Blakey goes inside 50 once more. Curnow gets better separation this time and marks in the left forward pocket. Kicked 7 goals last time they met. And wasn't the ABC's best on ground. Here's Charlie Curnow. From the angle. Opens it up here. Good start.
Sarong surge kick forward, and here's Curnow, who stands in front and takes a towering mark. One-on-one with Karmas. And that is a real worry for Luke Beveridge and the Dogs. So Curnow to finish it off. He hooks it across the body. He's got 2. Another inside 50, 25-point lead for the Swans. Kicks it deep to full forward. McLean in the back. Curnow at the back marks. Plays on. Charlie's got 3. Oh, he loves playing these Bulldogs.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
So he's now kicked 10 goals in 5 quarters of footy against the Dogs for the year, Charlie Curnow. Richard from Geelong off the SMS, 0437 774 774. If Charlie Curnow keeps this up, he might even get a vote in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Look, he started strong. He has started strong, and thanks for our listeners for testing that in. But he probably would have got my 3 votes in that first quarter, Charlie. So he's got to continue that on.
How many does he need to kick?
Oh, he'd have to kick at least 9.
Well, this pace especially.
He's on track for 12. He's on track for 12. But I'm not sure if you can talk through some of the positioning, Joel, from Karmas that we saw in that first quarter, because he's undersized both like height-wise and in terms of strength. So how do you think that he should play him from now on? I mean, he's getting ragdolled a little bit. He's found a bit of space on a couple of occasions, but what does he go to now?
Well, I think they did make the change towards the end of that quarter. I think O'Donnell did go to him. But, I mean, it's that front positioning, which is it's aggressive and it works when you're coming forward and you're putting pressure on the team coming through and you're slowing them up through the midfield. But as soon as they can get out in space, which is what the Swans have been able to do, they're getting out in space, they're moving the ball freely, and that makes you vulnerable out the back. And especially if you're pushing back and you don't have the strength to match in a one-on-one, it makes you extremely vulnerable in a one-on-one situation. So they're going to have to look at that. That matchup's probably the one that's got away. But, 19-9 inside 50s, you're going to be up against it as a backman at the best of times. So it's made it hard for them. But that's where they've got them. It's on the outside. Dogs have been okay in at clearance and in stoppage, in tight they've been okay. But as soon as that bowl's spread, the Swans have been too good. And so much space. It looks like they're just creating space and overlap run and inside 50. The Dogs need to get a bit more congestion back there and get at least like a 30 into the contest and try and help out some of their backs.
Yeah, they look flat-footed at the moment, the Dogs. You're right, around the contest. So you look at the clearance numbers and the contested possessions. So they're basically even in contested possessions and 2 up the Bulldogs in clearances. So it's the worry when the ball leaves the area in the bubble, and that's where the good players like Goulden and Warner and Heaney are really getting to work and getting the ball on the outside. But then the way in which the ball's being exited from Sydney, it's been too easy for them to find those uncontested marks. And then we haven't seen that real run and gun through the corridor yet, but they've just been able to maintain the ball with the kicking game. And then when they get towards the halfway point, then they handball and cut through the Bulldogs. So they're getting pulled apart, the Bulldogs from the Swans at the moment, and the Bulldogs really need to make sure that when the ball leaves their area, they're turning their heads and they're covering outlets, but also when the ball's going hard forward, get hard forward as a midfielder or a wingman and try and put some pressure on when the ball's going inside your 50.
Give me the Heaney versus Bont honours. Who took that in the first quarter?
Heaney from my end.
Yeah, I think Heaney. He's been dangerous. He gets forward as well. He's had a couple of shots at goal. I think he looks strong. The Bont's been okay. Probably a bit inside 50s for the Dogs in general. They've been a bit scrappy, really. They haven't been able to hit the target, and then a few loose shots at goal as well. So it's something they'll look to clean up.
Oh, just saw that replay, by the way. It was young Jordan Croft, I'm pretty certain, and Isaac Heaney who clashed legs. And so, as Declan rightfully called, the inside of the left knee for Isaac Heaney. The concern is going to start at the centre bounce here, though, to begin the second term. So that's good news, but just knee on knee, a collision for Heaney. Second term underway, Swans by 30.
Chad Warner reaching for it. Hand pass off to Sarong. The Swans are away here with Jordan. He kicks into space to find Roberts. One of their 6 inclusions for the Swans. As Little Mass mentioned, the first time they've done that in 15 years, made that many changes, the Swans. Short kick comes inboard to James Jordan. Call to play on now. Sends them towards the attacking area now. Ballydale comes out to take the defensive grab for the Bulldogs at left half back, and they'll get their chain going from there.
If you're worried about what you're missing in the other game, by the way, it's been going less than 6 minutes. Adelaide 4 goals, West Coast yet to score. So 24-point lead for the Crows as soon as the game started. At the end of all that, McNeil took a mark against the boundary line eastern side in front of Joel's place. So turns and kicks down to half forward for the Bulldogs. They come from all directions. Edwards punches it back out. Sydney win it. Roberts handball away to Chad Warner. Back down that eastern wing. Hand pass to Lloyd. Sweeping hand pass to Roberts. Between wing and half forward. Rowbottom kicks it inside 50, and here's Curnow, who marks on the rainbow 50. Up against the boundary line right half forward, and he is feeling it tonight, Charlie.
Yeah, when you're in this sort of form, you go back and you take your time and go through your routine here. He'll kick this from just outside the arc, which is probably 10 metres long tonight, but he'll kick this in a really difficult spot here at the SCG. He'll be doing very well to get this anywhere near it.
How does it suit his usual arc from here, Murph?
Actually suit him quite well.
Okay. Here we go. Right peg against the fence. Has to kick it about 51 metres out. The drop punt sails goalward. It's coming back. It's touched just on the line. Gee, the goal umpire had some hesitation. They went up on the line and he said it came off the fingertips of Rory Lobb, but just to be sure, wouldn't mind checking that. And we're off to the arc. What? It was a fair kick from Curnow. Lobb and Karmas both went up. Soft call is touched.
Oh, I reckon that's got over Lobb.
Yeah, Lobb's had a fresh hair shot here. So Karmas is the first touch on the ball.
And the ball's crossed the line.
It's crossed.
Yeah.
I think this might be number 4.
I think so.
Has to be a goal.
That is a hell of a kick from out there. And it deserved more in the moment. The umpire just hesitated for half a second and then signalled touched. They go to the arc to check it.
I thought you gave it plenty though, Corbin.
Thank you. I liked it off the boot. Here we go. It's a goal. Curnow's got 4. And after the delay, the celebration as if it only just happened. Every Sydney player rushes to him. Curnow's got 4. And he is having a night out at the SCG. 4 of Sydney's 6 goals. Already 3 minutes into the second term. The Swans 6-3. The Western Bulldogs 3 behinds. Charlie Curnow is running amok. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Just a couple of quick ones. So Heaney took the painkillers, but he looks like he's running it out. And the Bulldogs at quarter time, Beveridge had a big word to them, and then they went to leave to go to their positions. Bontempelli called them back in. Coaches had left, and he spoke to them as captain. Haven't got the lift so far.
That's what leaders do. Did you ever call the Blues back into a captain's huddle, Murph?
Unfortunately, too many times. Didn't really get a great result, but that's when you want to speak to your players and look them in the eye and demand more from one another.
4 minutes gone, second term. Swans by 36 points here on the restart. Who behind paddles it forward. Liberatore reaching for it. Chad Warner does get hands to it now. Tipped on by Heaney. Into the path there of Harry Kyle. Keeps it moving here now for Brodie Grundy. Quick hand pass off to Cleary. Got it before he had it. Gets the hand pass back to the big man. Grundy in some space. Room to bounce. Dummies the hand pass. Closes to 50. Lost the footy in the process. Selwood mops up here for the Bulldogs. Grundy's still trying here for the Swans. He's brought to ground here. And now it's worked out by Rowbottom. The Dogs have numbers around the ball here. It's with Butterick. Roberts goes with him. And now Richards wrapped up by James Jordan. 48 for the Swans attacking goal, who lead by 36 points. 4.5 gone in the second term. It's not quite the finish there from Brodie Grundy.
No. Big man got the speed wobbles up. Forward 50 stoppage for the Swans. Lob knocks it clear of the stoppage. Straight to Heaney. Heaney snaps, misses everything.
Geez, you like to operate in that much space if you're a midfielder or a small forward at Sydney at the moment. That stoppage was just... That's what you want. You've got all the numbers on the inside and so much room to move on either side of the stoppage for guys who can run onto it like Heaney and Warner.
Karmas goes darting away. Long kick to a contest up on the wing. Spills through towards Edwards, who's ragdolled to the ground, and the umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up, Logo on that eastern wing. So 23-point lead for Adelaide over the Eagles, halfway through the first quarter in Perth. And we are 5 minutes into the second here. It is Sydney by 6 goals, the only 6 goals in the game.
Whaley Dale, hand pass through traffic, lost by Liberatore, worked away by Goulden, who was called in the process, and it doesn't quite go 15, so it won't be a mark paid there to Butterick. It's a ball up, middle of the SCG. Home side leads by 36 points here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Off the deck, Liberatore and Richards. The Dogs are away here. Got some dash going now through Lockie McNeil. Goes to half forward. Hand pass from Norton back to Artie Jones. Can finish from 40. He misses near side. And still, the Dogs' first goal goes begging. 4 behinds the Western Bulldogs. The Sydney Swans are 6-3. 6 minutes played now in the second term.
Just got to make them count when you're a small forward and you get opportunities running inside 50 and you've got a shot at goal, a clear shot like that. They need a starter and need Artie Jones, who's been good at doing that this year, hasn't he? In terms of giving them some energy and some run, but just a missed opportunity.
Mills into the back pocket for McCartan, who decided to play on, tried to give it back to Mills. They ran out of room and a boundary throw in half forward for the Dogs. Right half forward, Western Bulldogs. They are kicking to the Randwick end in their second term. Shallow boundary throw in. Ruck shower it down. Sanders toe pokes it away. The Bont got a handball out to Hines. Back to Bontempelli. Handball away to Selwood. High rainbow arcing. Drop punt into the forward pocket. Punched away by Edwards, and Chad Warner scoops it up. Runs away. Last line of defence. High up and under. He kicks to half back. Dogs with the numbers, and nice work there by Caulfield. Holds out the Swan in all of that in Lloyd. Dale able to take the mark uncontested. And then from downtown, bangs it goalward. I think it's there. It's their first of the night. And Bailey Dale from long range drives it through. 7 minutes into Q2. The Bulldogs 1-4-10. Sydney 6-3-39. Their All-Australian halfback kicks their first of the night. Sydney by 29 points. 7 minutes travelled in the second. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Joel Patfall and Mark Murphy.
Well, that's big. That's what they needed, wasn't it? You talked about someone who can own the moment and stepping up and delivering, and that's exactly what he did. One of their senior players took it upon himself. It was pretty ambitious outside 50. Took it all in his stride and slotted it straight through. But they just haven't settled, have they? The Bulldogs. They've been a bit rattled from the start, and haven't settled into this game at all. So they'll be looking for some of their senior players to step it up a little bit. I want to see him maintain the ball a little bit, get a bit of kick.
What was better about that,
Mark footy,
was the fact that they covered the outlets. Where in the first quarter, it was easy for Sydney to find an outlet and to get the ball up the ground. On that occasion, all outlets were covered. Ballydale was high up the ground as that half-back flanker, and he was the one that came across and gets rewarded with the mark and then goes and kicks the goal.
So the Dogs at last get there first. Goes Grundy against Lobb in the middle. Heaney first hands to it. Lakey bursting off half-back. Goes down the pipe here for the Swans. Out the drop, Sheldrick turns Dale inside out, pops it down the line now. Karmas gets in front of Hamling. At the drop here again, Caulfield bursts through, takes on Cleary in the tackle. The umpire says, give it to me.
Good night for the key forwards. Darcy Fogarty's got 3 of Adelaide's first 5 goals, so Crows by 23 there, just over halfway into the opening term.
Swans by 29 points here at the SCG. Play comes beyond defensive, 50 now for the Bulldogs. Coughed up there by Norton. Off the deck goes Mills to Heaney and now Goulden. Those big names combining. Here's Lloyd inside 50 in front of McNeil. Kicks to the hot spot now. Leaping up Hamling. Got the spoil from the back. Got the drop. Matt Kennedy now for the Bulldogs. And now O'Donnell's hand pass to McNeil goes a little too hot. Out of bounds for a throw-in at the Swans attacking end. Home side leads 6-3, plays 1-4 after 10 minutes here in the second quarter.
29-point lead for the Swans. They kicked the first 6 goals. Curnow's got 4 of those. Forward 50 stoppage again for Sydney. Hurried kick forward, Goulden tumbles past Karmas and out of bounds. On the bounce, boundary throw-in.
Only his second game back, Errol Goulden. How key is he, Joel Patfull, to the Swans' overall make-up?
Yeah, I mean, crucial. And what we talked about before, that run and carry through the middle of the ground. He's obviously been a little bit quiet tonight, but adds that extra strength through the midfield.
Grundy palms it down. Rowbottom squeezes a kick out. Selwood marks it. Is the required range? It is. Gets up and takes his kick full back. For the Western Bulldogs, hand pass away to Caulfield. Goes on a bit of a run. Closed down by Curnow. He did well to smother the kick. Ball stays inside Sydney's forward 50. Oh, Cleary crunched in all of that by Matt Kennedy. Laid a body on him. Cleary taken high. And a free kick for Caden Cleary at left half forward. And they don't like that in the modern game. Oh, handball away to Gordon, who hits it sweet for a goal, but that won't count. Cleary didn't come back over his line. Does he have something to worry about there, Murph? My teammate?
I'd like to have another look at it, but he did turn his hip, and I think he's got something to worry about there if he's got him in the head. So he's going to hope that he's going to play out this game, but when you turn away from it and put your backside or your hip into your opponent, been a bit of trouble.
And was moving towards Cleary. They talk about, you can get out of it if you brace for contact. You need to be in a stationary or a near stationary position. He was moving. Matt Kennedy made contact with the head of Cleary, who now takes his kick and misfires to cross the goal face. And in the end, the Bulldogs with the numbers down there. Lob marks uncontested on the behind line. 29-point lead for Sydney. Concerns for Caden Cleary. Stays out there. And Matt Kennedy might have an issue with the MRO.
Lob pumps it beyond defensive 50. A free kick's been paid going the way of the Bulldogs skipper. Marcus Bontempelli at left half back. His side trails by 29 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Into the contest, McCartan and Norton off hands for a throw-in. The game played mostly out wide so far. On either side of the ground, using the wide expanses of the SCG. The Swans control things here. 12-minute mark at the second term. Toss back in. McLean and Lobb, the 2 rucks going at it. McNeil spins through a tackle there of Jordan. Ball comes loose. And Heaney overruns it. Allowed there for Lobb. His handball picked off by McLean of the Swans. Back to the loose man. Off half back they go. Corey Warner. Good pressure act there from Marty Jones. Couldn't quite retrieve it though. Hacks it in the air. Back to Matt Kennedy. Hand pass back to Bailey Dale. He just snakes around 1-2 opponents. Goes from 55 out. Unguarded square. Same as his first goal, but he misses offline this time. The Dogs' only goal scorer so far, Bailey Dale. It's 1-5-11, the Bulldogs. The Swans are 6-3-39. 13 gone in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Better signs for the Dogs there, though. Got in the face of the Swans defenders, turned the ball over, forward half the footy and got another re-entry.
Joel Papfel on ABC Sport. Mills long to Curnow, and he just holds out O'Donnell. Marks takes the juggled effort, turns, bangs it long, and another mark. McLean keeps it moving. Handball to Cleary. Hand pass on to Hamling. Back to Cleary. Goal. Coast to coast go the Sydney Swans. They score from the kick out. And it is all coming up red and white on a Friday night at the SCG. 7-3-45 Sydney. The Western Bulldogs 1-5-11. Sydney by 34 points. 13 minutes into the second term. Mark Murphy, Joel Patfull, ABC Sport.
Well, we keep on hearing about, well, if you shut down the handball chain game from Sydney, you go a long way to shutting them down. But we saw then that when Charlie Curnow's at his best and taking contested marks, and then McLean as well. So that's just another mode that Sydney can look to when you've got your big key tools who are superior in the air. And we saw that on two occasions there, one after the other, with Curnow taking that first one, McLean, and then just the run off that. So they can use that mode at various times. They're going to be pretty hard to stop the Swans, and they're certainly on tonight, aren't they? Especially Charlie Curnow.
34 points the Swans lead here at the SCG. We start back in the middle. McLean competes with English. Bontempelli gets there first, out the clearance, just hacks it back down the line here off his preferred left. Inside 50, it missed McCartan. Jones lurking, Edwards there for the Swans. Slick hands off to Blakey. Will swing it back around here beyond defensive 50 for the Swans. Was Corey Warner held down there by Croft? Umpire says no. The ball up here at right half forward for the Bulldogs. Swans by 34, 15 gone, second term, ABC Sport.
Curnow's kicked for himself. He's been enormous around the ground from the ball up. Comes to Libba. Got a hand pass away to Croft. Kicks inside the forward 50. Jones the target. Slides off hands out the back to Edwards, and Sydney calm it down. He kicks laterally out to that boundary line eastern side. Cleary needs a kind bounce. Didn't get it. Bramble breaks it up. Can't take possession. Cleary goes back, wins it. Gives it to Goulden. Dangerous kick in the defensive 50. Trying to get it to McCartan. Eventually got to him. Sheldrick lends a hand. Back to McCartan. Handball to Chad Warner. Handball to Blakey. Straight up the pipe. Kicks to centre half forward. Dogs outnumbered. Row bottom. Wayne Harms-esque. Whacks it forward to McLean. McLean tackled front on. Ball comes out. Holding the ball. Trying to break the English tackle. Free kick for the Bulldogs. Tim English to take it at centre half back. His Dogs have plenty to do. Sydney by 34 points, 15 gone, second term.
Flare it wide to half back, ends up with Liberatore on the members' wing of the SCG. And out in space, Will Lewis takes the mark. The Dogs start to surge forward here. Left footer, centering ball, arrives for Sanders. 50 games tonight. Room to bounce. Hand pass inside 50. Matt Kennedy pops it further inside the arc. McNeil was beaten through the air, and Cunningham did well. And it goes out of bounds for a throw-in inside 50 for the Bulldogs. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
A couple of quick things. So the Swans doctor did get out to Caden Cleary eventually. He gave him the thumbs up, so I guess that helps the cause of Kennedy. Also, just keeping an eye on Tim English, who had those back issues during the week. He's played just over half game time, so the least of any Bulldog.
Thanks, Dick. Good observation there. He's rucking here. They both miss it completely. Sydney get it out of defence. Goulden, hand pass to Corey Warner, bowled over. Picked up by Jordan, still in Sydney hands. Hand pass to Rowbottom, high up and under into the middle of the ground. Cleary stands underneath it. Gee, had a fair bit of it. No mark. Caulfield breaks it up, gives it to the Bond, turns, kicks a rocket to the goal line. It's touched there by Edwards. A goal saver and a minor score. 7-3 to 1-6. The Swans ain't happy. No mark paid for Cleary. Sydney well in control, 33 points up, 16 gone, second term.
Will Edwards kicks out long down the line. McLean rises above English, comes down here now for Charlie Curnow. Hurry kick up in the air, knocked down by Matt Kennedy. Dogs the numbers around the ball. Sanders, whistle on play, coming back here for the Bulldogs, and a player held. And a free kick going against the Bulldog, against the way the home side, Connor Butterick, the former Gold Coast son. And the side of the SCG, inside 50 he goes. Running start, Arthur Jones couldn't pull it down. Blakey's hand pass, back here now for Mills. Wide to McLean, off a step in the defensive 50. Looking for Rowbottom. It's a strong contested grab over the top there by Sanders. So again, they'll go from forward of halfway, the Bulldogs. Trail by 33 points at the SCG. Gets around Rowbottom, goes inside 50. Short kick to find Jones, who leads up and takes the chest mark. 30 out, slight angle right of centre.
Great touch by Sanders. wasn't it? So under pressure, but just a little dink kick over the top inside 50. Every excuse is to bang it on the boot from that position, but just had enough poise and composure to lay that across for Artie Jones.
Took the game on and took the play on. This is the second mark inside 50 for the Dogs here as well. So first time they've been able to hit a target.
Artie Jones, 12 goals this year, 7 goals in his past 5. Off contract at the Dogs as well. The small forward trots in, kicks from 40 and makes no mistake. Livens up the Bulldogs fans as well. The few that are here. Doubles their goal tally. 2-6-18. They trail the Swans to a 7-3-45. 18 go on second term. Night 40 on ABC Sport. Your experts are Joel Patfull and Mark Murphy.
Yeah, they have been reserved in their ball movement, haven't they? They haven't really taken the game on, but it was Sanders who played on from the mark, took a bounce, and then, like you said, Murph, lowered the eyes inside 50 and hit Artie Jones. So you want to see more of that. You want to see him taking it on, creating that space inside 50 and finding a target. They've been bombing it long. That Swans defence is so well structured and so well organised. If you give it too much airtime, they're going to come and cross it off.
Yeah, they're having a few moments here, the Bulldogs. They've had the 11 inside 50s compared to Sydney's 5, but the times that the Swans have gone in, they've made them count. But it's a good sign from the Bulldogs. They're starting to get the ball on the outside and starting to use the ball well.
2 goals each in the quarter. 27 points Sydney's lead after they kicked 5 unanswered goals in the first. Free kick here for a ruck infringement in the middle going Sydney's way. I feel like they're not getting the rub of the green. You heard the response. Grundy drives it deep forward. Karmas flies from the back. Couldn't kill it on the spoil. Comes down to Sanders. Dogs come up with that. Handball away to Bramble. Back pocket. Short kick finds Fraser. And marks at half back. His only other outing here. Had 23. Kick 4. It's not a bad night out. Got 3 votes in the Brownlow medal round 16 last year for Smoking Joel Fraser.
Dogs on it by 9 points that occasion as well. In their last 2 games here at this venue. Kennedy takes the mark. Nat Kennedy, the Bulldogs. They're probably getting up as well here, the former Giant and Blue. Richards sends them towards half forward. Lob in the contest with Edwards. One-handed grab, controlled well. Plays on quickly inside 50. Norton runs into space in the pocket, spills the mark. He had all time there, Aaron Norton. Keeps it alive somehow in the contest with McCartan. Now it's out of bounds for a throw-in. Right full forward for the Bulldogs.
Flipped a couple of magnets, Luke Beveridge, so Roy Lobb spending a little bit more time up forward. Just got involved in that last play.
Just hit time on second term. Swans by 27. Back in it comes. Grundy in front. Down to Waitman. Goes to go out of the air. Norton tries again. English. Wide to Sanders. He can snap. It was touched, I reckon, by Roberts. And it trickles through for a minor score anyway. The Bulldogs peppering away here. 2-7-19. They trail the Swans to a 7-3-45.
Time on in the second here at the SCG. Almost quarter time in Perth. It is Adelaide by 29. 6 goals to 1 over the Eagles. And Darcy Fogarty's kicked 3 there. Charlie Curnow's kicked 4 here. So Friday night for the key forwards so far. Sarong at half-back for the Swans. Short kick to Harry Kyle, who marks at half-back. Their top pick, the Swans, in last year's national draft. Just dabs it in the middle of the ground for Grundy. Handball away to Chad Warner. He kicks up to half-forward. Roberts marks 60 metres out. Gives a handball to Heaney. Heaney lowers the eyes, trying to spear it to Lloyd. And Dale just punches it 3 rows back. Out of bounds. Throw in half-forward for the Swans. 26-point buffer for the Swans. 21 gone in this second term. They did kick the first 6 goals of the game. Curnow kicked 4 of those, and so the Dogs playing catch-up. They have had some better moments around the ground, though, in the last quarter hour.
Back in it comes. Grundy in front of English. Hacked out of the air by Fraser beyond defensive 50. Knocked back here by McCartan in front of Lobb. Falls down here for Jai Sarong. Put back inside 50 by Harry Kyle. Deep forward. Off the back of Hamlin. Recovered by Hayden McLean. Dribbles it through. Well, it wasn't the most neat entry. But it worked out okay for McLean's second goal. And the Swans, against the run of play, who score their 8th of the evening. 8-3-51. The Bulldogs at 2-7-19. 22 gone in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Joel Papp.
That's a real let-off. It was, the Bulldogs have been coming the last 5 or 6 minutes, and they just get a bit of a hack kick inside 50. And again, it's Hayden McLean for the second time tonight, who's just been the first one onto a ball that's dropped at his feet. So the Bulldogs sort of just almost a little bit lazy there and trying to get back onto the play, and sort of almost going to question a little bit of that desperation when you've got your key forward on the second time tonight, who's just whilst on and kicked another goal when the ball's dropped at ground level.
They were building that pressure, weren't they? It felt like there's a bit more intensity around the footy, and it's a big let-off. I mean, their key defenders down there have been beaten convincingly in the contest and, as you said, at ground level again tonight.
English wins the hit out, but straight to Sheldrick of the Swans. Hand pass away to Gordon. Hurried kick forward. Punched away by Hanley towards the advantage of Grundy. Picks it up. Kicks in the same motion towards a forward pocket. So agile for a big man. One bounce out of play. And a throw in left forward pocket for Sydney.
Almost a kick for touch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He likes the forward 50 stoppages, Brodie Grundy. Whether or not he's going to do a little soft drop here to the left hip or try and get one a little bit outside of the bubble and have one of his players running onto it.
He's had the better of a banged-up English so far from the boundary throwing. They both miss it. Ball pitches, bounces to Lloyd. Hand pass trying to link up with Hamling. In the end, spills through to Sheldrick. Handball to Jordan, to Grundy. Slick hands to Lloyd. Now to Gordon, trying to get back on the left. Squeeze the kick out, picked off by Karmas. And Karmas can just bang it clear out to half back.
Out of the 2-on-2 up in front, Croft. In from the side comes Lobb. Falls to Heaney for the Swans. Centering ball back to Blakey. 60 from goal. Dangerous here for the Bulldogs defenders. Blakey's kick goes wide inside 50. Richards marks in front of Chad Warner. Paddles it away here in the path of Hines. And now a great chase and tackle, McLean. Excellent forward 50 pressure there from the big man. And he ran down Lockie Bramble. So that will be a free kick for Hayden McLean.
Just had to know he was under more pressure there in that position. Just
like Birdman with the blinkers on.
Certainly had the blinkers. It works for Birdman, but not so much for Lockie Bramble there. But yeah, just no awareness. When you're in that position, when you've got the ball at ground level, you need to take a few quick steps or get off the line and then try and use a teammate. There was just too slow.
6 goals in the VFL last week, Hayden McLean. 2 goals so far tonight. One of their 6 inclusions. He'll kick from 55. Paddington end. It's on its way. Might just come up short. Spills in the pocket. Bailey Dale on the last line there for the Bulldogs. Drives it back towards defensive 50. Lobb wins it down here. No mark though. Lewis off to Matt Kenny. The Bulldogs are away.
Tumbles a kick forward. Cunningham back as the goalkeeper, able to scoop it up. Kicks laterally to McCartan. Nice to see him up and about out there tonight for the Swans. Handball away to Blakey. Dangerous kick up the corridor to work out. Lands in the lap of Gordon. Handball away to Jordan. Short kick trying to hit up Hamling. No mark. Spills down towards Dale. Dale trying to clear. Hines the target. Sarong leaps up. Spoils. Down to Richards. Richards got it out. Still the ball just bobbles around amongst a bunch of players. In the end comes the Dogs' way. Selwood tackled. Ball up out there on that eastern wing. Between wing and half forward for the Swans. Birdman, of course, the Doomben Cup winner, part owned by Mark Murphy, amongst other Carlton greats. We'll see it in the spring.
Swans by 32 points. Here at the SCG, Heaney working away at the stoppage. And again, it's caught the ground for a ball up.
What's Birdman doing next? Eating grass and...
He's just come back into work.
Okay.
So he's just been enjoying himself out in the paddock there. Well-earned rest.
Approaching half-time here in front of that footy on ABC Sport as it's thumped to the boundary line for a throw-in once more. I thought you meant the movie character Birdman. Doesn't he wear
just getting ready to assault the spring down in Melbourne.
Is there a race for targeting?
Oh,
big one?
Oh, yeah, there'll be a big one. Wait and see.
On Tuesday? No, not that one.
Swans by 32. Down it comes, overrun by Fraser. Going again here, English for the Bulldogs. Back to Fraser, he got to his feet. Luke Kennedy back to Richard. Shows some dash off half back. A bounce on the outer side. Now sends it inside forward 50 for the Bulldogs. Edwards in the front there of Lobb. Bursting away McCartan for the Swans. Sarong off here now for Sheldrick. Pops it out wide here. Good chain this now for the Swans. It's with Hanley. Looks at the options inside 50. Sees McLean in the contest with O'Donnell. O'Donnell gets in front and thumps it again out of bounds for a throw-in. In front of the scoreboard, which reads the Sydney Swans 8-3-51. The Western Bulldogs 2-7-19. 27 minutes played in the second term. Friday night for an ABC Sport.
Cox Plate is the one. Wait for age.
This is the best one on the lot.
There we go. At Flemington this year as well. Mooney Valley out of action from the boundary throw-in. Waitman clearing kick for the Dogs. Oh, picked off. Swans win it back. Slick handball away towards Jordan. Long kick into the forward pocket. One bounce out of play. Now the throw-in deep forward for the Swans.
It's almost like there's a wind tunnel down in that forward pocket there. Been quite a few shots at goal that have ended up in that far side forward pocket.
So right forward pocket when the Swans are attacking. Paddington end of the ground. And again, you saw from the boundary throwing there. The Rucks lost it. Grundy very late getting a hit out. Comes up with the footy. Hines tackles him. Ball up. So margin, by the way, 32 Sydney's way. 8 goals to 2. Closing in on half-time.
Up it goes. Grundy Hacks it out in space. Lloyd shares it now with Hanley, but couldn't get to it before Lockie McNeil takes over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Is it windy, Deck? Is there much of a breeze down there?
It's actually just picked up in probably the last 10 minutes. So it's coming from the western side towards the east, towards the pocket that this play has been stuck in.
Otherwise, a mostly fine and clear day. If a little cool here in Sydney on this Friday. Richards bundled to ground there by Grundy. And the umpire says, holding the ball. So again, that Swans forward 50 pressure. And this time the ruckman sets the example.
He's been good. He's been good, Grundy, hasn't he, around the stoppage. Hit-outs as well, dominating hit-outs. But as you see there, he's so dominant. Second effort, wrap him up, holding the ball.
He's had multiple opportunities too in this second term where he's been running inside 50 and almost having shots on goal. He hasn't quite got on the end of them, but his follow-up and his run from stoppage, it's an area of the game where English is terrific as well. So we're seeing two of the probably more mobile ruckmen in the competition going head-to-head tonight.
A recent 250 gamer, Brodie Grundy. Another Swans goal as half-time looms to extend this 32-point lead. Grundy on the approach, steady, not steady enough. Misses near side. 8-4-52. The Bulldogs are 2-7-19. 29 minutes gone in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Could write a thesis on it.
Yeah, it makes that Charlie Curnow goal look pretty handy.
Correct, doesn't it? A tough one to pocket tonight. Dogs work it straight up the pipe. Richards shakes a would-be tackler. Got a hand pass away towards O'Donnell. Handball goes out wide and Hines tackled as soon as he got a ball up centre square. So margin 33, Sydney over the Bulldogs, 8-4-2-7. Half-hour mark in this second term. Sydney seemingly in control. Can the Dogs try and change that? Richards scrapping for it. Pack forms and a ball up. 27 today had Richards, so happy birthday to him. Game number 163, the All-Australian. Up it goes. Sheldrick worried out of it. Spills to Libba. High up and under inside 50. Down to full forward. Lewis the target. Knocked away from him. Jones hits it at speed. Handball away to Sanders. Sanders hooks it through for a goal. One in game 50 for Riley Sanders. And one to build on for the Bulldogs. Their third of the night. They're still down by 27. Sydney 8-4-52. The Dogs move to 3-7-25. Half-hour mark second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Joel Patfull and Mark Murphy.
They've certainly responded in this second term. It didn't look great the first probably 3 or 4 minutes. We saw probably more of the same from the Swans, but since that point in, the Bulldogs have been really good around the contest. They were good in the first quarter around the contest, but it was really just the spread. And they've certainly picked up their game in that area, and a few of their smaller players starting to get to work. Sanders has been very good tonight. I think he's been probably one of their best. And really important for him to get on the scoreboard. But in this second term, they've had the 7 scoring shots, the Bulldogs, 3 goals 4, compared to Swans 3 goals 1. So they've certainly had majority of the play.
Up it goes in the middle. Shed away, or Gordon was run out in fact by Richards. Comes to Bontempelli. Counts on the loose footy, goes down the corridor and opening up and taking the chest mark. Norton. So slick entry that time for the Bulldogs, and Norton will take his kick from 35 out. Slight angle left of centre.
Well, it's the first clear stoppage I've had from centre bounce, isn't it? Bontempelli out the front and Norton leading at the footy. 4th mark inside 50 for the game for the Bulldogs, so they need to hit those targets, but making the most of these opportunities, like you said, Murph.
And one attempt so far tonight. He was out of bounds on the full, hit the behind post. He trots in here, kicks from 40. Aaron Norton misses to the left-hand side. That makes it now 3-8-26, the Bulldogs. They trail the Swans by a margin of 26. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Libba and Goulden going at it as well. They were 35 points down before, and Libba is chirping Blakey. He just doesn't stop getting under the skin of the opposition.
He's pretty good on the yap. Liberatore, I'll tell you that for sure.
Edwards, long kick down the wing, punched away by Lobb, down to Butterick. Hand pass looking for Karma, spills it, collected by Cleary, retreats back for Sydney. Handball away to Roberts, gets back on his left peg, turns it over. Karmas takes the intercept mark, not the required range. No mark paid, keeps it moving. Handball back to Lobb, high up and under down to half forward. The astronaut flies for it. Norton spills it. Hasn't been his night so far. Rampy tackled. Pack forms around him, ball up, half forward for the Dogs. You remember the best Libba gave you over the years, Murph?
I got hit high and just got up, shaking my head. He goes, "You okay, mate? You all right?"
Swans by 26. Sweeping hand pass, Grundy, knocked away by Bontempelli. Heaney recovers it now for the home side. Back to Roberts. Off a step, hurried left foot kick. Cleaning the contest with Karmas. Third man in comes Caulfield. Out of bounds for a throw-in front of the members' grandstand.
Yeah, I found it quite condescending.
Yeah. Actually, you guys, a little bit of shared history tonight. So Tom and Tony become the 6th father-son pairing in the history of the game to have played the most games. So 6th on the game's record list. Equal with Mark and John Murphy.
There you go.
You and your Hall of Fame father. So most combined number of games equals 6th all time.
Approaching half-time here. Norton spills it at half forward now. In goes Waitman off to McNeil. Collared there by Sheldrick. Recovers it here for the Swans. Great swift kick away here to find Curnow. Oh, work by Sheldrick. Just laid the tackle. Got the free footy. Curnow here, forward of halfway. Goes inside 50. Down there Jordan in the contest with Bontempelli. Recovers on the goal line. That Karmas pressures him on the behind line. That will be halfway here, front of that footy on ABC Sport. Does that behind count? I think it does. 8-5-53. The Bulldogs 3-8-26. Goals so far, 4 for Charlie Curnow, kicking half of their majors so far. 2 for Hayden McLean, single to Chad Warner and to Caden Cleary, while 1 each for Bailey Dale, Artie Jones and Riley Sanders through the first 2 quarters so far. The Swans by 27 points.
So the Dogs edged the quarter by 3 points for whatever that's worth. A 27-point lead for Sydney at half-time as Spriggy mentioned, 4 goals for Curnow. So 4 goals for Curnow, 27-point lead for the Swans. Meanwhile, over in Perth, it is Adelaide by 41, 8 goals to 1 against the Eagles. And Darcy Fogarty's kicked at least 3 there, so more updates to come throughout. There is a call available of that game if you want to hear it, by the way. You can find it streamed through ABC Listen. Just look out for the AFL Extra button. All right, Joel Patfull, the dual best and fairest winner, and Mark Murphy, the 300-gamer, the man who the coaches voted as the best player in the game in 2011, with their analysis to halftime in just a moment. But first, Declan Byrne on the boundary. Declan.
Yeah, right on the stroke of half-time, Connor Butterick got up limping, so he has a right ankle issue. They took him straight down into the rooms, obviously knowing it was half-time, but he wasn't looking in a good way. So keep an eye on him. Had that hamstring injury earlier on this year, but a right ankle just on the stroke of half-time.
Oh, that's no good at all. Thanks, Declan. We'll watch that. So Butterick banged up for the Bulldogs. All right, Joel Murph, take it away, half-time. Swans by 27.
Yeah, but the Sydney ball movement's probably been the big one, hasn't it? It hasn't been the traditional run and gun through the middle, the corridor. They've kept it pretty wide, and the Dogs probably didn't expect that. I think they were planning for the run through the middle, and they'd come forward and press, and we haven't seen that, which is a credit to the Swans. They've added that string to their bow, and they've been able to work the ball around the boundary line and win those contested marks and go from there. So the Dogs, on the other hand, I mean, they've had some chances. We talked about them more inside 50s in that quarter, missed some opportunities, able to capitalise at the end and kick a few, which keeps them in the game. But overall, I think there's been a bit of a lack of intensity by the Dogs around the ground. I mean, in close, they've been okay. Yep. Once that ball spreads, they're just getting absolutely slaughtered on the outside, and the Swans have been too good with too much space.
Yeah, they were too flat-footed in that first term, the Bulldogs, and they were made to pay for it. They certainly picked that up in the second term. I thought they didn't control the second term, but I thought they looked back to when the Bulldogs are at their best, where they're winning the ball inside and then they're getting hard out. We didn't see much of that in that first term from their end. So they got a bit of a rocket from Beveridge at quarter time. It took them still a couple of minutes to get going in that second before they started to play their sort of way. But I think they'll go in at half-time pretty happy by the way in which they've started to turn this game around. The Swans have certainly tried a different way of moving the ball. They've looked good at times. We haven't seen a lot of that handball chain through the middle of the ground, as you did say. And sometimes when you get exposed, you can sometimes focus too much on what you need to try and do differently. So I think Dean Cox will go in at half-time and say, look, boys, don't forget about the way in which we were at our best when we actually do use the ball through the corridor and handball and run and back one another. So it's all well and good to go, yeah, we can go sideways and play the uncontested mark game, but don't forget what we're really good at and get back to playing that game through the corridor where you see a Blakey come off and firing through and back himself in. You got Goulden now is back for a couple of weeks, but getting him involved through the middle of the ground as well. I think sometimes you can just focus too much on what you need to improve rather than what you're really good at.
I think you're exactly right. I think that'll be their focus in the second half. I think they want to get back to... They've shown that they can do that when they need to. They'll go back to their trump card and try and work the ball through the middle. Like you said, it's almost been non-existent for the first half, hasn't it? We haven't seen Blakey running through the middle. We haven't seen Gordon taking the game on. So they've definitely gone with the other approach, which has worked to this extent, but it's definitely not their A game. So look at that. For the Dogs, they need some of their key players to stand up. We've seen Norton had a few missed opportunities. He's got his hand to the ball. Hasn't pulled him in. He's missed a few shots that he probably should have kicked. Tim English in the ruck is getting dominated by Grundy. He looks a bit underdone. So, and the Bond's been okay, but hasn't really been that influential around the ground. So I think some of their key movers need to get into the game and get that ball going forward.
Yeah, Dale's been good tonight. I think Sanders has been really important. Kicked the one. Both kicked their goals. Had the 16 disposals. Dale and Sanders 14. Probably more you want to see out of is Fraser. He's only had the 6 touches. He's probably the one that I think he needs to support that midfield a little bit better and getting more of his hands on the football. He had a great game last time when he got 3 Brownlow votes. So he's certainly more than capable. But yeah, for his talent to only have 6 touches at half time, I think that Luke Beveridge would be wanting more out of him.
It's a pretty tough balance, isn't it? It's like, hey, we want to see something different, and then you sort of go away from what makes you great, and now they've got to try and balance it up again. They got Fremantle next week, so as much as we're at the stage of the season, aren't we, where it feels like the teams are pulled away into their own brackets. We've got the top teams that are really contending, a bunch of teams in the middle that are going to compete for the wildcard spots and hope they can put it all together on a Cinderella run in September, and then the also-rans. And so as much as you're competing with who you're playing tonight, you're also trying to get your game in the best order possible to challenge the real contenders as they'll face next week.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny like that. They would have obviously trained that during the week, and they would have said, this is what we want to practice if it does happen. And funnily enough, sometimes you can go over the top, and every single ball movement they've done today has been that wide, slow ball movement, which is it's still working, but it's definitely not their A game. Yeah. Moving forward, if they want to go deep in September, they need to have both strings. They need to be able to work them together, use them when they need throughout the game.
It's a good problem to have when you're probably not quite at your best, but you're still 27 points up at that time. So they're still doing it enough well, but the side that we're used to seeing where they take them on through the corridor, and it's really exciting to watch, just hasn't probably been there tonight. And sometimes you've got to give that to the opposition side. It is closing that down.
Is Curnow in the votes at halftime?
I think he's going all right.
He's going all right. Yeah. He's kicked 4 of Sydney's 8. They lead by 27 at halftime. Meanwhile, Darcy Fogarty's kicked 4 in Perth. Halfway through the second quarter, Adelaide by 41 points over the Eagles. So 9 goals to 2. It's all Adelaide. Out west, you can find the full call of that game through ABC Listen, so you can stream it there. Look out for AFL Extra as the place to find it. The Roundball World Game, FIFA World Cup action. We'll tell you what happened earlier today, and a look ahead to the Socceroos in just a moment. Who do the Aussie women play in the final? The T20 World Cup final, of course, for our Aussie women, taking place in Sunday morning, early hours of... or Sunday night, early hours of Monday morning. So all of that to come in just a moment. We'll tell you what's going on elsewhere. Plus, Andrew Pridham joined us pre-game. We'll relive some of that here, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. At halftime, the Swans by 27, the third term around the corner. But in the meantime, let's take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. An invasive species expert is predicting a deadly bird flu strain will have substantial impacts on Australian wildlife. 5 cases of H5 avian influenza have been detected across Western Australia and South Australia after it was first found in a bird on a remote beach in southern WA around 2 weeks ago. Testing is also underway for 2 more suspected cases in WA and New South Wales. All 7 are in migratory seabirds. The CEO of the Invasive Species Council, Jack Goff, says the strain has already dealt serious damage to animal populations overseas.
We don't yet have any evidence of mass mortalities in wildlife or any transmission away from some of these individual seabirds, but I expect that that's not going to be too far away, and that's where it's good that governments are prepared, but it is going to be a numbers game for our wildlife in terms of impacts. It's been pretty devastating overseas.
Hope of finding survivors is fading in Venezuela as the search for missing people goes on after last week's twin earthquakes that have killed at least 2,600 people. 8 days after the quakes, crews from Brazil have used search dogs and electronic life detection radars to scan for heartbeats and breathing beneath the rubble. Brazilian firefighter Jacqueline dos Santos says crews are doing what they can.
We identified some signals and we were working in this area because of this identification. We are doing this activity again, trying to confirm our signals, but now we don't have any identification.
Back home, Northern Territory politician Manuel Brown has admitted his underage son drove his personal car 1 week after failing to disclose the matter when asked by the media. The member for Arafura has today told the ABC he was now considering resigning from the Shadow Ministry, having also previously failed to disclose his own speeding offences. Mr Brown was asked by the media last week whether his son had driven his car after the NT Independent reported his 14-year-old had got behind the wheel. At the time, he replied, "At no stage has my child ever driven my taxpayer-funded vehicle." The State Emergency Service in Victoria has carried out a number of flood rescues, while in South Australia, crews have had a huge clean-up today after recent heavy rain across the southeast. With more from Adelaide, here's Bethany Cody.
The State Emergency Service has responded to more than 430 call-outs during the recent wet weather that's lashed the state. It says about 200 calls concerned fallen trees. The rest were for minor flooding. The SES says flood risks to properties near a private dam in Ironbank and the Padawalonga River have since been mitigated. State Duty Officer Kane Murray says it's been one of the wettest starts to July he's seen in a while.
I think there'd be a fair bit of plumbing work going on.
The Bureau of Meteorology says showers will ease today before clearing on the weekend.
A South Australian renewable energy company with contractual ties to the state government has entered voluntary administration. Zen Energy has been involved with multiple solar farms and battery-powered storage projects, including in the Riverland and at Tailem Bend. In 2020, the company announced it had signed a decade-long contract to power South Australian government sites. But Zen released a statement today saying while it had been pursuing a restructuring and recapitalisation exercise in recent months, the company's viability had been affected by wholesale electricity volatility. And more than 100 artists from 30 remote communities across Australia have travelled to Sydney for the National Indigenous Art Fair. Up for sale are furniture, fabrics, sculptures and painted artworks, all on offer at the popular annual event. Organisers say as many as 12,000 are expected to visit the revamped Cutaway space in Barangaroo. CEO of First Hand Solutions Aboriginal Corporation, Peter Cooley, says it's a cultural event with economic benefits.
It's an enormous opportunity, and for some of those communities, the Arts Centre can be, in many cases, the only opportunity that sits in these remote communities. Some of them are so remote that it takes a few days for them to get into Sydney.
And Socceroos legend Robbie Slater expects head coach Tony Popovic to stick to his tactics so far in Australia's crucial World Cup round of 32 match against Egypt. The game kicks off in Dallas at 4 a.m. tomorrow Eastern Standard Time. Robbie Slater says he expects the Socceroos to play more of a passive game.
We will sit back, which means we will allow the opposition, as we always do, with more possession than we have, and we like to hit them on the counter-attack. So for the listeners, please remember the Turkey game. That's the way we want to play.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News, keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Up against the boundary line, right half forward, and he is feeling it tonight, Charlie. Here we go, right peg against the fence, has to kick it about 51 metres out. The drop punt sails goalward, it's coming back. Just to be sure, wouldn't mind checking that, and we're off to the arc. It's a goal. Curno's got 4. And after the delay, the celebration as if it only just happened. Every Sydney player rushes to him. Curno's got 4. Chad Warner scoops it up. Runs away, last line of defence. High up and under, he kicks to half-back. Dogs with the numbers, and nice work there by Caulfield. Holds out the Swan in all of that in Lloyd. Dale able to take the mark uncontested. And then from downtown, bangs it goalward. I think it's there. It's their first of the night. And Bailey Dale from long range drives it through.
Falls down here for Jai Sarong. Put back inside 50 by Harry Kyle. Deep forward. Off the back of Hamlin. Recovered by Hayden McLean. Dribbles it through. Well, it wasn't the most neat entry, but worked out okay for McLean's second goal.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the second term. The Dogs technically won the quarter, but the problem is they conceded the first 6 of the game and they've been playing catch-up ever since. So 6 straight goals to start the game for the Swans. Curnow kicked 4 of them. And after leading by 30 points at quarter time, the Swans now lead by 27 at the half. Corbin, Middlemass and Brett Sprigg calling the footy. Declan Byrne on the boundary. The 300 gamer Mark Murphy and the dual best and fairest winner Joel Patfull, your call team for Friday night footy. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774. Spriggy's going to give us a taste of those in just a moment. In other sport that's taking place, Spain and Austria earlier today, the Association Football World Cup. Spain 3, Austria 0. Portugal over Croatia 2-1. So Croatia's out. And Switzerland 2-0 victory over Algeria. So they're the 3 results earlier today. It means we got another round of 16 match-up set. So Portugal will play Spain and Switzerland will now get the winner of Colombia and Ghana. Of course, the interest from an Australian viewpoint, the mighty Socceroos who are in action up against Mo Salah and his Egyptian team, the Pharaohs, of course, or the Pharaohs who they come up against tomorrow. So looking forward to that, the Socceroos and Egypt. 4 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Murph, I know you've got the alarm set. Ready to go?
Ready to go.
So good
Locked and loaded for 3:30 just to try and wake up, getting ready for 4 o'clock.
I like it. So that you can, of course, find the ABC Daily podcast, which runs right throughout the World Cup. Mark Schwarzer, of course, a feature guest, hosted by Patrick Stack and a bunch of rotating guests. Best coverage of the Socceroos, so both leading in and following all major matches throughout the tournament. So you can find it wherever you get your podcasts, ABC Sport Daily. Now, in the T20 World Cup, talking about the other World Cup that's going on at the moment, of course, our Aussie women through to the final. They will play England at Lord's. So England too good in their semi-final for South Africa. So England making their way through. So Elise Perry, we're going to sweat on her fitness. She's got a quad injury, had to retire her batting in Australia's semi-final up against the West Indies. So good luck to our Aussie women. Early hours of Monday morning, Australian Eastern Standard Time. So when you go to bed on Sunday night, you can fall asleep listening to our coverage through BBC and TMS. Of course, you can find it through ABC Listen. You can stream that on Sunday night, Monday morning, wherever you are across the country. Just a quick word from Andrew Pridham, who joined us pre-game. I found this take fascinating, where you asked him, Spriggy, about the NRL and the impact that the other game, the huge game, obviously, the other football code that dominates the winter months here in Australia, and the impact on the Swans and the game of Australian rules football, how they go trying to share the city with in NRL Heartland. This is what Andrew Pridham had to say earlier tonight, the Swans chair.
Look, I think Peter V'landys, he's never to be underestimated. Rugby league is a very, very strong game, and I think many people in Melbourne in particular, certainly the southern states, they underestimate the strength of rugby league. They've got a great product. They've got, obviously, the state of origin, their women's games going really well. They've been very innovative with things such as Las Vegas. It is a television sport. Obviously, their attendance numbers pale into insignificance compared to the AFL. The bragging rights aspect, that's clearly a big focus for the NRL, and they have sort of a Trump-esque approach to publicity and media management. They do a great job at it, and I think in many ways they do a better job than we do. We think we can learn something from them, perhaps inject a bit more colour into the media in terms of what the clubs do and the AFL do. But, we, as a club, the Sydney Swans, we coexist with the NRL. We have a great relationship with the Roosters in particular. And I think we can coexist, so it doesn't bother me what the headline numbers are.
That was Andrew Pridham, the Swans chair, speaking with us pre-game. Swans by 27, half-time here at the SCG. A little sample off the SMS, Brett Sprigg.
Pete in Ballarat says, "G'day. From a neutral, the Swans have found one in Hanley. Hasn't had a heap of it tonight, but he's got footy smarts and his heart as a cat's head. He'll turn into a real player, I reckon." Thank you, Pete, for your text. Stephen Manganine asks, who is above the Libbers on the father-son list? Are the Fletchers?
Yes.
On top? Where did you say the Murphys were?
You guys,
we'll try and name them. So the Fletcher's top. Silvani's will be on there. Serge and Stephen. Right up. Are they two?
I'll get the complete list for you.
Ablets.
I'd have to be up there. I'll come back to that.
I'll notice. So we'll come back to that one. Paul in Darwin says, good evening to everyone on tonight. Paul's listening to tonight's game and is asking what happened to Geelong last night. They looked woeful against my team, the Brisbane Lions, and also having a week off and playing at home. We touched on this game in our pre-game, which, of course, Murph was still making his way from the airport for. You take, Murph, on where you put the, I guess, firstly, the Lions and also the Cats.
Well, the Lions are back.
Yeah.
I think they've demonstrated that, haven't they, over the last couple of weeks? And, we all sort of doubted them, didn't we, probably a month or so ago when they were battling away. But when you've been up the top for so long, it's hard to be at that level the entire time. So they probably maybe just went back to a few things that, keeping things simple. And then I think just guys are back in form in Brisbane. Now they look like they're running on top of the ground. They've got that confidence back. But then you question where the Cats are at. They've had quite a few games this year where they've looked a long way off it. They always are thereabouts, the Cats, but maybe it's just one of those games where again we go, you know what, just put that to the side and they'll come out next week and play well. But they're a bit of a watch, the Cats. They are worrying against the good sides.
You said they couldn't win it. You were the first one to say that.
I did say that, and you all laughed at me.
I know.
And I'm still laughing myself at that comment, but...
Kennan, Dustin Fletcher, number 1, 664. Gary, Senior and Junior, 605. Michael and Shane Tuck, of course, Michael Tuck, who's responsible for most of those, 426. 599 combined, so 599.
Yeah.
David and Travis Cloak, 589, so they're in 4th position. Sergio and Stephen Silvani, 551. And then John and Mark Murphy, 546. And Tom and Tony Liberatore draw equal tonight, equal 5th.
Swans by 27 points here at the SCG. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. First clearance goes the way of the home side. Kick from Rowbottom. Bouncing towards half forward. Fresh air shot from Caulfield. Out after it now, Sarong for the Swans. Got a kind bounce though. Off half-back, did Cooper Hines. Lays off the hand pass to his skipper, Bontempelli. Long raking kick inside 50. Up in front, McCartan. Falls there for Rampy. And now Edwards, the hand pass off to Blakey. And the Swans can slingshot their way off half-back. It is marked by Tom Hanley on the outer side. Lays off the hand pass to Roberts, who kept running. Kicks towards left, half forward. As English gets in front of McLean. Paddles it to advantage. It was out of bounds on the outer side there, but... comes back here in the Swans' favour. Inside 50 they go. Curnow in the contest. This time O'Donnell, he wins it back here with a snap from the left forward pocket. Just offline. Action-packed opening 50 seconds of the third term. And the Swans lead by just an extra 1 point. 28 points the buffer. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
We're awaiting official word, but it looks like Connor Buderick is out of this game. Only 4 on the bench at the moment for the Dogs.
It's no good at all. So an ankle concern. That's what we're thinking there, Deck.
Right ankle.
Right ankle for Connor Buderick. He's had an interrupted season. Missed the last time they met with a hammy. The first season at the Kennel, of course. And the Murphys and the Liberatores equal 6th, of course, on that list. We spoke before and said 5th. Dale off the back flank. Kicks the Dogs down the wing. Here's Jones. Takes the mark. Sydney by 28 points. Approaching half-time in Perth. Adelaide in control there. Lead by 6 goals. Jones somehow finds Waitman free amongst a mass of bodies. Still 65 metres out, kicking inside a crowded forward 50. Puts it in the Norton direction, floats in from the side. Edwards puts his fist through it at the back. Croft now wrestles Rowbottom for it. And a ball up left forward pocket for the Dogs. Declan Byrne.
Buderick has just left the change rooms, walking up to the interchange bench in a moon boot. So confirmed, Buderick out with a right ankle.
Thank you, Declan Byrne. Down it comes inside 50. Goulden takes Waitman high. That will be free kick for the Bulldogs. And returning Cody Waitman.
Just got on the move then, didn't he? That's what he does really well at those forward 50 stoppages and just caused the high free kick against Goulden. Jeez, he went pretty low, didn't he? But still, you've got to go lower at that point. He did drop the knees, but I suppose the first contact was above the shoulder.
Wouldn't take too many guys high. Himself, Errol Goulden. Similar sort of size here as he stands the mark. In comes Waitman. Returned a few weeks ago. He was managed pre-bye, and then he misses to the right-hand side. Oh, and now Goulden shoved him. And that was contact with the upper body or face as he sort of forced him back onto the ground. And I reckon this will come back here for Cody Waitman. And why wouldn't it? That was just reckless from Errol Goulden.
Does it go to the goal square? Yeah, does it?
Down the ground?
He pointed down the ground, yeah. Oh. That was egregious. His Waitman sort of going to tie up his shoes, or wasn't watching what was going on here. Gordon makes front-on contact and just sort of shoves him back onto his back.
I mean, it's silly from Gordon, but I'll tell you what, Waitman, that's as good a flop as you'll see, isn't it?
So it is paid downfield here, top of the square, which is where we find Aaron Norton to give the Dogs the first major of their second half at the SCG, and he does just that. And Norton has his first. The Dogs get the ideal start in this third term. It's the Swans who are 8-6-54. The Bulldogs 4-9-33. We played 4 minutes in this third term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that's the one they needed, wasn't it? Get him off to a quick start. But, I mean, he sucked him in twice then. Waitman, that's when he got him with the high contact. When he dropped the knee, Goulden wasn't good enough to get low, and then followed up just to finish off. So, got to be better than that. Got to be disciplined. But it's a great flop probably on both occasions, really, wasn't it, Murph?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's soft, but they still don't need to go and push a player after they miss a goal, is it? So, I mean, you're not doing anything there that's going to disrupt him. If you push him, he just stands there. So what's the point in doing it? And he's won himself a free kick, and the Bulldogs get an important goal to start this third term.
Half-time in Perth, Crows by 30 points. Bontempelli first disposal at the restart. Handball out to Richards, handball to Sanders, gives it back to the Bond. Kicks on the run from 50, doesn't get the trip. Punched away on the line, the Swans able to keep it out for now. Jones scoops it up in the pocket. Tough from out there, he hooks it, and again it's near side. Been all over this all night. The amount that have missed to that far side from us as we look at it, the goals left of screen for those of you watching at home. The Paddington end of the ground, the amount that have passed to the right-hand side of the post, either out on the fall or through from behind. Run continues. Now both teams have had the same amount of scoring shots, and yet Sydney lead the game by 25 minutes into the third.
Chain of short kicks, Rampy to Mills, and now Chad Warner on the outer side of the SCG. Swans by 20. Early stages, third quarter. Warner, that's the Chad down the line. Intercept mark taken by Abuku. Buku Karmas from right half back. Comes inboard here. Spilled by Fraser. He follows up. Swinging across the half back line here for the Bulldogs. It's marked by Cooper Hines. Second year player. Played that VFL flag last year. That's off the hand pass to James O'Donnell. Down the line he comes. And Rampy gave a shove. Down there on Luke Kennedy. And it's free kick Bulldogs. And just forward of halfway in front of the members stand. Home side by 20. Luke Kennedy sends it deep inside 50 for the Dogs. Waitman running start. Got the spoil from Edwards. At the drop there, Sanders brought to ground by Blakey. And the umpire says that will be tackler rewarded. In fact, it was Heaney who got in first in that tackle. So a free kick for the Swans at fullback. Home side by 20.
Able to move it on. Roberts away to Cunningham, and now to Rampy off the back flank. Kicks down the wing. Curnow the target. He's been held by O'Donnell. Trying to hold Curnow out with Caulfield floating across in front. Gives away the free. Curnow takes it. Kicks down to half forward for Goulden. One of their 7 lefties in tonight. Errol Goulden off his preferred boot. Drives the kick to full forward. Down there Karma spoils, but it's still a live footy. Waitman goes to ground. Picked up by Caulfield. Gang tackled. A ball up in front of the behind post. Deep forward for the Swans. 8-6 leads 4-10. It's a 20-point lead for Sydney. 7 gone in the third. Meanwhile, half-time in Perth. The Crows by 30 over the Eagles. 9 goals to 4.
Up it goes in the pocket. Grundy zaps it away here. And going up, Selwood brings it down for the Bulldogs. And again, we'll ball it up. Grundy and Lobb in the ruck. Bailey Dale up against the boundary line. And again, it will be thrown back in.
You look at the scoreboard too. They've left a few out there, the Bulldogs, and they're 4 goals 10, and compared to the Swans 8 goals 6. But they've had probably 3 out of bounce on the full. Bont's run into open goals in the first and third term from 45-50 out, mind you. But still, he's one of those guys who can finish them.
They at least match them for scoring shots. But as you say, Mark Murphy, they've had a few that went out of bounds on the full. So it's going to be a throw-in once more again. Greg said maybe Goulden was fired up by the Liberatore patting him on the head when Waitman was awarded the free kick. Did you see that? Missed that live, but that would explain why Goulden was probably a little bit more fired up than usual. Swans by 20. 8 minutes played here, third term. And back in it comes Grundy down to Redwater, who snapped quickly, curls it at the right side of the post.
on a score for the Swans. 8-7 plays 4-10. Short kick out from Dale, finds Fraser, who marks, gives it back to Dale. The All-Australian comes out of defence. Long kick up to the wing. Bontempelli reaching back, couldn't take it one-handed. He says it came off his fingertips. The boundary umpire disagrees. Lasso free kick. Sydney to take it at halfway. 21-point lead for the Swans. They've led all night after kicking the first 6 goals. Curnow kicked 4 of those. Rampy down to half forward. They come from all directions, but that's a good mark. Bailey Dale wasn't the biggest man in the pack. Comes up with it. Spears, he's kicked a lob at centre-half back for the Dogs.
Didn't go 15 for lob. Tapped away by Fraser. Richards, lob. Spills it off half-back here. Pressure does come from Jordan in some disputed area now. Rebel makes the tackle on Fraser, but the hand pass away for Richards. He turns and kicks towards half-forward. Edwards, second bite. And reels in to grab it right half-back here for the Swans. The man who debuted when these sides last met in round 7. The rugby and basketball convert, Will Edwards. Down the line he comes, 2-on-1 McLean. Went over the pack and Curnow keeps it alive. No, he doesn't. With a whistle there for out of bounds and it went just inside the arc of 50. So a ball in. Playing weekend of the SCG. Swans lead by 21. 10 minutes played, third term.
How many other sports do you play, Joel? Would you have been an other sport convert?
2. Tennis and athletics, I reckon. That's about it.
Tennis. Which one were you better at?
Athletics.
Okay. What was your pet event?
Like a 200, 400 maybe.
Nice. Okay. I like it. Boundary throw in. Back forms. Heaney extracts it. Got a hand pass out to Chad Warner. High up and under in front of the behind post. Hanley's down there. Can't reel it in. Spills out of bounds and a throw in.
What sort of times are we talking, Joel, for a 200, 400?
Tell you.
Okay.
Like, probably 15-year-old. I can't remember, actually. It's a long time ago now.
Was our great fact with Mark Murphy is a former state underage cricketer.
Oh, yeah.
Same team as Brett Delidio and Andre Gianfagna, who's an umpire.
Yes.
So all part of the same under-17 state.
Back in it comes. Grundy missed it. Matt Kennedy just works his kick away somewhere. Out of bounds on the full. So Sydney's ball again. That's right at half forward. 50 from their attacking goal. With Jake Lloyd. Nice touch as well with the Pride game. The colourful Sydney Cricket Ground sign on top of the scoreboard. Usually just red and white. Goes towards the top of the square here. Hamling underneath the pack. And the umpire will ball it up. Swans by 21.
Brett Sprigg, Corbin Middlemass, Mark Murphy, Joel Papfel, Declan Byrne, your call team. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Repeat stoppages inside 50 for the Swans. We'll do it all again. Rowbottom tackled straight away. Dogs one down. Connor Butterick, right ankle injury, done for the night in a moon boot. From the ball up, Grundy wins the hit out straight to O'Donnell, who's tackled by Curnow. Says I'll have it.
Just so well set up here, Sydney. Josh Sarong just sitting outside, just waiting for an opportunity for a ball to come out.
Sydney by 21, a dozen minutes into the third. Grundy pumps it straight off the bonce of Richards. Ricochets back to Matt Kennedy, clearing kick to halfback. Edward spoils, falls down to Sarong. Quick handball release, picked up though by Richards, who shakes or almost shook the tackle of Chad Warner. Got a handball away to Selwood. He's able to bust free. Handball to Hines. Hurried kick close to the boundary line, and McCartan just picks it over the top of Jones. The bigger man wins out right in front of the interchange gate. Sydney back with it, up 21.
McCartan short ball for Cunningham. It's all the way back here for Nick Blakey. Now Rampy. So a slow switch here for the Swans. Hand pass back to McCartan. It's around a couple. Hand pass a little dicey here as Sanders provides some pressure out there on Harry Kyle. Loose ball here, pounced on by Roberts of the Swans. Back to Roberts. Middle of the park he goes. Inside forward 50. Running start from Hamling. Even better run there from English, who gets there first, the Bulldogs. Hand pass off to Boudreau Karmas. Almost run down by Hanley. Kick intercepted by Harry Kyle on the outer side of the Swans.
I like this young man, Harry Kyle. Picked 14 in last year's national draft. One of their 7 lefties. Sydney Academy prospect. Kyle sends it inside 50. Curnow leaps up over the pack. Couldn't quite come down with it. Took a few bodies on the way through. Spills to Roberts. Handball to Heaney. Great lateral kick across the rainbow 50, and the mark taken by Sarong. 49 metres out.
Well, it's one thing to execute that kick from, it's a 40 or 50 metre pass just inside 50, but just have the vision. I only had the ball for probably half a second in his hands and just be able to see a bloke who's 50 metres away under enormous pressure and traffic everywhere around you. That's why he's one of the better players in the comp, isn't he? Just that ability to have that vision and composure.
Never been in Charlie's way when he comes flying through like that?
No, not quite.
No.
Get out of his way.
Jeez. Took a few bodies on the way through. Sarong, who kicked the game winner to this Randwick end. Last time out here for the Swans. Lands short. Whack through for a rush behind. So a minor score there for Sydney. They led it by 22. They've led all night. 14 minutes into the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Nail to Fraser. Still inside defensive 50 here for the Bulldogs, and Hines does take the mark here.
It's one positive thing about being 5'10", Corby, not expected to go up for a grab, so you get front and centre.
Get out of the way.
Hines will switch across the defensive goal mouth here for the Bulldogs with O'Donnell. Past the 50 games mark earlier this year, and now beyond defensive 50. And he's playing his 50th game today. Riley Sanders slightly inboard for English as Hamling stands the mark.
Play taller though, Murph.
Wouldn't quite say.
14 gone third term at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Just a couple of little chips with Ballydale. Right half back. Pack converges. And back with the flight, Selwood, and off hands for a throw-in on the eastern wing of the SCG. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
I've been deep in Reddit, guys. Stu on Reddit says Joel Patfull holds most of our school athletics records. He did 10 to 15 years ago when I was there. So maybe still holding on, Joel.
School we talking? Adelaide?
McGill, probably McGill.
Yeah, McGill. That's what I'm saying.
Just tell him to send a few times through if you can.
Yes.
Send the honours board through, please.
22-point lead for the Swans. Boundary throw-in. Now we've got a ball up, same spot. Stoppage dominated third term so far. Often multiple stoppages in the same spot. Richards tried to release Bontempelli, left it behind. Picked up by Roberts. Surge kick forward for the Swans. Selwood in a tangle, goes to ground. Hanley keeps his feet, and the old adage wins out. Hand pass comes inside to Gordon. Spears the kick for Cleary. Karmas moves him aside, slides through the Swans' way anyway. Corey Warner got it. Handball away to Cleary. Centering kick for Sydney. Turnover. Oh, Roberts took the mark and rode the contact too. Richards is going to get it here. Fullback for the Bulldogs. He got the contact from Curnow that came behind.
27th birthday today. Ed Richards, as you mentioned, Corby, comes beyond defensive 50. 2-on-2. Goes Blakey. Clean bowled Bramble. And now it's run toward the boundary line by Chad Warner and Joel Fraser. So it remains the Swans by 22 points here. 16 gone third term.
They're struggling to get the ball out of their back 50, the Dogs, aren't they?
Yeah.
Across the centre field. They're getting numbers back, which is stopping the Swans from scoring, but hurting their ball from going forward. Seeing Tim English playing as a permanent back. He's almost full back on McLean there.
While Grundy and Croft do the ruck work here for the Bulldogs. And now it's still brought to ground on the members' wing of the SCG. Blake underneath all of that will hand the ball back to the umpire for another stoppage.
One down by Grundy. Heaney passing through. Tackle dispossessed. Luke Kennedy got it out for the Dogs. Hand pass away to Waitman. Short kick finds Bramble. Looks like he's playing in the front half, so another magnet change. Kicks it down towards Norton, slides to his hands. Spills to Waitman. Waitman dabs it inside 50. Jones in front. Can't quite under the pressure from Cunningham. Forces the ball out. Sheldrick, handball away to Mills. He gets it to Chad Warner and the Swans away. Handball to McCartan. Kicks over halfway, finds Heaney.
Dummies the hand pass, narrow leases to Chad Warner. Pops it inside 50. Two options there. Cleary one of them, and he takes the chest mark, or takes the mark. 40 out on a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, it was a big play, wasn't it, going inside 50, that last play for the Bulldogs, and they all outnumbered the Bulldogs, but they all were too close to one another, and Sydney just won the ball and had too many numbers to use. And then Chad Warner just had the ability to find Heaney and then double up run and get that ball inside 50, and rather than run in where all the other numbers are, go run to space, and that's where Sydney got that ball forward.
Two behinds last week against the Lions. One earlier tonight as well. Caden Cleary is set off the right boot, missing across to the left-hand side on the behind line. Mark was claimed initially by Hamling and then forced through by the Western Bulldogs. It's the Swans who lead here by 23 points
18 minutes elapsed in this third quarter at the City Cricket Ground on ABC Sport. Dale spears his kick to half-back for Fraser. Mark Murphy and Joel Papfel in the experts' chair. Fraser's kick no good. Turned it over. Heaney wins it for Sydney on the wing. Handball away to Mills. Handball to Corey Warner. Feeds it further afield to Rowbottom. He kicks from 52 metres out. Long to full forward. English knocks it down, but straight to Lloyd. Sydney back with it. Handball to Cleary. Handball to Corey Warner. Wants to get back on his left. Does so. And hits the post. To know your opponent there. There's no way he was going back on the right side, and Corey Warner with a minus score. It's a 24-point lead for the Swans, 19 gone in the third.
Yeah, you can't forgive blokes who go to the wrong foot, especially on a left footer, can you? So just a good little goose step by Warner there, and his opponent should have known better.
Didn't the crowd want a highlight too? The crowd got up and about. They just...
I think we're due for one.
Just want something.
Fraser at left half back, intercepted here by Errol Goulden. Swans go back on the overlap here. Marked at half forward by Lloyd. He holds it for a moment. The yellow Sharon. Swans by 24 points as we approach time on here in this lackluster third term. And diving in, Heaney. Third bite, couldn't reel it in. Now goes Corey Warner again in the pocket. Off to Cleary. He spills it. And the pressure from Waitman. Hand pass away from Corey Warner to Heaney, who snaps from the impossible angle. He does things that only Isaac Heaney can do. And he tumbles it through for his first goal tonight. There's your highlight. Friday night 40 on ABC Sport. The Swans are out by 30 points. Joel Patfel and Mark Murphy.
We're due for something. So sometimes that's all you need. Bit of individual brilliance from the boundary line. It wasn't pretty, but they got the ball forward into a dangerous position, and that's why those guys are so dangerous. He doesn't need much space, but he can make things happen when he needs to.
Well, they just cracked under pressure there, the Bulldogs. Probably the last 4 or 5 minutes, just continual inside 50s, and the ball, they couldn't get the ball out, the Bulldogs, from probably 80 metres out. So the Swans had set up the old wall back in the day when you're playing junior football, where you just got numbers outside waiting for the ball to come out and then just to get it back in. So they fumbled around and stuffed around with it for a few times in the Swans, but then just that class from Isaac Heaney to finish that from a pretty handy little angle there in the forward pocket.
The only goal before that was the free kick that Goulden gave away to Aaron Norton. So only the second goal in the term. 30 points is the lead for the Sydney Swans. As it was at quarter time. Back out of the middle. Tom Liberatore hooks a kick down to half forward. Waitman clever. Knocks it to Luke Kennedy. Handball didn't quite get to Bond. Mills intercepts. Hand pass away to Sheldrick. To Goulden. Handball back to Sheldrick. Hurried handball. Cunningham to Mills. Now to Kyle. All at half back. And Kyle squeezes out a little left footer to Corey Warner. He's got it on the wing. Takes some ground. That is a superb kick. Like a heat-guided missile to Rowbottom, who marks on the 50. 30-point lead for the Swans. 21 gone in the third. Rowbottom just lays it up to full forward McLean. Leaps up, takes it probably 2.5 metres off the ground, and Hayden McLean can knock it through from straight in front.
Well, just too good then, the Swans. Just that Corey Warner kick, that was the one that just broke it open. So rather than just go down the line and play it safe, he penetrated that one between probably 3 Bulldogs defenders and midfielders, and then was just able to find a mismatch with McLean standing in that forward pocket. So English playing deep down there but couldn't get across to that contest.
No Amati, no McDonald, no problems. They got Hayden McLean, and he's got 3. He's having a night out to play alongside King Charles. Charlie with 4 up front. McLean's got 3. And Sydney are out by 36 points. 22 gone in the third. 10-10 to 4-10. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right. It was that Warner kick, wasn't it? And he's given them a bit of excitement around the footy. The last 2 times they've gone inside 50. A bit of spark and taken that kick on, which has been good. But McLean deep on English is an interesting one, isn't it? It looks like English, there has to be a bit of a niggle there or something wrong with him to be spending so much time deep in defence.
It's a strange call to have your Premier Ruckman playing majority this third term.
Well, especially against Brodie Grundy as well. I mean, these pretty lobs going one-on-one with Brodie Grundy while English plays deep in defence, which is a strange one.
So shots of him at training during the week where he's back was no good at all, but it's a tough gig with a stiff back playing deep in defence. Clearance goes away the Dogs. Richards was run down. A great chase by James Jordan. He pinned the arm, brought him down. That will mean this is turned straight over that clearance.
It's looked a sure thing for the Bulldogs. James Jordan, premiership sub against the Bulldogs 5 years ago as a demon, has come down here towards full forward row bottom. Pack of players all around it. Caulfield taps it away here. Goulden first hands. Hurried snap goes up in the air. McLean competes in the air, and now it's out of bounds for a throw-in.
Well, they've just broken the damn wall, haven't they, Sydney? It was play between the arcs for a fair bit of this early third term, but then ever since that Isaac Heaney goal, the Swans have just gone bang bang, haven't they?
It's an equal game high 6-goal lead. The home side's favour. Time on third quarter. Back in it comes. Grundy lays it down. First hands to it, Matt Kennedy, and it goes beyond offensive 50 for Fraser.
Smoking Joel gives a handball away to Liberatore, feeds it through the middle to Matt Kennedy. Handball chain ends up with the Bont. He runs away from the would-be tacklers, kicks it to Croft, running back downhill, spills the mark, but he's going to get a free. Edwards trying to hold him out, and Geordie Croft will take it straight in front, 15 out.
Thought he did well then, Edwards. I'll have to look at this replay if he did tug on the jumper, but did pretty well to try and get back and disrupt Croft. Yeah, he just grabbed the right arm, so unfortunately Croft couldn't go up for two hands to try and get that. That's a pretty telltale sign that you're going to draw the umpire's attention there and give away a free kick.
So Jordan Croft goalless in 3 of his last 4 games, but not tonight. And the free kick results in a goal. And they pay the full toll, the Sydney Swans, on that occasion. It's back to a 30-point game. Croft goals. The Dogs 5-10. They trail Sydney 10-10. 30-point lead for the Swans. 25 gone in the third. Mark Murphy and Joel Patfull. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It was better ball movement by the Dogs, wasn't it? Through the middle, Bont on the run. And that's what they're going to have to do. If they want to get back in this game, they're going to have to take it on a bit more. Get some of that overlap run. Get them out the back inside 50, and they look dangerous.
Well, sometimes you just got to make it up on the run. And when you need to score and score quickly to try and get back involved in the game, you've got to take a few risks and try and get them out the back. And that's exactly what they were able to do then, the Bulldogs. So that's almost a bit of the template when you're 5 goals down leading into three-quarter time to try and play that quick footy.
Also, former Carlton skipper, third game of Mark Murphy on the restart. Bontempelli got away towards Richards. Hurried kick. Bounced towards half-back, and now Roberts was taken high by Fraser, or at least sort of feigned the contact. Umpire was wise to it. Mills got it off to Heaney. Quick hands. Tudrick dispossessed by Liberatore. Going in hard again, Heaney shares it with Roberts. Hand pass back to Blakey. He snakes away with a bounce on this member's side. Goes inside 50. Coming across Selwood. Cuts in front of Grundy. Loose ball. Pounced on now by Bramble. Back to Selwood. The Dogs can clear off that half-back line. Bounced off the shins there at Harry Kyle. Favourably now for Richard. Sweeps the hand pass wide for Matt Kennedy of the Bulldogs. They use the corridor to link up with Croft. Still 65 from goal, just forward of halfway. Dogs trail by 30. We'll come back here.
It's going downfield to Norton, I think.
Norton, and some contact there from Will Edwards. So another free kick paid downfield here for the Bulldogs.
Edwards again, Spriggy. So gave away the last one to Croft and
just stopped his run. Just looking back at the replay, he just tried to pivot and run back towards goal, and Edwards put one arm around him and laid the body in front. There wasn't a lot in it.
So Croft comes further inside 50 here.
That's a hard one. Defenders are told to try and stop the run of the forwards. But I think the arm around maybe has caught the attention of the umpire.
So Geordie Croft, the second time in 2 minutes. Set shot, 25 out, makes no mistake. Couple of quick goals for Jordan Croft in his 13th career game. And they cut the margin, the Bulldogs, back to 24 points. It's 10-10-70. The Dogs are 6-10-46. 28 gone in the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Joel Patfull.
It's a tough call when you're 50 metres off the ball, isn't it? You want your defenders to make contact, and they've got to be able to make it hard for the forwards. You can't just let them lead into open space. You've got to make that contact. It looks like he has potential. There's a little arm around the body, but there's not much in that at all. It's a very stiff penalty for a little bit of contact. But 2 goals in a row for the Dogs, get them back into the game. There's, 24 points and still plenty of time.
That's certainly doable. It's amazing what a couple of minutes does. They kick 2 quick ones, and you're within 4 goals again, and it's game on.
Our man Razor Ray's not here, but I don't understand why wasn't that Norton's free kick if it's downfield, as opposed to they marched the guy who had the footy 50 metres and He took the set shot. I'm going to need some clarification on that as the Swans out of the middle. Roberts dumps the ball inside 50. Curnow's in the pocket, always a threat. Close to the boundary line. Curnow trying to keep it alive. He took it out with him.
It's out the full, Laurie. Almost there. Sydney players are calling for it.
Tripped over the Sharon on the way out. They're going to check whether this went out on the full or not.
Looked to me like Charlie sort of whacked it back in, and
here we go. So you did have a play on it. Tried to touch it back in, you're right. It's come off the boot of James O'Donnell, but whether it went out on the full or not, or whether it skidded across the turf, and they're going to say it's not out on the full. It's a boundary throw in deep forward for the Swans. Still threatening here. Grundy palms it down. Bont gets involved. Handball away to Richards. Kicks out of defence. Centre square ball. Still no clean pick-up. In the end, Rampy just sockers it off the deck. Likewise, Heaney a little further forward. Centre half back for the Bulldogs. Richards intercepts. Handball out in front of Caulfield.
Did well. On the ground ball. Gets the hand pass away here. Back to Fraser. And he finds some space off right at half back. Shares a hand pass to McNeil. Little kick to the lead of Waitman. Forward of halfway here for the Bulldogs. They've got the chain going now. They're all surging forward in those red, white and blue jumpers. Comes inside 50, inside the ground to find Bramble. Now he goes inside forward 50. Edwards goes up and spoils. Double-fisted spoil out of bounds for a throw-in the right forward pocket for the Bulldogs, who trail by 24 points as we approach the half-hour mark of this third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here is Corbin Middlemass.
Boundary throw-in. Rucks miss it completely. Lloyd, handball away to Roberts. He's crunched in the tackle. The tackle got him high. Croft over the shoulder, so free kick for the Swans. Not too pleased, the Swans, with the way the whistle's gone tonight. The Sydney fans in the house.
Been vocal, haven't they?
Yeah. Kick goes lateral to McCann and a short kick to Blakey on the back flank. Declan Byrne.
The 2016 Grand Final comes to mind very quickly for Swans fans when the Bulldogs are playing.
Still in recent memory, a decade old. It was the premiership reunion earlier this year, and the Swans spoiled that party with an 11-goal win.
Nightmares of Tom Boyd. Kicking one from about 70.
The day that was at the MCG. The Dogs, their second premiership in club history. Short kicking game here for the Swans in the defensive half, and Lloyd now with it underneath the scoreboard. So 31 gone in this third term. It's Sydney by 4 goals. And that will be the last kick of the quarter. Sydney 10-10-70, the Western Bulldogs 6-10-46. Three-quarter time at the SCG, and after the Swans led by 30 at quarter time, 27 at the half, they lead by 24 at three-quarter time. The Dogs are going to need to make some significant inroads in this final term, a 4-goal buffer for the Swans. 4 goals for Charlie Curnow, 3 for Hayden McLean, and then singles for Chad Warner, Heaney and Caden Cleary. Meanwhile, for the Western Bulldogs, 2 for Jordan Croft. They both came in that third quarter, and then singles for Sanders, Dale, Jones and Norton. Just repeating the news on the Dogs bench that Connor Butterick's done for the night. He's in a moon boot. He's hobbling out there to join his teammates at three-quarter time, but his night's done. He's in the casual clothes, and he's got the moon boot on his right leg after that ankle concern. Meanwhile, in Perth, the game between Adelaide and West Coast, it's all the Crows. They're 37 points in front. Early stages, third term, Adelaide 10-6-66. They lead the West Coast Eagles 4-5-29. The thoughts of Murph and Joel coming up in just a moment. It's three-quarter time. Final term around the corner here at the SCG. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Comedy, music and tricky clues.
Because Spicks and Specs is back. More music than a comedy night, more comedy than a concert, and enough trivia to impress your co-workers for weeks.
New Spicks and Specs. Back Wednesday, July 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Diving in, Heaney. Third bite, couldn't reel it in. Now goes Corey Warner again in the pocket. Off to Cleary. He spills it. The pressure from Waitman. And pass away from Corey Warner to Heaney, who snaps from the impossible angle. He does things that only Isaac Heaney can do. And he tumbles it through for his first goal tonight. There's your highlight.
Rowbottom just lays it up to full forward McLean. Leaps up, takes it probably 2.5 metres off the ground, and Hayden McLean can knock it through from straight in front. No Amati, no McDonald, no problems. They got Hayden McLean, and he's got 3.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Coming off 6 goals in the VFL, Hayden McLean, he's got 3 at AFL level through as many quarters. And his Sydney Swans enjoying a 24-point lead at three-quarter time. 10-10 to 6-10, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Joel Patfull through 3.
He's been good, Hayden McLean, tonight. I thought he's competed really well, been really good in his second efforts, and he's got a couple easy goals just from just being quicker to react. But that third term was a bit of a weird one. The Swans dominated large parts of it and almost put the game to bed and got 36 points out. And then 2 late goals to Croft really has got the game back interesting. So we know the Bulldogs can score quickly, but the Swans have sort of fumbled their way through. They had 14 inside 50s then compared to weight of the Bulldogs. So they should have really made them pay and only kicked the 2 goals 5. And you look at the Bulldogs kicking those late too, having scored 3 goals 2 for that third term. So they're thereabouts, the Bulldogs. We know that their best is certainly good enough. The Swans may have just flirted a little bit with their form in that third term where it looked like the game was done, as I said, but the doors left a little bit ajar.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been a hard watch at times, hasn't it? Both teams are hesitant almost to pull the trigger and playing very safe in their ball movement going forward, getting numbers back in their defence. So it hasn't been a very free-flowing game of footy, which is making it hard for both teams. But, I mean, I'd expect both teams, or especially the Bulldogs, to loosen the shackles here, and they've got to start going for their kicks. We talked about it at half-time, but they've got to start moving the ball a bit quicker, going through the corridor, and, you've got to make up 4 goals against one of the best teams in the comp. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ballydale's been okay for them off half-back, so he's got to get the ball in his hands more and start taking it on through the middle of the corridor and get some overlap run and get it deeper inside 50. They've missed a lot of opportunities like you talked about as well. So can they capitalise and make the game interesting? But the Swans is a big one, isn't it? It's like they've gone too far the other direction with their ball movement. It's been slow. We've seen Blakey run through the middle probably once tonight, but that's about it. So whether they can do that as well and try and get some of that quicker ball movement going.
Yeah, well, they sort of don't really need to do it, do they? But the Bulldogs here, you're sitting at three-quarter time and you're 4 goals down. So what's the message going to be from Luke Beveridge is that we don't really need to score, go bang, 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 bang here early. Let's just get the game on our terms, win the hard contested ball like they did in that second term when they got on top, and then their spread really shone through in that second period when they were on top of the Swans. So they don't need to kick them all at once. They've certainly got enough time to be able to score a winning score here, the Bulldogs. But yeah, it's whether or not they've got the ability to do it. Through the midfield, you look at Bontempelli's game. He's only had the 16 disposals. Kennedy's had the 17 through there. Richard's probably been one of their better ones with Sanders through the middle. Ballydale's been terrific off that half-back flank. It's probably more of a message to him, say, well, let's just keep on getting more aggressive, Bailey, and we love the way in which he used the ball. He's such a good ball user, and when you're playing the SCG, obviously the ground's not as long, so those half-back flankers are vitally important. But yeah, the message from Luke Beveridge has got to be about going down swinging here and really having a crack going through the corridor and opening up this Sydney Swans side, because they have looked a bit grabby and touchy, haven't they, in the back half when the pressure's on and when they're isolated 1v1.
Do you request this in the jukebox?
I wouldn't request this one. No, I don't mind this song.
This is usually Joel Amati's goal song, but obviously he's out injured for the next 10 weeks with an Achilles, and they thought, to hell with it, we're going to play it anyway.
From memory, at SCG, it was Sweet Caroline, usually was the walkout song. That
was at quarter time. They missed the chorus. It was too late playing it, so we didn't get the chorus.
Yeah,
that still happens. This is all part of the disco atmosphere of the Pride game, so
I like it.
The Venga Bus, well and truly here.
I don't mind the Venga Bus, but anyway, let's see who's going to jump on the Venga Bus here in this last term. Cool.
Swans by 24 points here at the SCG. Grundy competes with Lob down to Heaney. Slick hands off to Chad Warner, bursting by Blakey. Breaking ball inside forward 50. McLean crashes the pack with a spoil from Caulfield and squeezed between he and English. Kept alive by Errol Goulden. Lloyd back to Errol. Left foot here, preferred side for him. He snaps high towards the square. 2-on-2. Third man in. No, it's been marked by Curnow. Selwood came in late, but Charlie Curnow said, I'll have some of that. Now he plays on and snaps and pops to his fifth. No, we get reset here on the mark, Charlie Curnow. So scratch that. Not quite a handful for Charlie Curnow. The all-important first goal of the final term looks to be in the Swans' keeping.
The umpire's trying to move him on his angle, and Charlie's refusing to walk out there.
I fancy the exact same thing this time, just with the a couple of steps to his right, Charlie Curnow.
It's almost the umpire's given up here too. He's still trying to get him to go.
So the Swans, the opening 60 seconds of this final term. Curnow's got his 5th. And they push the margin back out to 30 points. Early stages, final term, 11-10-76. The Bulldogs are 6-10-46. Your experts on ABC Sport are Mark Murphy and Joel Patfull.
That's exactly what we talked about, wasn't it? It was Blakey off the back of the square. He just took off, left his opponent behind and created that overlap run. Got the ball deep inside 50. But once again, Charlie Curnow too strong in a one-on-one contest. He's pushed him underneath the footy again, though. It's like the Bulldogs defenders continue playing in front, taking that front position. If you're not strong enough and you can't push in against it, leaves you so vulnerable and so easy for him to just nudge you under and take that uncontested mark almost inside the goal square.
Maybe their theory has been, well, we don't want Charlie running and jumping at the football, but he's shown tonight that he's used his body in a really good way, probably on 3 or 4 occasions tonight, which have all resulted in goals.
And we've got a new Coleman medal leader. So Charlie Curnow goes past Ben King by 1. So he's up to 44, King 43, Morris 41 on that tally. As you heard the subsequent round of applause for Charlie Curnow on the back of his 5, and we got repeat stoppages in the centre square. Of course, Ben King's still to play tomorrow, so we'll see how he goes against the Pies. You're doing that game, Spriggy, up at Carrara tomorrow. And the ball up, Grundy palms it down to Heaney, kicks smothered, he's getting a free, he's held it at it.
Who wins it? That's a weird one, the Pies and the Suns tomorrow. Anyway, Heaney off half-back. Switches towards McCartan, marks it right half back, lays off the hand pass to Cunningham as Norton gives chase. It's a well-weighted kick to find Goulden, forward of halfway on the eastern side of the ground. Called to play on, Errol Goulden looks at the options inside forward 50. Neat to the pocket now for Curnow, but McDonald just palmed it away over the line for a throw-in.
Are the Suns above or below Collingwood on the ladder?
We got 11th versus 10th.
They've got to win tomorrow, Gold Coast, if they're any good, don't they?
Collingwood's record this year, they're 7 losses, 1 draw against sides above them, and they're a perfect 7-0 against all the sides below them. So they're almost perfectly where they should be.
Swans by 30 here, hand pass Caulfield. Now to Matt Kennedy, just thumps it beyond defensive 50 for the Bulldogs.
No one out there, though. Chase on for the footy. So McCartan hunting out after it, collects. Thought about the hand pass and then decides just to dab it along the line. Short kick finds his intended target in Lloyd. Handball away to Errol Goulden. Nice to have this young man back as he kicks down to half forward, and arriving late O'Donnell punches it out of bounds. Throwing half forward for the Swans. You were sceptic on the Pies right at the start of the season. You didn't have them in your top 10, Murph?
No, I didn't. I was just a bit worried about their age demographic and whether or not they've got enough support for Nick Dacos. It's probably showing a bit that way at the moment.
Swans by 5 goals here in the final term. Adelaide by 6 goals over West Coast. That's third quarter action there. Well, Goulden's been clipped on the way through inadvertently, and he was holding his head and gave up on the play. There was no whistle, and the Dogs win it. Hines got a hand pass away to Bontempelli. Errol gets up, rubbing the back of his head. No free kick. Kicks to a contest on the wing, the Bont. Norton shares it out of bounds, and Rampy gives a bump to Jones as he comes passing through. Boundary throwing, eastern wing. Friday night footy on ABC Sports. Swans by 30. Curnow's kicked 5.
Seeing a few replays of that Matt Kennedy. The second incident for him tonight. This time Errol Goulden comes to Matt Roberts. He runs headlong into Bontempelli, and the umpire says, give it to me.
So first one, by the way, it'll be on the lower end. There was a bump on Caden Cleary, had his head over the footy, but expect a sanction there for Matt Kennedy for his bump earlier, which is really out of the modern game, isn't it? We don't see that too often nowadays.
Free kick for a hold going Grundy's way here. Right half back. Swans by 30 points in this final term at the SCG. And now Kennedy, that's Matt in the contest with Roberts. He's fighting his way through Ballydale. Now just manhandled by Isaac Heaney. And that will be holding the ball. So the slightly smaller body, Heaney on Ballydale. Just ragdolled him towards that boundary line.
Jeez, he's lucky he didn't get him in the head, that ragdoll at the end there. He followed probably a bit too far with that tackle. He certainly was going to get the holding the ball decision, but I know Isaac Heaney's chance of winning a Brownlow wasn't too far away from being in jeopardy there if he hit him in the head.
Luckily, Dale's shoulder sort of broke his fall as he came down. Swans by 30, will ball it back in.
It's what they talk about all the time. You can't breach your duty of care as the tackler. That's what they'll be looking for, and that's why Matt Kennedy, in his incident, where he laid a bump with a guy having his head over the footy, and they'll deem that to have breached his duty of care, and Matt Kennedy will get a short spell on the sidelines. If he'd caused a concussion or a serious injury, he'd be looking at 3 to 4, but most likely to be on the lower end, 1 to 2.
Through traffic, Liberatore links up with Dale by hand. Now they kick down the line here. Now they've got some surge going forward here with Luke Kennedy. Lays off the hand pass to Liberatore. Goes inside forward 50, and McCartan leaps from the back on Norton. Norton somehow follows up. Will Lewis, hand pass off here. As the hand pass comes to Jones, he was dumped in the Edwards tackle in the goal square. And it's locked in for a ball up. Swans still by 30 here. 6.5 gone, final term.
They've led all night. The Sydney Swans kicked the first 6 goals. Curnow kicked 4 of those. Grundy wins the hit out towards the pocket. Cunningham collects. Clears the ball to half-back. Lloyd had a fair purchase on it. No mark. Spills to Caulfield. Hand pass to Hines. Handball to Matt Kennedy against the boundary line. Kicks to full forward. They come from all directions. Spills down to Luke Kennedy. Shoots goal, but he misses. And the young man the wrong side of the post. And their only teenager out there with the behind. So Luke Kennedy a minor score. Oh,
jumper punch.
Dane Rampy throwing a few jumper punches at one another. Swans work at the half-back. They lead by 29.
Blakey spilled the pass from Rowbottom. Now it comes back here as there is a whistle for a hold, and now it's a wrestle between Blakey and Will Lewis. Both getting as good as they get.
Of course, we crack down on those fines, Murph. You're not allowed to punch someone in the gut, but you can jump a punch them as many times as you like.
It's a strange one.
As long as you're holding the jumper.
Hold it. This for the jumper, you're right.
The ball's not coming back to Nick Blakey, and the fans want more. Now he's sort of feigning some contact here. Is Will Lewis. Meanwhile, Blakey plays on. Kicks wide to Sarong. On the members' side, he goes. Cleary marks forward of halfway. Swans by 29 points. As Cleary does go deep forward. 2-on-2. Up in front, McLean at the back. Curnow. Shrugs like O'Donnell. Hand pass goes back to the top of the square. Chad Warner run down by Caulfield. Hines with the loose footy. Gets some pressure now from Curnow. Looks back to Ballydale on the last line, who under some pressure. Lloyd does rush the behind.
Will Lewis is still down with the trainer.
Where did he get him, Mike? Was it guts, was it?
He gave him, just bumped into him, and the crowd's getting a look at the replay, and they think it was a little SAWFT, so they're not so sure about that. Lewis still trying to trot it out as he runs down to the forward 50 for the Bulldogs. Short kick down the line, finds Norton. The Dogs with the build-up, the kick smothered. Great work. Harry Cunningham gets across with the 1%er, forces it out of play, and a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the Dogs. Now Norton and Heaney in a tangle.
Are they still giving fines for diving? They've got a... There's been a few tonight that surely there's a couple that have raised some eyebrows.
Swans by 30. The voice of Joel Patfull on ABC Sport. Head over at Richards. Works it forward of halfway here for the Bulldogs. Up inside 50. Norton's second bite slapped away by Will Edwards. And Heaney lurking. Clean pick up, though Waitman brings him down, ball and all. And it goes toward the boundary line for a throw-in.
The problem is when you go down like Will Lewis there for the first couple of seconds, you're like, well, I've probably got to make the most of this. Stay down here, because otherwise I look like an idiot.
The replay didn't help him.
No, the replay did not help his cause whatsoever.
The timing of it was perfect, though, for the theatre. Just when the next stoppage in play, multiple replays. Seemingly okay, Will Lewis, and unsurprisingly staying out there. A 30-point lead for the Swans. Final quarter, Sydney have led all night. Lobb palms it down. Taken though by Jordan of the Swans. Handball away to Heaney. He kicks hurriedly out towards half forward. Finds McLean. He's been good tonight. He's kicked 3 on his recall to the AFL team. A long kick to full forward. They come from all directions. Curnow flies. No mark. Spills down Sydney's way. Play on it in all of that from Sarong. Standing up with a footy. Cleary. Handball away to Grundy. His hand pass whacked on by Lloyd. Sydney still with it, but now at half forward, 50 out. McLean gives it to Heaney. Hurried kick to the top of the goal square. Caulfield, strong mark. Takes the intercept mark. Full back for the Western Bulldogs. And in fact, there's going to be a free kick plucked out in all of that. It's against Curnow for a hold, and his direct opponent James O'Donnell will take it, goes short to Sanders, back pocket for the Dogs. 30-point lead for Sydney, 11 minutes gone, final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
His 50th game, Riley Sanders. Down the members' side, he comes. Rampy had a hold there on Will Lewis. Dogs keep it going, though, with Croft. And pass to Jones. He's done it before he had it. Ricochets out in front of the Swans interchange bench.
The shape of the Sydney Swans defenders and that onside of those Bulldogs forwards forced them to hold up the play, turned it over up the field.
Boundary umpire and field umpire conferring here for either a Sydney free kick or a throw-in.
Last disposal?
Last disposal. So deeming that the eagle-eyed boundary umpire saw it did actually come off the Bulldogs. Just went an Artie Jones kick, which will result in a Nick Blakey free kick. Swans with that 30-point lead still. 11.5 gone in the final term. And his kick pulled it light, finds Sarong.
Spriggy in Perth, Crows by 42, so 4.5 minutes gone in the third. Adelaide by 42 over the Eagles.
Sarong goes inside 50. Chad Warner wants to leap down there. And now it just tumbles toward the boundary line for a throw-in. Disappointing for Eagles fans like myself and Mark Murphy, of course, with that lead of the Adelaide Crows.
7 goals, the lead for the Crows.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're, of course, famously an Eagles fan.
Oh, come on. For one game.
Just supporting him against Collingwood.
Which was a big thing at the time and many years on.
Well, just getting in the spirit of the grand final day.
13-7, 6-7 from the boundary throw-in. Dogs caught with the footy. Comes out to Chad Warner. Centering kick to the corridor. Hands on it from Lloyd. No mark. Got a handball away to Roberts. Hand pass to McLean. Wraps it around back to Lloyd. Lloyd dabs the kick to Curnow. Charlie Curnow has it at right half forward. And a chance to extend his lead in the Coleman.
A bit of class in from Jake Lloyd. Just the ability to pivot, come back on his left foot and just hit up that little kick there to Charlie Curnow, who has impressed me tonight. We'll see if he can sneak into the votes later on with Joel's votes.
Kicked 7 last time, he only got 2 votes, and he's kicked 5 tonight. And chance to make it half a dozen here. Charlie Curnow on the set shot. Right half forward, moves in for 6. He's got it. Curnow the Colossus. And Curnow the Coleman medal leader. Pulls further in front. He's up to 45 on the season. He's got half a dozen tonight. 12-11 to 6-11. 14 minutes gone in the final term. Swans by 36.
Does he sneak in to the votes?
I think he might sneak in tonight. I think he did a lot of the damage early that separated these two teams. He's giving a few gestures, I think, up to the crowd. I think his brother Ed's definitely in town tonight with his son, watching Uncle Charlie run around kicking a bag. So he's turned it on Friday night footy, Charlie. So he doesn't mind playing the Bulldogs, does he?
He's looked good. There's been a bit of talk about him and he hasn't been up to his best, but his movement's been good. His contest has been good. I like to see it when he's leading up at the footy like that and he's presenting well, not just getting in that one-on-one deep. So he's been impressive.
7 goals in their last meeting back in round 7 at Docklands. 6 goals and counting tonight for Charlie Curnow. Clearance goes away the Dogs and Richards screws it inside 50. Jones had some company there in Rampy. There's a hand over the shoulder and it will be a free kick going away of Artie Jones. Midway stage of this final term. He's one of their goal kickers so far tonight. Artie Jones, I mentioned 7 goals, or now 8 goals in 6 games. We're coming back here. Declan Byrne, down to you.
So it's Nick Caulfield who got a knee to the head accidentally from Chad Warner. The Bulldogs, doctors went out to him a couple of times. They cleared him, but it's now looks like it's come from the AFL side of things. So he's come off after that head knock to get an assessment.
Yeah, I did. I remember that was about 5 minutes ago when Warner ran the ball out of the boundary line and he was almost face down like a planking motion, Nick Caulfield.
2 nights in a row, we've had intervention from the independent doctor to remove a player from the ground to get the SCAT-6 test. So Lockie Neal did it last night, passed and came back. And now Nick Caulfield, same treatment in the final term here.
Jones lining up for his second. Crosses the rainbow arc here. It's a neat-looking drop punt. He has 2. And they cut the margin back to 30 points. The Bulldogs, it's the Swans. 12-11-83. the Western Bulldogs 7-11-53 at the 16-minute mark of the final term.
We don't see it too often, by the way, the independent doctor. Four Corners special on Monday night about head knocks and CTE in the game.
Hang on.
First round of footy, all of a sudden independent doctor.
Correlation, you reckon there's something in there?
I don't know if it's causation or correlation or whatever it turns out to be, but it is interesting that we've seen it a couple of times already this weekend. Declan Byrne.
They're in no rush either. He's sitting on the front row of the bench. The doctors haven't gone to talk to him. So as I said, they went out twice to him and they cleared him. It's the AFL who stepped in here and he's off and he's not getting any assessment at the moment.
Which is strange because the club doctors have looked at him twice. So what you're saying, the AFL's saying, well, your club doctor isn't right.
Well, they're basically saying he needs a more formal concussion process, so the 15-minute job. The other thing is, too, because it's 15 minutes into the final term, there's no time rush because he's not going to get back on anyway. Yeah. So they're probably thinking, well, we'll get to him when we get to him and let him settle, and then we'll do the concussion test once he's calmed down.
I don't mind that one. I mean, he was face down playing. He was down for a little bit. It looked like there was a bit of an issue there, so I think he needed to be checked out.
Comes away here for Lockie McNeil. Kicks across his body. Mills with a big spoil on the outer wing. And now Buku Khamis in the company of Edwards. So it's out of bounds for a throw-in.
Just going back to the Eagles comment before, Sprigg, I'm not too impressed. You were tuning into something.
Well, it's all right. I'm not impressed with the scoreline, by the way, either. Back in it comes. And Robin lays the tackle on Luke Kennedy. Ball up. So Khamis is now playing forward.
I actually did a lot of my training, pre-season training back then in the off-season with Luke Shuey, so I was good mates with the shoe man.
All Smith medalist.
Hence why I was wearing the scarf for a brief period of time on grand final day.
You've explained it at the
still
time.
haven't lived it down.
You've explained it at the time, I think, pretty well. Richards extracts the footy here for the Bulldogs, sends them inside 50. Mills cuts across here to intercept, but Jones gets there. Khamis keeps it moving. Overrun by Waitman. Comes to Will Lewis. Just hurries a quick snap high across his body. And again, the pack forms. Coming through Goulden. Now Mills. He can send his kick beyond defensive 50. English on the bouncing ball there with McLean. It falls here to Jake Lloyd. Swoops his way around Fraser. Hand pass. Roberts in space. Just forward of left half back.
So Roberts takes a bounce. Doesn't really like much up ahead. Now he just decides to kick it in hope. Down in the McLean direction. Who flies from two back. No mark. Spoiled by English. Down to Luke Kennedy to Selwood to lob. Slick hand pass away to Liberatore. Got it back to Selwood. Ugly handball down the wing and then just sockers it forward. Bounces off his own teammate. Luke Kennedy bowled over with it. Comes away with the Dogs and Sanders kicks wide for Dale. 30-point game. Swans on top and was their lead at quarter time. It's their lead in the final term. Spears had kicked the full forward and getting in the hole. Cunningham marks in front of Khamis. And now the counter-attack from the Swans. Handball away to Gordon. Handball to Mills. Long kick to McLean, one-on-one with English, and Hayden McLean beats him. Hands down in the one-on-one. Turns and kicks it inside 50. Hamling flies, and his former teammate Lobb knocks it out of bounds. We'll have a throw-in 40 out from the Swans' goal.
Been impressive, Hayden McLean tonight. He's taken some good grabs. He's offered a contest. He's been good on the ground. Has had the 14 disposals too. Kicked at 3 goals. Been involved in 6 scores, so certainly played his role.
Swans with a 5-goal lead. Back in it comes out of the right. Grundy. Hand pass off to Jordan. Goes by hand here. Off to Harry Kyle. Let's fly from 52 for his first goal on AFL 40. It stumped through for a minor score. Another behind for the Swans. 12-12-84. The Bulldogs 7-11-53 as we approach the 20-minute mark of this final term. The crowd down on the usual sort of figures they've had this year at home. 35,227. By the way, so Andrew Pritter mentioned to us off air sort of the reasons for why that might be tonight, but Swans have a command on the game anyway.
Bramble takes some ground, long kick up to the wing, and Mills with the intercept mark. A few people get an early bedtime, get up to the Socceroos tomorrow morning. There's Waitman.
What were the reasons? Euro summer?
Bulldogs, holidays. Bulldogs are a low drawing team, and etc. etc.
Waitman kicks to lob, long kick into the forward pocket, past his intended target, rolls out of bounds.
People that have cash like Andrew Pridham often book their European holidays as well before the floating fixture comes out, so they don't actually know.
Those kind of people that are off to Europe for a month coming up.
They work hard, so you may as well get over there at some point.
From the boundary throwing, McLean wins the hit out close to the boundary line as Hines is tackled with it, and we'll have a ball up half forward here for the Dogs. Just unrelated, Mark Murphy's going away for a month coming up. He's off to the Northern Hemisphere to enjoy a bit of sunshine. From the ball up, comes down towards Corey Warner, tumbles a kick down the wing, hand on the way through from English and out to go.
Seeing any sporting events over there? Just to immerse myself in some culture over there, Triggy, and
see the sights.
See the sights. Bit of Tour de France starts tomorrow, I think.
Hey, okay.
So that'll be on over there while I'll be over there, and finish off with the World Cup, and hopefully France is still competing deep into the tournament. I can watch it with the French.
Get a Mbappe jersey or something like that.
Sydney already called for an Mbappe jersey.
Sydney by 31, 21 gone, final term.
Lob, got the footy from Rowbottom, kicks towards half forward here for the visitors. Waitman left Cunningham behind, and now Norton kicks inside 50. Karmas backing back with the flight did well. Edwards coming the other way, and he marks in the left forward pocket.
Yeah, good courage there. It was a good kick by Norton in the end, just to pull it back a little bit rather than just go long and place it in a teammate's position. So it was really good touch by Norton and good courage by Buku.
16th game this year. He played 17 last in 2024, so that was his career best as far as games in a season. So he's going to better that soon, you would think. Buku Karmas on the left forward pocket. He opens up the angle and misses near side. So that's now 7-12-54 the Bulldogs. They trail by 30 points, 22 minutes gone in the final term.
Three-quarter time in Perth. Adelaide 30 points up. The games have kind of mirrored each other, haven't they?
Yeah.
Where they sort of open up a 5-goal lead at quarter time and really just protected it from that point on. Curnow's kicked 6 here. Fogarty's kicked 4 there. He had 3 of them in the opening quarter.
Sort of what the good sides do, I reckon, in the middle of the year, whether it's cold and just get that lead early, put the game away, and then just do enough really just to hold on and have a good margin throughout the game.
Swans have led all night here. 5 goals up now. 23 minutes into the final term, and the long kick down the line from Sheldrick picked off. So Lob's got it in front of the bench. The Dogs are about to fall to 9-7. Equal win-loss with the Cats. Kicks inside 50. Norton flies for it. He's had what might have been kind of night. Aaron Norton dispossessed, lost it, spills to Matt Kennedy, shoots goalward, misses. Far side of behind. 7-13 to 12-12. Swans by 29. Time on in the last.
He's jumped at the footy, hasn't he, Norton? He's looked okay, but he just hasn't been able to hold on to him. Missed a few shots early that could have really got him on the right track, but hasn't been able to hold on to those marks.
Bulldogs have tweeted, by the way, Nick Caulfield, concussion, will take no further part in tonight's match.
Add to that, Connor Butterick with the ankle injury and a moon boot after half-time. Connor Butterick. Declan Burns shortly. In fact, Declan, down to you.
Really strange because no doctor has gone to Caulfield since he's come off. So I don't know if potentially they brought it in the rule in case the player refuses to come off. I don't know. Odd one. He hasn't spoken to anyone since he's come off. It's been 8 minutes.
The D50, the Swans clean. Was he held down there by Croft? Umpire says play on. Cleary beaten to it by Waitman. Takes on Lloyd head on. Paddles it to advantage here for Sanders. And now Fraser kicks up inside 50 here for the visitors. Falls to Luke Kennedy, off to namesake Matt, and now his hand pass in space. Plucked clear by Mills, off to Jordan. They'll switch here the Swans to the outer side, where it's controlled out there by Hanley. And now Corey Warner among those 6 inclusions or changes for Dean Cox's men. Corey Warner finds Jordan, who kept running into space, and the home side leads here by 29 points here at the SCG. Jordan on the entry, 2 deep for the contest featuring Heaney and Selwood. And let's just get it out of bounds for a throw-in.
SMS number 0437 774 774. Your thoughts there throughout the night. So an unusual incident with Nick Caulfield seemingly yanked by the AFL doctor from the arc. Came off, no assessment, sits down and done for the night. As Declan's been telling us downstairs, they already lost Butterick with a right ankle in the first half as Dale gets a clearing kick out of defence up to the wing as Hanley's pushed in the back. He's going to get a free. It's against young Luke Kennedy and Tom Hanley. The artist formerly known as Tom Hanley, who in pronunciation is Hanley. So we're rolling with that as he kicks to full forward, leaping up Croft, no mark, and there's going to be a free kick here. Croft now playing full back, and he's made the switch with Karmas. That's Bevo's want. Swing the magnets late. It's the free for the Bulldogs. Goes wide and Bramble marks in the back pocket. 25 gone final term. The Swans by 29.
Lockie Ramble wears 29, which is a bit of a nod to Neil Cordy, who played for both of these two sides. Cord's actually taught Lockie's dad at school many, many years ago, so it's a nice little connection there as well. Lockie McNeil comes back to Will Lewis, and now Jones in space, forward of halfway, back to Liberatore. Turns blind away from Blakey. Hurried kick inside 50. Cummins crashes the pack. Doing the coming Matt Kennedy. Slapped away down there by Sheldrick. Now tackles Matt Kennedy. The umpire says, give it to me. 40 out from Bulldogs goal. They trail by 29 points.
Tried to be a bit clever there. Matty Kennedy should have just gone on his left first time. Tried to do a little bit of candy, but Sheldrick didn't buy it.
Hand pass comes to the outside now for Corey Warner. And he burned Lockie McNeil. Room to bounce, and now goes down the line for brother Chad. Marks forward to the bullseye. Looks at the options, surging forward here. 60 from goal. Chad Warner goes toward the goal square, and Hamling takes the chest mark. Deep at full forward. An opportunity to kick a goal against a few of his old teammates. Premiership teammates at that, Joel Hamling.
You would enjoy that one, wouldn't you? Deep forward against the old mob. He hasn't had much to do tonight. I think Charlie and McLean have taken the most of it.
His 5th game this year, 110th game overall. Does pop through the goal. Nice little bonus for Joel Hamling. Put the exclamation point on a dominant Swans win. Not a classic game by any means, but the margin's out to 35 points now. 13-12-90 he plays 7-13-55 in the dying stages of Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Joel Patfull and Mark Murphy.
Yeah, they have dominated. Like you said, Murph, they probably put the game to bed in that first quarter. They're 5 goals up and have just done enough to maintain that lead. They're pretty comfortable, haven't really been challenged. The Dogs had a bit of a dip in that third quarter, and the Swans are good enough to put them away. But it's almost like they trained during the week. Dean Cox has put the cones up around the centre square, I reckon, and said don't come through the middle, and they've played like that all night tonight.
Yeah, they've had all the answers tonight. When the Bulldogs have challenged, they've always been able to find another gear to go to and put the game to bed.
They kicked the first 6 goals of the night, led by 36 points, and that is their biggest lead, the Swans. They lead by 35 now, so it tells the story of the night. Lobb trying to get a kick away, spills away of Chad Warner. Here's his hand being held by Sanders. Still kicks it inside 50 and getting back Selwood. Able to pick it off. One of 7 premiership players in the VFL side last year for Footscray that are out there tonight in the seniors. Short to O'Donnell, long kick up to the wing. McNeil the target, slips through his hands. Jones able to burn off Sarong. He's off for a run late, Artie Jones. Handball misses Fraser. Dangerous. Jones still out after it. In the end, it's intercepted by Sheldrick. He gives it to Jordan. And pass away to Sarong, and the Swans go back the other way. Cleary kicks up over the wing. Juggled effort for Hamling, the goal kicker, who takes the mark. Keeps it moving. Chad Warner collects between wing and half forward. Thought about a hand pass back out wide. Does a full 360 and then just runs around Bramble. Kicks inside 50. Selwood, good mark. Up and intercepting half-back for the Bulldogs. Outmarks Tom Hanley. 29 gone final term. It's a 35-point lead for Sydney.
Every game since his opening round debut, Michael Selwood goes beyond defensive 50 to the outer side. Up in front, Norton got a spoil from behind Edwards. English to Liberatore. Norton on the burst here. Kick wasn't a burst though, so it just slides out towards Matt Kennedy. Off to Rory Lobb. Another little chip over the top. To a one-on-one. Rampy was there with Croft, and now it's gathered by Roberts for the Swans. Cunningham, hand pass to the outside. Jake Lloyd just rides the wing, gathers the footy, and goes and finds the chest of Charlie Curnow. He's a long way from home, still probably 70 from goal here. Man has kicked 6 goals tonight. Comes in more to find Roberts as we approach the half-hour mark of this final term. The Swans lead by 35 points.
Roberts, their last rising star, on way back in opening round of 2024. It's punched out of bounds by Lobb. And we'll have a boundary throwing forward pocket for the Swans. So Heaney still collected 27 tonight, 13 contested, 6 tackles, 4 inside 50s and a goal.
Yeah, he's been very good tonight. Gigi stands up well in tackles, and yeah, you talk about some of those stats there. The 6 tackles, he's been really strong in that area again tonight.
Grundy wins the ruck, as he has done throughout the night. Palms it down in front of Hanley, and there's a free kick holding the ball. Hanley dropped it in the tackle. And for the Dogs, Bonsnight, so he's had 9 clearances, 7 inside 50s, kicked 2 behinds. Finishing hasn't been there. So on the Heaney-Bont honours, Heaney wins the night. And the Dogs work it up to the wing. Mark taken there by McNeil.
Bonds had to wear a backpack, and James Jordan for most of the night too, where the Dogs, for whatever reason, just let Heaney play football.
Rampy intercepts the McNeil kick, sends it back in the other direction to Chad Warner. He's got it between wing and half forward, sweeping Polly Farmer hand pass. Away to Cleary. Cleary kicks inside 50 and low down Hamling. Drops to his knees and marks just inside the 50.
He's going to have to try and kick this one, Hamling, from where Charlie Curnow kicked that one in the second term. A pretty big ask from here, so he's giving it off
to Chad Warner. He's going to load up from long range. He misses the whole set. Out of bounds on the fall. Sydney by 35 points. 13-12 to 7-13. Approaching full-time Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Sometimes when you kick the ball poorly, you throw away those boots. I reckon Chad Warner's in that boat tonight.
Waitman pulled the mark here. Roberts mopped up by Corey Warner. Back it comes from Harry Kyle. Roberts to Kyle in the pocket. And that is it. On Pride night, the brightest colours of the rainbow are red and white, and the Swans are back on the winners list. 35-point victors over the Bulldogs.
Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
They kicked the first 6 goals of the game and didn't look back. Headlined by the new Coleman leader, Charlie Curnow. He kicked 6 in the end. 3 goals for Hayden McLean and singles to Chad Warner, Isaac Heaney, Joel Hamling and Caden Cleary. The Bulldogs with 2 each to Jordan Croft and Artie Jones. Also on the board, Riley Sanders, Bailey Dale and Aaron Norton. But the Swans kept the Bulldogs at arm's length all night to win here by 35 points.
The red and the white, honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
Led by 30 points at quarter time, 27 at the half, 24 at the final change. In the end, 35-point victors, the Sydney Swans, 13-12-90. The Bulldogs, 7-13-55. Make it 13 wins, 3 losses on the year for the Swans, who further entrench themselves in second place.
Yeah, that's a big thing out of the night. They shore up that top 2 spot and all the advantages that come with it, given the fact they play Fremantle in Perth next week. If they had a slip-up, they would have been playing, presumably, next week to defend their place in the top 2. So all of a sudden, that's off the table. And they can even afford to drop a game or so on the run home and still be safely in the top 2. 35 points, the Swans, too good for the Bulldogs on Friday night footy. Meanwhile, over in Perth, it's an 18-point game. We'll take you there for the concluding stages. So the Eagles have made a move. 10-8 up against Adelaide at 13-8. The Crows led by 30 points at three-quarter time. The Eagles have kicked the first 2 goals of the final term. So more on that to come in just a moment. The reaction from the Swans rooms. But first, the initial thoughts of Mark Murphy and Joel Patfull on ABC Sport after the Swans' 35-point win.
Yeah, they were too good. They were clinical in that first period, then the Swans, and we spoke about it throughout that last term about the good sides just do enough early on in games to put it to bed and then have all the answers throughout the game. And they dominated that initial first term. The Bulldogs probably turned up. They had a good mindset in terms of around the contest. I thought they were good with just competing and the clearances and contested ball. But then when the ball left their area, going back to that first term, they just didn't have the answers for the Swans. Every time the ball went inside 50 for the Bulldogs, the Swans were able to exit quite easily and play that mark, uncontested style of game that they're probably not used to playing. They're more probably used to playing that run through the corridor handball chain, but they saw options to use the ball by foot, play that mark game and just found too many easy frees. So they were able to get some ascendancy on the scoreboard, just purely the fact of just working harder on the outside and winning the ball outside that bubble. And then it was just left for too much to do for the Bulldogs. They had some good periods throughout that game. Their second term was pretty strong and started to find a way over the top of the Swans. But in the end, the Swans just had too many contributors and too many answers over the night.
Yeah, you're right. There definitely wasn't too many highlights, was there? But the Swans just did what they had to do. The the Dogs just didn't have enough contributors. I mean, Bailey Dale was good. Ed Richards, he battled away in the inside. Rory Lobb wasn't bad, but too many of their good players just didn't have great nights and didn't give them enough opportunities inside 50. 60 odd to 41 inside 50s is a bit of a smashing. So eventually the Swans, just weight of numbers, got the better of him. But Charlie Curnow up forward looked great, looked dangerous, and a good return to form for him. So there's definitely some positives for the Swans as well. As much as, they didn't play their best footy, they did what they had to do and they won the game quite convincingly in the end. Not that typical side what we expected, but showed that they do have another string to their bow, and they'll be working on that as they go throughout the year.
Yeah, I thought the way in which Charlie Curnow and Hayden McLean worked in together, there was very few times tonight where they actually spoiled one another. So that's a good sign when you've got your key targets who are on the same page and they're not in the same contest all the time. There was lots of opportunities. They had 61 inside 50s, obviously, but very rarely were they in the same little group of players, were they, where the Bulldogs defenders were able to come across and support. So that tells you that their running patterns were good. They were isolating their defenders well by the way in which they were working together. Yeah,
and it has been an issue for the Swans, hasn't it? How that tall forward line exists and how they work together. Marty's obviously the one that's been down there. He'll be out for a while. So McLean was great. He's been out of the team for a few weeks and came forward. And you could see he looked a little bit more desperate as well, didn't he? He wanted to get involved in the game. He chased down tackle and his physicality was great as well. So Hamling's probably the third one in there, and who comes in for him, whether McDonald's the other one who can come back in and play that third key role. So they did look good. They looked like they moved well together, and when they did go inside 50, looked pretty cohesive. So definitely some good signs for the Swans moving forward.
I've got 6 to 7 of their best team missing. So if you think Amarty's in their best side, Campbell they haven't seen all year. That's been a really bizarre injury that's listed as a shin. He's 1 week away. McInerney clearly 6-7 away from now. Papley with a calf. Wicks, who's been in the side all year, 4 to 6 with a hammy. And then McDonald with a quad injury. So there's 6 that before you even start splitting hairs over a few of the others that are still to come back into this Sydney team. Talk to me more about the change in style. I mean, that's been the thing we wanted to see from Sydney, is if they haven't got that handball game when teams press up, clog the corridor, they seemingly haven't had as many answers. But, gee, the stats tell the story tonight, don't they? They took nearly 100 marks, had 80 more disposals, and they still out-tackled their opponents. So won the tackle count despite the fact they had 80 more disposals.
It was almost more of an older Sydney style of play, wasn't it? So from years gone by, from always playing them, you always knew you were up for a contest, and they were always really strong around the ball. They never really had that real flashiness. They've obviously brought that into their game style, and I suppose the rules and way in which they're governed now allow for more free-flowing play and more quick run through the corridor. But the way in which they lost against the Brisbane Lions would have maybe just made a few of the coaches think, oh, hey, maybe we need to just come back and work on a few other modes of using the football, because against the really good sides, when the pressure's up, you can't always go that really risky play because you get scored against pretty easily, and we saw that last week. So
what, more stoppages, more congestion?
Well, yeah, but then I think it's more so just on turnover, where if you're constantly going through the corridor and you just make it up as you go, that's fine. But when you play that all the time and you come up against an opponent who presses up high and pressures that if you're not right onto it in terms of your skills, you can turn the ball over off a short pitch and get scored against really easily.
Well, their scores from turnover the last 4 weeks have been huge. So obviously it does show that the Swans are wary of it, and they're a little bit concerned about their ball movement and how that stacks up in these big high pressure games. So they've gone to work off the back of last week and trying to add that to their game. I think they probably went too far tonight. They need to find that mix of when they can go and when they can't go, because if you get stuck into playing that slow ball movement and they can hold you, if the Bulldogs' defence is better, then you're really stuck. If you can't keep that ball moving, I'd be interested to see what their metres from forward handball. That's been such a big measurement for them this year, and they've been leading the AFL. They didn't have that tonight. They didn't have that overlap run. They didn't have that forward handball, and they didn't create that play.
So just their score sources tonight, they won all. There was a really even spread. I'm sure that'll impress Dean Cox. So they kicked 5 goals from stoppage to the Bulldogs 3. They kicked 7 goals to 4 from turnovers. And then they kicked the one goal from kick out, so which we commented on the run about that smooth passage when they went coast to coast. So good even spread from the Swans tonight. They win by 35 points. They win wire to wire. Ben Keys has kicked a goal in Perth to settle it down for the Crows, so a 24-point buffer for Adelaide. The Swans are making their way into the rooms. They're halfway through the final quarter in Perth. We'll pick that up in just a moment. Let's head down to the winners' rooms, though. Declan Burney's there. Declan.
Yes, they've made their way in. I tell you what, a polite Sydney rooms down here because there's no roped-off area. It's a free-for-all, and they're keeping their distance. The fans and the family down here. I do spy an older Kerno brother, by the way, Mark Murphy, so...
Get him on the mic later.
Oh, dangerous. Nick Blakey, excited, very excited. They're circling up. It is a bit more subdued than other ones down here. A 35-point win, which makes it, 100-plus points this season over those 2 wins. A 66-point win earlier for the Bulldogs, a 35-point one tonight. Joel Hamling's little one is involved. Here they go. There we go. I think we might get Brodie Grundy a little bit, so sit tight.
Thanks, Dick. Appreciate that. So 13 goals in 2 games for Charlie Curnow against the Bulldogs this year. He loves playing them. 7 earlier in the year and 6 tonight.
Certainly does. I reckon we had Brodie Grundy too earlier on the year when they played earlier in the year. Oh, we didn't. You're shaking your head.
We had Charlie.
Oh, we did have Charlie.
That's right. We had Charlie that night, and you had to. I think this was before you'd given your votes, so you didn't even have any recourse.
That's right.
Towards Mark Murphy. Full time here, Sydney by 35 points, 13-12 over the Western Bulldogs, 7-13. A big talking point out of the night is going to be the ARC's intervention on the concussion. So it's the second time we've seen it in as many nights. It was Lachie Neale last night. He went off the ground, had to do the SCAT-6 test. So abundance of caution. I don't think anyone has an issue with that. He did pass it and came back on and played out the game. Same thing happened tonight with Nick Caulfield, and there was only 15 minutes to go in the game. So seemingly they didn't even put him through the protocols, or they'll do that post-game. He'll obviously have to do that at some stage to decide whether he has a mandatory 12-day stand-down period. But he was basically ruled out on the spot by the ARC, so by the independent doctor that sits back at Docklands from the vision that they saw. And as a result, Nick Caulfield's day was done. So the timeline of events, and again, whether it's correlation or causation, expose, 4 corners Monday night about head knocks and CTE in the game, and now twice we've had an independent doctor off-site intervene to yank a player from the field in as many games to start the round. Let's go back into the Sydney rooms. The Swans by 35 points. Declan Byrne.
And I have Brodie Grundy next to me. Brodie, it might have been the prettiest win. What do you take out of that one? It was still an important win, but wasn't the most smooth one.
Yeah, it wasn't. We wanted to come in, obviously, the last, probably month. We've sort of been flirting with our form. We've had a couple of wins. We've scraped through, but, it was important to sort of get back on our process tonight. We started the game strongly around the ball. I thought we had contest and pressure. I think our pressure was above 200 up until half-time. I don't know what it was like in the second half, but some of the things that we pride ourselves on, and I think Foxy would have been pleased, certainly that first half. I think we showed a bit more of our brand tonight.
61 hit-outs for yourself. Rory Lobb had the most hit-outs for the Bulldogs, ahead of English, who spent time down back. He had that soreness during the week. Were you surprised at how little you rucked against Tim English?
Yeah, but look, I just try and focus on me, just try and do me and connect with my mids. So, whoever my opponent is, I just try and take it as it comes, be in the moment. And, this year, lots of teams are running different people through there, so I didn't really read too much into it. I'm just trying to connect with our mids, and I thought I did that as well. So I don't know what the hits to advantage were, but I felt like there was some quality connection, which is 61 hit-outs. That sounds a big number, but I'd be more interested in getting a bang for buck. Yeah.
Take me to this week. It was a loss against a really dangerous Lions who sort of showed what they are, what they can do, and a lot of people saying how to shut down the Swans. So what was the talk like during the week from Dean Cox of how to address that and come into tonight?
A big focus was just playing our role. I know it sounds really simple, but Brisbane last week, they're just a well-drilled team, system team, and we just wanted to really focus in on our individuals playing their role for the side and being in the right spot at the right time. And I know for the average viewer at home, they think, what does that mean? But it's something that we review pretty strongly on Monday and Tuesday is, stopping the vision. Where are you? Where are you supposed to be? And some of the feedback out of last week's game was, we weren't where we needed to be. So I felt like tonight we were showing up in a bit more predictable pattern. And sometimes that's all you can ask is to have a system that you execute, and if the results don't go your way, then at least you've played your style. And it was good tonight to, I think, play our system and get the result.
Brodie Grundy joins us here on ABC Sport. I'll throw it upstairs. Corbin Middlemass, Brett Sprigg, Mark Murphy and Joel Patfull.
Brodie, Mark Murphy here, mate. Well done on your game. I thought you were terrific tonight, and the team as well. Just want to take you back to your first comment about flirting with your form over the past month. Is that in terms of just ball in hand being too aggressive, or is it just not getting the basics done right, or just a combination of things?
I'd say probably a combination. There's a few errant turnovers. I don't know if you watched our last week's game against Brisbane, but we had some absolute mares coming out of D50, biting off, 45-metre corridor kicks, resulting directly in goals. So, Coxie gives us a bit of an 80-20 licence to play within your remit. 80% of the time, just play to your strengths. If you feel like it's in your wheelhouse, then pull the trigger. But I think at times we sort of, it's probably where the flirting with form comes from. We're probably biting off a little bit more than we can chew, and it was good to sort of become a little bit more predictable, I thought, tonight.
Yeah, and was there more of a focus? It was really almost obvious in the first term about the kick mark game. It wasn't so much go through the corridor and run and handball and try and break it through the middle there. It was more go outside, take what the opposition gives you and work the ball up, and then try and handball once you get to sort of halfway through. And then we saw the opportunities for Hayden McLean and Charlie Curnow, who I thought worked really well tonight together. They separated the Western Bulldogs defenders really well, and it didn't allow for that third man to come up. But was that more of a focus this week?
Well, you mentioned having multiple options to move the footy, and I thought in the first probably 8 rounds we obviously was well documented. We going through the corridor a lot, and then teams obviously scouting that and trying to slow us up. So we want to have multiple options. If that gets clogged up, we can move the footy outside, but that requires, as you know, some really strong adherence to roles and system, and that's probably what I'm referring to around, some of the feedback from last week was being in the right spots, so we can have multiple options, and it's pleasing that. I thought we did that well tonight, and there's no surprise that we can get it inside to some of our dangerous forwards.
Beautiful, Brodie. Great game tonight, mate. Awesome in the midfield there. You talk about that midfield group. You got Errol Goulden back in the mix now as well. What are you guys looking to build over the next few weeks coming into finals? What does that look like for you guys?
Errol's a special player, isn't he? So, we're going to be all the better for having him back in the side. And I think just, for him, it's the second game back. So he's just going to, come from strength to strength. So, we'll just... take it as it comes.
6-day break, Freo next week. Are you ready?
Oh, mate, the tasks keep coming, don't they? So already thinking about Fremantle, but I've got to do a bit of gardening, I think, on the weekend. pull some weeds, so that's what I'll be doing on Sunday.
Well, I haven't even played yet, so you're one step ahead of them, Brodie, and you got the 4 points in the bank for the weekend. Appreciate your time, and rest up. We'll see you in Perth.
Thanks heaps. Cheers, guys.
Brodie Grundy in the winners' rooms. The Swans by 35 points, 13-12-90 over the Western Bulldogs, 7-13-55. Our final 5 minutes over in Perth. It is Adelaide who lead it there by 3 goals, so game's still on. A 3-goal lead for the Crows. We'll be back here to wrap up before the top of the clock, plus the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. We'll see if Merv can squeeze Charlie Curnow in that lot. But let's take you to Perth for the waning moments. Adelaide by 18 over the Eagles.
Ball's over the top. Cook slips as he steps around an opponent, manages to compose himself and goes to Ben Keys. Eagles fans didn't think it was 15. I'll tell you what, though. The groundskeepers here are bloody lucky he hit the kick, because, again, he went to sidestep an opponent and the ground gave way underneath him.
I'm going back to the co-captain.
Yeah.
As a left footer going in onto his right foot.
It was a terrible decision.
What are you thinking?
He very rarely kicks on his right boot, Liam Duggan. He did it in a clutch moment. Ball goes down the other end. Keys takes the mark. Keys snaps around the body. Keys has 3 goals for the Crows. It restores a 4-goal lead. And it just takes that sting out of the Eagles and the crowd. They might have done enough now, Adelaide. 15-8-98, the visitors. The Eagles are 11-8-74. A clean 4-goal margin. 25 minutes gone in the last. And you feel like that was the dagger and the nail in the coffin for West Coast.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that West Coast definitely had some momentum and some belief there, and that would have just been that uppercut to the guts, wouldn't it?
Just don't drop your guard here and give them junk goals.
Yeah.
Just fight it out. Every little bit they can learn in every minute of every match is important.
Ben Keys has both the Adelaide goals in this final term, and they'll bustle their way through again from the clearance. Dawson's kick, though, intercepted, marking McCarthy. Plays on immediately to Duggan at left half back. Goes looking for Reid, and he marks. Up against Rankin. Climbs up off the deck. Reid, suggesting Rankin was not on his mark. Didn't see a problem. Reid kicks towards full forward. Ball lays at the back. Got a hand pass away. Ooh, that's not pretty at all. That's gone out of bounds on the full. The frustration plus coming from Worrell. Threw it on the boot immediately, and an opportunity here for Davis. He's going to be 40, let's say 38 out from goal. Will he be able to split the middle?
I'm going to be a bit pedantic here, Shaz, but one of the things that Harley's got to take out of his game is what he just did then. Just takes an extra 3 seconds to get the ball to boot, and he's not looking up the ground.
Davis will roll onto his right. The kick's not going to affect the scores. He'll wobble its way towards right, full forward. Ali J. Williams went up, couldn't mark it. Over the top of it, Cole, and then he's wrapped up by McAndrew. 4 goals the difference. Eagles in their forward 50. McAndrew won it down. Over the top of it, Al-Gahan. Murdoch tries to manufacture a kick through traffic. It's ricocheted away and gone over the boundary line for a throw-in at right full forward.
It's screaming for Milan to wrap around on his left foot.
Ball spun back into play. McAndrew and Williams start very deep. McAndrew dives to get there. Taps it straight down to Rankin. Off a step. High clearing kick. Outside defence of 50. Bazzo. Good mark. 75 out from goal. Goes for the long switch kick into the middle. It's a shocker. Neil Bullen cut it off. Dropped the mark. Then Young overran it. Ball ricochets away the Crows. They've got the numbers. Rochelle picks it up in the middle of the ground. Takes a bounce. Kicks a high chippy ball inside 50. Fogarty marks. Plays on. Wheels. Kicks towards the goal square. Can Saligo do the work? He can. Gets away from McCarthy. Breaks the tackle. Snaps it through. And the game's going to end the way it started. Jake Saligo shaking the tackle of McCarthy to kick a goal for his third. And that is the absolute sealer. It's exactly how the first goal was kicked.
Question mark over a post, I think.
Yeah, they're just going to check it now. I was about to say VAR. It's the ARC who are watching too much of the World Cup. Did it hit the post or did it hit?
Spike on edge as the ball post.
He didn't look like he celebrated very hard, so he might have seen it hit the
Those
post.
watching this morning, a similar spike to what happened when it hit the head of a Croatian attacker. Behind is the call. Scratch it. Get the wide out again. Just the 2 goals of Saligo now. The margin's 25 points. 29 minutes played in the final turn.
I won't say a handy point because I think the game was done. So the Eagles will bring it beyond their defensive 50. Can they fight it out here? Davis has it. Just shy of the wing. Sweeping hand pass. Oh, Baker ran over the top of it. Allows Rochelle to gather. Hand pass on again. Came to Taylor. To shout around with lead. Back to Taylor. Chip short. Mark there. Neil Bullen. And he's got it about 55 from goal. 2 metres in from the boundary at right half forward.
kick not paid a mark as it went to Laird. Has the play on immediately into the right forward pocket. No mark taken. Michael Lanny was out too. It had hands to it, couldn't complete it. Spilled out the side, and McCarthy takes it across the boundary line for a throw-in, about 20 out from the Crows' attacking goal.
Yes.
Going to climb back up the fifth. They're dropping the showdown. Williams at the back against McAndrew. Won it down to Reid. Got it to Kelly. Ooh, hurt himself as he got the kick away. He goes down. I think it might just be cramp. Taken by Shanahan at left half back. Kelly's up though. Shanahan almost turns it over. In fact, it's going to tumble across the boundary line. As it touched on the way through, it was just while reaching out to get a little touch on it. Kelly moving a little bit smoother now. So throwing on the commentary wing. Crows are going to make it 8 straight against the West Coast Eagles. Ball back into play. Tap down to the front. Harley Reid through traffic. Handball just missed Starcevic. Neil Bullen sliding in, wins it. Handballs to Rankin. Somehow got through the tackle. Across to Saligo. His handball looking for Fogarty. Was knocked away by Bazzo. Franco through traffic was legged as he was tackled. Akash Fodenar's downstairs. Akash?
Yeah, Harley Reid in a bit of trouble there lying on the logo. Initially I thought it was cramp, but he does...
He's holding his right knee.
Yeah, seems
or
uncomfortable.
lower leg. I think it's a cramp. It is cramp. The trainer is just stretching Harley Reid's right calf as he lays on the logo. So as Akash initially thought was cramp, he was correct in that assessment. And Harley Reid is covered in the blue paint of the AFL logo. And he is limping his way towards the end of this game. Meanwhile, ball in the hands of Ollie Franco. Disposal 18 on debut. Kicks up to the 100 gamer, and Bailey Williams couldn't take the mark. And then accidentally, as he was reaching for the ball, slapped the hand across the face of Jake Saligo. Wins the free kick. Handballs backwards to Worrell. The step kicks up the wing. McAndrew stands tall in the pack. The seconds tick down, and after a disappointing showdown, the Crows show up. And despite a late scare from the West Coast Eagles, the Adelaide Crows, they return to the winners list. They defeat the Eagles by 25 points on Friday night.
So Adelaide winners over in Perth, full-time 15-9-99. The West Coast Eagles 11-8-74, so a 25-point winner for the Crows. The Eagles fought on. They won the last quarter, but Adelaide really did their business early. They led by 29 at quarter time, 30 at the half, 30 at three-quarter time, and 25 in the finish. The Crows winners over the West Coast Eagles.
That's the Bulldogs' next opponent, the West Coast Eagles, at Docklands on Sunday in round 18. So, in fact, I think you'll find both of tonight's teams play the WA teams next week. So, Swans Freo on Thursday night to start round 18. Then the Bulldogs are at home at Docklands against the Eagles.
Fogarty kicked 4 in the first half and finished with 4 for the game. So, that's where he ended. A 25-point win for the Adelaide Crows. They're in the top 6. Which is important on the back of that victory there. So the Adelaide Crows get themselves... they move up one. They move up one to 5th. So they go to 10-6 on the season. As my ladder takes a moment to update. So 10-6, but they are percentage behind the Brisbane Lions still. So they're about, 1.5% behind them leading into the night. Corporate Middlemass alongside Brett Sprigg, Declan Byrne on the boundary throughout the night, Mark Murphy and Joel Papp for your call team. Your thoughts on the SMS to 0437 774 774. Just recapping here at the SCG tonight, the Swans kicked the first 6 goals of the game, led by 36 points. They won by 35, so that was a game high. The other unusual thing, which we don't often see as much anymore with the sub being removed and the 23 active players, we've got 2 guys involved in the game in Tom Hanley and Corey Warner, who have been out there doing the sprints and the high-end running for about the last 15 minutes post-game. So that's a little unusual, isn't it, in the modern game with they've all participated in a full game of footy, and clearly these guys have got to get a few more minutes up.
It is unusual. Obviously, they just haven't hit their load that they need to get, and rather than trying to get any more done over the weekend and have been a short-term, was it 6-day break for next week?
Yep.
just get some extra Ks in the legs post-siren.
It's got to be one of the worst things to do, isn't it? After playing a full game of footy, so it must be game time, and obviously, like you said, metres made over the course of the game. But tough times doing that after a game of footy.
Absolutely. Charlie Curnow kicks 6 tonight, so he's now the outright Coleman medal leader. He goes to 45. Ben King's on 43, still to play this weekend. Logan Morris on 41. And Nick Watson and Jeremy Cameron, they're not moving on 39. Cameron, of course, goalless last night, and Nick Watson not playing this weekend.
Good result for our pre-season predictions too that we discussed on Monday. Corbin, Charlie Curnow.
Well,
you moved him?
I had Ben King.
Oh. Okay, well, that's not for you, is it?
It's not for me. I need Ben King to kick at least 3 tomorrow to keep up with that. Your thoughts as well on the SMS 0437 774 774. Should we do the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year?
Well, I've been banned from doing the votes.
Unbelievable.
And it's not my home deck either.
I think it's only fair. I'm actually willing to, I think after all the chat that we've talked about throughout the game, I think it's only fair to pass it on and hear what Mark Murphy's got to say.
Well, I actually haven't done it because you told me you done it.
But between Joel Patfull or Mark Murphy, we're about to get the votes, I promise, in the ABC Football.
I'm happy to. I'm happy to.
He has done it. He's trying to stir me up.
Just on the injury front too, so Nick Caulfield came off with concussion. There had to be intervention to stop the game to get him off in the last quarter when he hit the bench. They didn't do a concussion test. He was out concussed. We'll find more details about that. But essentially, we've had 2 incidents in consecutive nights where the game has been stopped, where the umpires have had to halt play to get somebody off the ground. Nick Caulfield out of the game with concussion. Expectedly, he's in the protocol, so you'd think he will miss next Sunday against the West Coast Eagles at the very least. And then an ankle injury for Connor Butterick, and that didn't look good. His day was over before half-time. He was in a moon boot in the second half. As far as we could see, no obvious injuries for the Sydney Swans, so they got out unscathed. Come on, Joel, give them to me. Joel Patfull, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Here we go. There wasn't too many highlights today, so it was a little bit of slim pickings, but I've gone 1 vote with Isaac Heaney, 27 and a goal. Thought he was solid throughout the game. Probably built into the game a little bit. It was quiet in that first quarter, but solid throughout. 2 votes, Grundy. I thought he set the tone early. He was really dominant with those hit-outs. He talked about his hit-outs to advantage as well, which I think was a highlight of the game. Got those mids into the game and got the game going in the Sydney Swans' favour. 3 votes. Thought it was only fair. Charlie Curnow.
Wasn't he? Towed a couple.
We had to do it. What did he end up with? 6. Kick 6. And he looked good. It wasn't an easy 6. I think it was 1-on-1 contest. It wasn't kicking it from the goal square. Wasn't getting it over the back. He was leading up at the footy and looked dangerous all night. 3 in the first quarter. Set the tone for the Swans and got him on the way.
Love it. 3 for Curnow, 2 for Grundy, 1 for Heaney. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Swans by 35 over the Dogs, and Adelaide full-time 25-point winners over the West Coast Eagles in Perth. Word on the Dogs. So it's been an interesting year. They get themselves to 9-7 now, so equal on win-loss with Geelong. I don't think anyone really thought that they were a sort of equal with Geelong type team, and yet here they are with 7 games left in their season.
Yeah, they've got a not a bad run on the way home. So they've got the Eagles next week, the Gold Coast after that, and then Richmond. Fremantle's obviously a huge game later in the season, and then North Melbourne. So if they're good enough, they should be thereabouts and give themselves a crack at trying to finish in that top 6. But they're just nowhere near in terms against the really good sides at this point in time. I thought if Sydney were susceptible tonight, having 6 changes, forced changes from last week, and off the back of a game where they got touched up against the Brisbane Lions, where there might have been a seed of doubt that they didn't show up well enough in that first term and didn't do enough to show me that they're going to be one of the top sides to finish off this season.
Yeah, I think they're in a bit of trouble. I think they'll scrape into that 6 to 10 wild card round, but really they looked a bit deflated. They looked flat. They looked a bit banged up as well, the Dogs, towards the end of the game. So they'll have to get back and recover and have a bit of a crack. They'll pull a few of those wins together, which will keep them in that finals mix, but I can't see them going too deep into September the way they're looking at the moment.
They didn't address any of their off-season issues, did they? They were susceptible against the big forwards last year, and they've got hold of them again in season 2026.
Yeah, and that was shown tonight with Hayden McLean and Charlie Curnow, who at various times, both of them just ragdolled their opponents. So they need a big bear tamer that Brett he always talks about having in your defence, that you can have that guy who's going to sit back deep and try and control the opposition big key forward. And unfortunately for the Bulldogs, they're probably almost too short down there.
Well, they've got O'Donnell. Lob's the one that had been playing that centre-half back role and wasn't too bad, but he's obviously had a pinch hit into the ruck and it pulls that defensive structure apart a bit. But O'Donnell was the one for me that I thought he could have been that pillar. He was obviously out the last time they played the Swans, but he just wasn't quite up. They didn't give him the matchup on Curnow in the start of the game, so obviously don't have a huge amount of faith on him on those bigger bodies.
Full-time here, a 35-point win for the Swans over the Bulldogs. All right, before we're out of here, looking ahead to Saturday footy, feels like debutants is the theme across the weekend. There's a whole lot of new faces. Incredibly, 7 confirmed debutants from the games up until Sunday. So tomorrow, or in fact tonight, Oliver Franco made his debut for the West Coast Eagles. So he's the son of Josh Franco, of course, part of our team on ABC Sport. Tomorrow we've got Matt Hill and Noah Mraz, who both make their debut for the Hawks. Matt Hill's great story from Katherine in the Northern Territory, went to the Brisbane Broncos Academy, then ended up in the Melbourne Storm development program. So amazing proper rugby league convert, seemingly destined for the NRL, comes across, plays Australian rules football, debuts tomorrow as a small forward for the Hawks. Jack Au makes his debut for GWS tomorrow, so looking forward to seeing Jack Au make his debut for the Giants. And Riley Hamilton is also going to debut in the same game, so he's a Canberra lad debuting in the nation's capital against the Dockers. And in the game you're doing, Spriggy, Dylan Patterson makes his debut for the Suns. He's one of their highly touted juniors. And Liam Puncher, 38 days after being listed, makes his debut for Collingwood.
He's ex-Swans Academy. Bit like Angus Anderson, so they came through Swans Academy and played, I guess, a bit of VFL, whatever, and then went to the SANFL, a bit like Angus, also played for Sturt, so got picked up under similar circumstances. 22 years of age, Liam Punch had a debut for the Pies tomorrow at Carrara.
And then some other news for the teams for the rest of the weekend. So Sunday footy, Wright, Cox and El Hooley in for the Bombers. Alashka, Jones and Blackiston go out of that team to play the Saints. Toby Trevelyan, we haven't seen him all year, so he comes in for St Kilda here. Liam Henry, Mateus Filippo and Liam O'Connell among 4 ins for the Saints. Sinclair and DeConing both hurt. McRae managed and Butler's lost his place. And then in the other Sunday game is Port Adelaide and North. North incredibly 0-14 at Adelaide Oval, have never won there. Ooh. So let's see how they go against the Power. Bergman comes back in for Port. Jacob Ware's lost his place for the Kangaroos. Sherry and Luke McDonald, 2 begins. Coleman Jones and Dersmer omitted. So Zane Dersmer is off contract at season's end. Can't hold his place for the Kangas. Meanwhile, Harry Dean's out of Carlton's team to play Richmond tomorrow night. Cut to his hand, so we won't see one of the Rising Star favourites. He's been replaced by Louis Young in the Blues squad, and Josh Battle has had his appendix out, so he's not playing for the Hawks down in Lonnie.
Local grandstand shows tomorrow. SA, Tas, ACT, NT, Sports Talk and WA from 10, of course. You're with Mick and Bawley from midday.
12 noon tomorrow. Yep, Eastern time. You can find it streamed through ABC Listen, plus catch up anytime. Podcast feed, ABC AFL Daily for AFL Saturday.
Prediction time, Murph. Socceroos tomorrow morning, 4 a.m. Scoreline, two goal scorers.
Oh, I'll just give you 2-1. Well, I won't give you goal scorers.
Okay, 2-1.
I don't care how they get in.
Who's going to score for Egypt?
Mo Salah.
Moshala.
We'll see how they go there. Are you a association football fan as well, Joel? Into the Socceroos?
Not massively, to be honest with you, but I'm happy to get behind the Aussies. 1-0 for me.
1-0. I like it. Good luck to our Aussie women too. Early hours of Monday morning, so as we go to bed Sunday night in the Women's T20 World Cup. You can find that being streamed through ABC Listen as well. So World Cup coverage there in the early hours of Monday morning. The Aussies trying to add to their trophy cabinet up against England in the T20 final. Thanks to our whole crew for all their work throughout the night. Lauren Borden back in the studio, to Declan Byrne, to Peter Clemson, our tech. Thanks to you, Joel. Appreciate that. Thank you, Murph.
Thank you.
Thanks, safe travels home. Thanks, Spriggy. All the best on the glitter strip tomorrow. We are done here on Friday Night Footy. Signing off from the SCG with the Swans are 35-point winners over the Bulldogs. In Perth, it was the Crows by 25 over the Eagles.